The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture. It's on. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture meeting of March 10th. Hello, good morning. Mic check. Good morning. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture meeting of March 10th, 2025 is here called to order. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, central staff, listening, viewing audience, and my beloved people of the Virgin Islands. Before we proceed, I'm asking everyone in the chamber to please silence and turn off your cell phone and other electronic devices. As we open today's hearing, I'm reminded of the words of President John F. Kennedy, who said, "Efforts and courage are not enough without purpose and direction." It is in the spirit and purpose that we convene today for this critical meeting of the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture. This March, as we celebrate both Women's History and Virgin Islands History Month, we take time to honor those extraordinary people who have shaped who we are. Women who have led with courage and conviction, and men who have fought for justice and progress, and the many community leaders who have continued to work hard today. The Virgin Islands has no shortage of greatness in our stories, including, but not limited to, Queen Mary, Queen Agnes, Queen Matilda, D. Hamilton Jackson, Rothschild Francis, Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, Cyril E. King, Ruth Thomas, Ruby Rouse, Casper Holstein, Anna Maria Haywood, Henry Ralston, Pearl Varlock, David Hamilton, Gloria Canigata, and so many others who have passed and are currently present, educating our cultural icons and political leaders, people who have given so much and have continued to give their all for these beautiful Virgin Islands. As someone who has served this community in banking and insurance and a small business owner for over 16 years on St. Croix, I know firsthand the challenges of our residents and what entrepreneurs face every day. Economic development is about so much more than just dollars and cents. It's about creating a Virgin Islands where people have opportunities, where our environment is protected, our infrastructure is modern, and our culture is preserved for future generations. Today's agenda reflects that broad mission. We will hear from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources about the stewardship of our natural and cultural resources, from the Virgin Islands Port Authority on the infrastructure that connects us to the wider world, and from the Office of Cannabis Regulation as they work to establish a new industry which will potentially grow our economy. As we mark Harriet Tubman Day today, March 10th, we are reminded of her unwavering fight for freedom and justice, a fight that mirrors a spirit of resistance, self-determination, and progress in the Virgin Islands. Her example calls on us to keep breaking barriers and lifting up each other as we build a stronger and more inclusive future. I encourage all of us to approach today's hearing with focus, respect, and a shared commitment for solutions. Through open dialogue and honest collaboration, it is my hope that we leave this space better informed, more connected, and even more determined to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank you, everyone who've made today's possible, and I look forward to a productive hearing. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick, present. Mr. Chairman, there are 6 members are present and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've established a quorum. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, March 10, 2025. The Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chairman, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00801. Dear Mr. Chair, I regret to inform you that due to a previously scheduled attendance at the NARO, the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials Conference in Washington, D.C., I will be unable to attend today's hearing. This conference will address important issues for housing and housing affordability. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as my best wishes for a productive meeting. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture has scheduled a meeting for Monday, March 10th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to provide updates on the following. Block 1. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources will provide a comprehensive update on its operations, regulatory responsibilities, and ongoing efforts to manage and protect the Virgin Islands' natural, cultural, and historical resources. Key highlights will include staffing challenges, enforcement capabilities, concerns over potential loss of federal funding, updates on the Division of Fish and Wildlife Conservation and regulatory programs, ongoing environmental protection initiatives, the status of coastal development projects under the Division of Coastal Zone Management, and current efforts in the historic preservation and compliance enforcement. Invited Testifier, the Honorable John Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Block 2, the Virgin Islands Port Authority will present an overview of its operational performance, infrastructure development projects, and efforts to improve air and seaport facilities throughout the territory. Key highlights will include a review of VIPA's 2024 year-end report, progress on airport modernization projects at Henry E. Rosen Airport and Cyril E. King Airport, updates on the $230 million CEKA terminal expansion and $140 million HERA improvements, seaport dredging plans for Charlotte Amalie Harbor, and discussions on coordination between VIPA and WICO to optimize operations and minimize redundancies. Invited Testifier, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Block 3, the Office of Cannabis Regulation will provide an update on agency's progress in implementing the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act and regulating the territory's emerging cannabis industry. Key highlights will include the status of cannabis regulations, timelines for business licensing application, updates on the track and trace system partnership with Metric, staffing levels and hiring plans, public outreach initiatives for entrepreneurs, and plans for upcoming community engagement sessions. Invited Testifier, Ms. Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director, Office of Cannabis Regulation. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues, non-committee members, the Honorable Senator Avery Lewis and the Honorable Novo Francis Jr. Thank you for joining us. Today is a very interesting day. because this is the first time I'm actually heading up a committee meeting. I'm also excited to see that the person I invited, my first guest, chose to come alone without any of his directors, and I thought that was interesting because I've not attended a committee meeting where just the commissioner showed up. So I'm excited to have the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner of Department of Planning and Natural Resources, present today. Commissioner, good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate you spending some time with us this morning. My colleagues and I, in our capacity, wanted to do our duty, which is oversight, and have a discussion with you as to your department and what's been happening there, and provide you an opportunity to share your experiences with the community so they could be abreast on what's going on. So thank you again. Commissioner, if you would, please read into the record your remarks.
Thank you, Senator. And good morning, Senator Frederick, Chair of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other committee members, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We are present today to present the following update at the Chair's invitation. One, an overview of the department's mission, structure, and operational issues such as staffing levels, recruitment challenges and vacancies, concerns on federal funding and any loss due to delays or non-compliance, updates on programs focused on air and water quality monitoring, wastewater regulation, review of development projects and compliance efforts, discussion on enforcement capabilities, staffing constraints, major violations, and whether legislative support is necessary to improve compliance efforts, and examining major policy initiatives, interagency collaborations, and public outreach programs aimed at promoting sustainable development and responsible resource management. DPNR's mission is vast: to protect, maintain, and manage the natural and cultural resources of the Virgin Islands through the coordination of economic development in collaboration with local, federal, and non-governmental organizations, enabling present and future generations to live safer, fuller lives in harmony with their environment and cultural heritage. The department's responsibilities include, but are not limited to, the protection of fish, wildlife, trees, and vegetation, air and water pollution control, including drinking water, preservation of archaeological, architectural, cultural, and historical heritage of the U.S. Virgin Islands, safe operation as well as mooring and anchoring of motorboats, overseeing the reduction of impacts related to earth change activities, the administration of laws relating to the construction and repair of structures, recognition and promotion of the arts as vital aspects of the Virgin Islands culture, and the promotion and implementation of library services for all residents of the territory. In addition, DPNR is the agency responsible for coordinating the territory's long-range planning efforts. To meet its mandates, the department is comprised of 12 divisions, most of which receive federal funding to achieve protection goals outlined in local and federal law. We currently have 158 individuals working within the department. However, we need to be around 200 employees to achieve full efficiency. Although for fiscal year 2025, we received just over $49 million in federal awards, only $18 million of that is for operations. The balance is for pass-through funding to the territory's utilities as we serve as the recipient for the funds awarded from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Recruitment is a significant challenge for the department, as it is across the government of the Virgin Islands. Those issues are twofold: the availability of human capital and compensation packages, as most of our grant funding is based on formulas that are derived by things such as population, linear shoreline miles, number of registered vessels, rather than the cost of living. The appropriations to the Virgin Islands have been static for decades. For example, my CZM division receives roughly the same $1 million per year from NOAA now that it did in 2000. My Division of Environmental Protection division receives the same $2 million per year from the EPA that it did in 2000. Without significant increases by grantor agencies, the awards absorb the increases in salaries for most employees, resulting in the reduction in the amount of remaining for new employees. Most of the time, a position may have to be cut in order to make the salary competitive enough to attract new employees. At DPNR, though, we are not deterred. Since the start of the fiscal year, we have hired 6 new employees. We anticipate 2 more starting in March and 1 in April. We are also in the process of interviewing for 3 positions that the posting recently closed for, and we have 2 positions currently posted online and another 4 positions that we are waiting OMB to clear for us to post. Concerns on federal funding and any loss due to delays. With all that is happening in Washington, D.C. right now, there is cause for some discomfort when it comes to funding that has been awarded to DPNR from the previous administration. Many of the awards we received focused on improving the territory's resiliency to the impacts of climate change, and some of the allocation levels were secured due to our status as underserved communities of the United States. That said, of the $100 million in federal funding awarded to the department, only approximately $4 million of this has officially been paused by one grantor agency. The funding is across several grants and affects projects related to resiliency and to climate change and biosecurity. As a result of the pause, we have delayed bringing on board 1 new employee as well. Lastly, with respect to the issues in the federal government, although we have only received confirmation of a pause on 2 specific grants, the recent loss of many federal employees, both fired or opting to retire, still leaves us with concerns, as some of the recently departed were new grant specialists whose responsibilities included processing reimbursements or advances to the government of the Virgin Islands. We have already experienced where reimbursements that used to be processed in 1 day, that it has taken as much as a week to approve our drawdown requests. With respect to the ability for us to spend federal funds received, the department maintains a significantly high rate of spending of our federal dollars. Unfilled vacancies are the primary reason for federal funds being stagnant. However, my staff is adept in repurposing those funds and creating projects to fill a need. At this time, the department is not in danger of losing any funding due to non-compliance. Updates on programs focused on air and water quality monitoring, wastewater regulation, and a review of development projects. There are 5 divisions within the department that regulate development activities in the territory: the Planning Office, the Division of Coastal Zone Management, the Division of Environmental Protection, the State Historic Preservation Office, and our Permits Division. In fiscal year 2024, the Division of CZM processed 143 new minor permit applications, 32 modification requests, 30 repair and maintenance requests, 8 major permit applications, and 16 federal consistency determination requests related to our recovery projects. The Division of Permits processed 3,097 applications, 1,184 building, 878 electrical, 475 plumbing, 15 mechanical, 153 demolition, 197 flood, 6 wireless facilities, and 123 renewable energy applications. The State Historic Preservation Office processed 160 applications, 81 in the St. Thomas St. John District and 79 in the St. Croix District. Approval of all these applications includes provisions that minimize impacts to our air and water quality, protect our indigenous and endangered species, and preserve the historic aesthetic of our towns. In addition to our regulatory divisions monitoring potential impacts from development projects on our air and water resources, we do conduct weekly beach water quality monitoring at 33 sites across the territory, and every Friday we advise the public on whether or not the beaches meet our standards. The public has come to rely on this information as they plan their weekend activities. Discussion on enforcement capabilities. I previously discussed some of our personnel issues. However, I will reiterate that the additional personnel across all our divisions is necessary for the department to execute its mandate. Notwithstanding our limited personnel, we continue to patrol and monitor across the territory. Since last August, we have issued over $60,000 in monetary penalties to respondents for violations of our development laws. Many of our regulatory laws are outdated and not effective to respond to the issues that we are tasked with. For example, a zoning violation is $75 and must be pursued by the Attorney General's office, but only after a leave of 2 notices of non-compliance are issued to the property owner. This is extremely ineffective. The only way to correct this is through legislative action. The department has identified several provisions within the code where updates will need to take place, and we are currently working on those. Examination of major policy initiatives for sustainable development. In December 2024, the 35th legislature approved the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan for the territory. This plan is a comprehensive approach to sustainable development over the next 40 years. It identifies certain policy changes that must be adopted in order to achieve the vision that was created. It provides island-specific recommendations that are in line with the goals created for each of the districts. As we have stated on many occasions before, the plan is the visioning document that provides a guide to the goals we have created for ourselves. There will be several items that we will need to come to the legislature for in order to achieve the goals we have set in the plan. Again, I would like to thank the 35th legislature for their deliberation and approval of the plan last December. That concludes my testimony, and I am here to respond to any questions you may have at this time to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyo. I was so excited to have you as my first testifier for a number of reasons. One is a very selfish reason too. Being a new senator, when I was at our St. Thomas building, I noticed there were 2 boats there, stranded boats against the parking lot. What's the situation with those boats?
Thank you, Senator. So the situation is that the contractor is actually scheduled to begin removal of the vessels that were damaged across the territory from Tropical Storm Ernesto in last August on this Wednesday, the 13th. Or when is the 13th? Whatever the 13th is this week. We initially were scheduled to remove the vessels in January. However, FEMA, because we are getting reimbursement from them, they wanted to do their own assessment of the locations. They concluded that assessment in mid-February. And after they gave us the go-ahead that we can go ahead and proceed, the contractor had some other obligations that he needed to finalize due to us pushing off this project. So right now, the date that he has given us is the 13th of March.
All right, great. I'll be staying on top of that one because from my office, I'm looking at the abandoned vessel every time I go over. We're going to have a 6-minute round, my colleagues and I, so let's start with the Honorable point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I just wanted to stay on that subject. And I heard what the commissioner said, but at one time my office received some call in regards to a lot of sewage was in the water when the contractor had getting ready to start. Is that one of the delays that it had at the time?
That was one of the earlier delays, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's on the record because I can recall getting some calls and I saw someone trying to go into the water from when I was in a hotel over there, and then I didn't see no action, and then I was told about this sewage. Is that problem corrected as far as we speak today?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We're going to start with Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Lewis, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifier, Commissioner Oriole. Good morning, Virgin Islands. It's a beautiful day in paradise. Commissioner Oriole,
Good morning, Senator.
how are you doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Great, great, great. Commissioner, I see in your testimony on page 3, you talked about some titles of positions recently hired, posted, and awaiting OMB approval. What are those titles?
There are several, Senator. Some of them are administrative positions. For example, we are in the St. Croix district. We have a position that we're waiting the clearance from OMB to do a new receptionist / cashier. So that person would be, when you walk into the department, you would see that individual, but they would also be the backup cashier. We also, right now, I believe still open, we have some wildlife biologist positions that are open. And then there are some so there are several, it's a mix across several divisions right now, both technical and administrative.
All right. Great. I heard you talked earlier to the previous good fellow from St. Croix. He asked about the vessels and the waterfront here by the legislature building. I asked when you remove those vessels. I know this one in your purview, but the mosquitoes killing the staff here at the legislature. So send your crew to fumigate, please. Commissioner, real quickly, when was the last time the fees at DPNR were increased?
Which,
or have you been looking into?
it depends on which division, Senator. The most recent increase in any fees was 2 years ago, going on 3 now. Our building permits fee, rather than have a $1 per linear foot type of average, we changed the way that we do it to a percentage. So a building permit for a residential structure is 0.5% of the estimated cost. For commercial, it's 1%. So that led to a slight increase, but more consistent overall. If you're talking, for example, about like our mooring fees, that would be 2015.
Marine side. Let's go like your mooring fees, like where you were going just now.
2015.
2015.
15.
15?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the rate for, how do we average out the cost, the fee?
So the fee is based on a tiered schedule. It's $5 per linear foot per year for each recreational vessel. If you have a liveaboard, it's $10 per linear foot per year. And if you have a commercial vessel, you're doing charters, that is $20 per linear foot per year. So if you take a 50-foot boat and it's your personal recreational vessel, that person is paying $500 a year for the mooring. If that vessel is a commercial involved in the charter industry, then that would be $1,000 per year is what they're paying.
Well, Commissioner, you know, this is no secret, and I know you've been following it. You see the new fee structures from our neighbors?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I think it's time that we look into our zone as well to see where we could make some changes. So we that price ourselves out the market, but we could become compatible in the market, especially when it comes to our charter vessels and you know, our day-to-day sales and so forth. We really have to look into that and dig down deep, have some heart-to-heart conversations. You know, $5 and $10. I think we're way behind at this time. What's your thoughts on that?
It is something we have discussed, Senator. I would say I was around when we went from a flat $5 per foot that was the original fee when we were putting it up in 2015. That was a very painstaking process. I think
One minute.
a lot of people believe that, you know, we're now endangering, because most of those costs, even though they're business costs, are you pass them on to your customer, and so you know, it is already an expensive venture to rent or charter a vessel for the day. And so if any more costs go up, we just want to make sure that not we're creating a cost prohibitive market for
30
ourselves.
seconds.
Commissioner, the proposed fee by the neighbor went from 400 to 12,500. In some instances, it went from 800 to 24,000.
Yes.
And we here at 1,000 per year.
But
All
that's,
right, it's
that's
something
not
that we
for their
need
residents,
a hard
though,
cut.
Senator. That's not the fee for their residents,
Time.
though. Those are their non-resident structure.
Yes, foreign for the foreign vessels, but it went up on the non-resident as well too.
Time.
Not tremendously like that.
Correct.
It went up. Mr. Chair, if let's wrap up.
Continue.
Yes, Commissioner, real quick. As you improve on your enforcement as it pertains to the moorings, have we engaging in like some new form of electronic monitoring of these moorings out there? How many moorings do we own as the Virgin Islands government?
So we don't own the moorings. We basically are doing a space lease or rental to people to install their own moorings. But there's roughly 400 moorings installed across the territory. The department is engaged right now in a public-private partnership with the Virgin Islands Professional Charter Association, where they're going to install some day use and transient moorings. Some of them will be, the day use will be for free, the transient will have a fee that the Professional Charter Association will charge. And that's because we know the government does not have the manpower to sustain a large-scale mooring field, so we need a partner in order to do that.
So we should see some kind of increase in revenues in that department pretty soon, in that area.
And that has already taken place. There are a number of the transient moorings have been installed already. I know there's 4 in Sapphire. I believe there's 2 in Brewers Bay. So there's a number of them that have been installed already. And then those fees, we do have an annual agreement with the Professional Charter Association as well. The start, their preliminary period just to get them off the ground is $1,000 per year, but there's a 5-year escalator or revision that needs to take place once they've established themselves.
So all of these vessels that when I look out the legislature building, all of those are private moorings, or some are government or some are private? What is it?
They're all private moorings, Senator.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your answers.
We have a point of information. Senator Franklin Johnson, you may continue.
Good morning. Thank you very much again. Commissioner, on the line of questioning from my colleague, he asked about increases of any kind of sort, and you spoke about the increase on the permits. Am I right to say that? That's what you said, you had some increase?
Yes, on the building permits fees, yes.
And you said that the increase is based on the cost of the structure, the size of the structure?
Estimated cost of structure, yes.
Have you do any increase on the penalties in that same format based on the size of the structure? Because many times, folks, somebody might be building $1 million house and they do a violation after you guys red flag them, they proceed, and the fee might be, I don't know what the fee is, but if let's say the fee is $500, somebody that building $1 million house, $500 is nothing. But if that same process or concept is used based on the cost of the structure, the penalty would increase by a percentage. Then I think it would stop folks from violating that, building these, humongous homes.
So for that particular section, Senator, the way it works is that if you violate a provision, like let's say you undertook development activity without getting authorization. So for your mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and building all combined, the penalty on that is 7 times what you would have originally had to pay for that particular permit. It breaks down to 4 times for your building, like twice for your electrical, one extra time for plumbing, but all 3 together makes up about 7 times more. So you have to pay your actual fee, and then your penalty is your 7 time.
But that would be a standard rate for anybody that violates. Is it fair to say that?
Yes, for a development of a structure. No, when you come to for example, to the non-structural, but like undertaking clearing and those types of things without a permit, that's one of the things that we have to come back and actually we don't have to come, well, we have to come here for our earth change program. So our earth change program states that the violation of an earth change activity is $200 per day. For CZM, it is rules and regs. It says it can be as little as $2,000 per day, and then it maxes out at $10,000 per day. Our intention is to raise those 2 things to, it can be a minimum of $10,000 per day and then up to $50,000 per day.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Angel Boques, you're up for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Commissioner, you mentioned about $4 million in federal funds have been paused. Specifically to what projects or services associated with those funds?
Yes, so we recently received about close to $750,000 in biosecurity funding from the Department of Interior and the Office of Insular Affairs. And then we had another $3.25 million with our Inflation Reduction Act. That project is where we were doing the digitizing of our cultural archives. And then there was also a provision to make the Turnbull Library roof more resilient by putting in an additional layer of protection. And then there was another $750,000 that was going to UVI. Last year, they had a climate change conference for the legislature. And so they are also a sub-grantee for some climate action work.
So as of right now, they're paused indefinitely until further notice, or do you have a workaround?
We do not have a workaround. As of last week, when I checked in with Insular, they told me that the situation has not changed. I'm a little concerned because, again, the work on the roof of Turnbull is actually underway prior to the pause. So we need to get that particular portion paid. And then it's also had me cease pursuing or executing a contract or giving a notice to proceed until I know definitely that that money is available.
Okay, and through the chair to the commissioner, if you could forward the amount associated with the Turnbull roof to this committee, just so that we're aware of it. Thank you. Let's talk about coastal zone management. Since 2000, NOAA funding has remained at $1 million. It's 25 years later and no immediate change or fluctuation in the amount of money being available for that CZM annual NOAA funding grant. Could you tell me why that is?
Because the way it works is that there's a large-scale appropriation by the president's budget. So that typically is around 75 million. Sometimes we've seen it go up to 78 million. but then that is split amongst the 33 coastal states across the country.
Okay, okay, noted. Okay.
So it's a formula-based thing.
Okay. Concerning your permit processes, 1,184 permit applications have been processed since last year.
Sorry, that's a typo. That 1184 is just building applications. The total
Just
amount
building.
is
Okay.
3,079
3,079. Okay.
for that division.
Are you considering digitizing any of your permit?
So
Systems?
we launched our electronic application portal last September,
How's that going?
and that's going very well. We're down to about only 10% traffic in the offices now. So you upload your drawings as PDFs, everything. There's one more piece that we have to add on to the portal, but so the applicants will, once we complete the process in the online environment, they'll then be required to print a copy and have a copy of the drawings that are approved on the site. So they're not coming in with drawings and everything like that to us.
Well, I'm happy to hear about that, especially for the people of St. John who have had to historically travel over to St. Thomas in order to sometimes get this access. I mean, I know that you sometimes have employees come over and provide services, but that's a good plus, so I'm happy to hear that. Now, let's talk about operations a little bit, because you faced about a 21.8% decrease in your fiscal year budget since last fiscal year, because I believe you wanted more, but you got less than what you asked for.
We got, yes, so
So my question is, has that given you any significant, did you have to pivot because of this decrease? What are some of the things that you had to change
1 minute.
in order to utilize the budget that you received? What services or programs did we lose? Just sort of want to get a gist of that.
So it's not what we've lost, it's what we won't be able to do. And that is, most of our general fund budget is really servicing our division of libraries, archives, and museums. I've said this on numerous occasions, taxes fund libraries. And so
30 seconds.
you know, the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums receives almost 49% of our general fund allotment. 2.5 million of that goes into just salaries. We will not have, once the Turnbull Library is completed, like we only have 4 staff members to go in there. That's a huge building, a number of different portions of it. You know, when the Peterson Library is finished a year from now, we will not have the staff to open the Peterson Library unless what we're doing is shifting employees from the Florence Williams. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may continue.
Please continue.
Yeah, so unless we're shifting employees between facilities and having a rotational schedule on where or what will be open, we do not have the staff to man and open the 2 libraries simultaneously in St. Croix, and we will be severely short-staffed in the operations of the Turnbull Library when it's open.
And Mr. Chair, if I may
Please
wrap up.
continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. With that said, in addition to that, you also have had challenges filling IT positions in your department. And I feel that IT positions are critical positions in any department.
So no, Senator, we haven't had an opening for IT since I've been the commissioner. No.
Okay, I must be mixing you up with another testimony then. I apologize for that. But for most part, you're saying specifically the Division of Libraries, you will not have enough employees, in addition to the fact that you're down 50 employees overall, because ideally you would like 300 employees in the department.
Ideally, I mean, effective would be around 200, not 300. But we're at 158 right now, so we're down 42 employees.
Okay, very well. Okay, well, thank you. If I have any questions, I'll ask. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Commissioner, let's stick on the discussion about shortage, employee shortage, which the entire government is dealing with. If it's going to come to the point that we have to keep a new building closed, then we really need to. We need to juggle our workforce to make sure it opens and is staffed. What is the least amount of employees you would need for the libraries to stay open?
So in Florence Williams and in Peterson, because they're smaller facilities, I would say we can do a 5-day work week, but it would, like right now, what we're doing is Tuesday to Saturday so that we have the facility open on Saturdays. You need a minimum of 5 individuals in each. And again, you're starting with having, 2 employees come in the early morning, not really a whole lot of activity. You're adding people a little bit in the midday so that you stretch until 6 p.m., maybe 7 p.m. Is really what we want to get to. The Turnbull facility, however, is, it's a 40,000 square foot building. You need, the children's room by itself is the size of Peterson Library. So we have 2 individuals in there. It needs somebody dedicated to the computer room to be able to assist folks. You also need specialists because we have the Von Schilton collection in there, which is one of our older archives. So I would say, again, for Tuesday to Friday, just to be open, we're gonna need at least 7 individuals, and right now we have 4 staff.
7 for a 40,000 square foot facility?
That's minimum.
Hey, that's pushing it.
Correct.
This raises security concerns now.
And that's the reason why, you want to be around, like ideally there was a study that was done. I think ideally to properly operate the Turnbull Library, we're supposed to have 13 individuals in order for that to then be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. providing 6 days a week of service. You need 13 individuals.
Are the libraries currently staffed with security?
No.
So 7 o'clock, thank God, it's getting to be
So we only do 7 during this later months, the
lighter.
summer months.
Yeah, it's lighter during that time period, during the summer period. But, that's something. Given the recent break-in that we had downtown Christian said at the Florence Library, that is a concern now. We need to be sensitive towards security measures.
Yes.
So, and we have no funding for that, right?
No, not at least allocated. What you will see again in this year's coming budget cycle is we will once again submit a package that shows all of the needs for the library by itself.
As
or
a line item.
As the divisions, yes. Okay. And so, like the libraries, 4 facilities, a bona fide librarian in each facility, fully with all the subscriptions. Each subscription, the thing that allows you to take a book out, that is $40,000 per facility. So that by itself is already $160,000 just to be able to let people check out books. It's why we've been pushing our online platform of Hoopla. It allows people access to thousands or tens of thousands of materials. You just signing up for your library card, but the operation of these facilities and unfortunately, the only grant that we get from the federal government is a very small $100,000 a year that helps us cover our E-rate and stuff, our internet for the programming. And so it is not, there is not a lot or a large chunk that helps us cover on the operations.
So you've got a $100 million budget. The local government appropriates roughly $7 million, and our brief discussion on just the libraries, that's going to easily be another couple of million right there.
Right. The libraries, again, we could if I'm just doing libraries by themselves, probably around 5 million. But if I'm doing what the division is, libraries, archives, and museums, so that includes the 2 forts as well, that's going to be around 7.5 million.
Great. Got a point of information, Senator Avery Lewis. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Oriel, you
Yes, sir.
just talked a little bit about my question. Your online platform, Hoopla, you launched it last year,
Yes.
correct? Okay, on the record, could you tell the community how they could take advantage of Hoopla, how they could get access to it? I know it's not, it don't beat the actual experience of going in the library, but for now, let the community know how they could get involved with Hoopla.
Yes,
please.
so in the St. Croix district, you can come in, sign up for a library card at the Florence Williams Library. The staff is there Tuesdays through Saturdays. You can actually email in requests. Also, we've seen a few. We do some outreach activities, go to the schools and have them do library card signups. And I think we're planning something prior to the end of the year so that we can encourage the kids to be reading for the summer. In the St. Thomas district, it's primarily by emailing in someone from the Division of Libraries, since the library is currently closed.
All right, then sometime before you leave, could you just put that email or on the record so the public could have, so parents are listening, and I want them to be able to have access to this Hoopla and not lose opportunities.
Yes.
Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifier. Good morning to the people at the territory. Commissioner, you spoke about libraries, and you kind of staggered my mind back. The last time we were here, we spoke about the library in Christiansted, the Florence Williams Library, because it was not a handicap accessibility. There was some doors that was to be replaced. Have those jobs been completed thus far?
Yes.
So if I go there now, the door is going to open.
Yep. You can push the button to open it. You can push the button on the restroom facilities.
That's good news.
I know they've moved some of the cabling and wiring also. So
Thank you. Thank you for that, because as you know, one of your employees is challenged and was having a very difficult time entering. I always have to reach out to someone. So thank you for that. And the Peterson Library in Frederickstead, I ain't seen no movements on that library. What's the status of that?
So there was a delay because once we started to open up the building, we found some additional things that needed to be done that exceeded the cost of the PW and the cost of a normal amendment to a contract. We had to do something called a supplemental contract. So first, of course, you have to find the money. We found the money. We actually just executed the supplemental, I want to say maybe a week ago or so. But the contractor had already ordered some of the supplies knowing that the supplemental was underway. So we anticipate having that site starting back up relatively soon.
Any date in mind?
I haven't spoken to the contractor personally, but I can find out.
I want to ask you this question. If a homeowner is supposed to violate his boundary lines, and let's say went over his boundary lines and start doing construction, which will be on the next Boston property, what's the penalties for that?
It really depends on what zone that you're in. Again, if you're in the Tier 2 non-CZM zone, if all that has happened is clearing, again, the earth change violation is $200 per day.
Like, I think this project is more than just clearing. I think construction was done, putting up a wall, and somewhat of a business is being established there right now.
Yeah, so so that would be a combination of things. Particularly, it depends on whether or not they have a permit and exceeded the scope of the permit by going outside of the boundary lines, or if they did not have a permit at all, and that's where now you would pay 4 times the cost of what the permit would have been if it's like a wall that's been established.
And do you guys make them take it down?
So if somebody builds outside of their boundary line,
Yeah.
then you cannot get a permit to continue or move forward with us. You have to come into compliance and put it back where it's supposed to be.
I'm gonna have my office in St. Thomas reach out to you because we need to launch a complaint for someone that's been reaching out to me from St. Croix, but a couple of my colleagues on the island of St. Thomas, and I don't think they have gotten no action or no decision have been made, and it's pretty much interfering.
But so the question now becomes whether or not the construction activity is actually active, because if it's active, then that's failure to obtain a permit, or if it was issued, it's exceeding the scope of a permit. If this happened 3, 4, 5 years ago, then that is something outside because there's no permit activity to associate that with. That would now be a private party dispute based on them surveying the property and seeing.
Talking about court matter, I understand that. You spoke in your testimony about testing the beaches and 33 sites, and I don't think we're doing a good enough job informing the public of the beaches that are closed. From time to time, the entire boardwalk and that area, and sometimes Hotel and the Key, with all of the sewage that was going into that water, I rarely see any posters or hear much about it. How good is your team that is bringing that information out? I don't really hear it on the news, and I listen to the radio on average every day.
The boardwalk is not a location that's sampled as weekly beach sampling. The boardwalk is not an area where you have like traditional swimming or something.
Hotel and the Key.
Hotel on the Key, I'll have to look and see whether or not I can pull up this
1
week's.
minute.
But again, we sample the beaches on Mondays. The lab samples get into the laboratories on Tuesdays. We get the results on Thursdays, and then we put out the notices on Fridays in order for the public to make their decision about beaches.
And you put it out what? A consortium? Well.
We put it out both over press releases as well as over Facebook.
Okay. I'm going to listen out a little more because I really haven't heard them. And then
30
conversation
seconds.
is with the coastal zone now. And folks in Frederick said, trying to understand this. You get it going up white towards Dorsch Beach. There's more and more establishment being erected, and it's really close to the shoreline. We're trying to figure out how are these permits being allowed. Because I think it's what, 50 or 100 feet from the shore.
The Open Shoreline Act says there'll be no obstructions within 50 feet.
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I just...
You may continue.
And you said within 50, and then there's no access to the beach in those, I think it's about 3, 4 lots right across that are being developed, and those are new development going on right now.
So the Virgin Islands Code does not mandate a access way for a residential structure. So only if you're putting in a commercial structure and that there is no access reasonably within the area to the area that's being developed, does the code mandate that an access be provided for the public. So it's not every piece of shoreline across the territory that there is going to be a perpendicular access through somebody's property.
And to wrap up with this, this is no news to you. We've been losing our shoreline more and more. Water is coming up more and more. Have you guys came up with a decision to revisit that 50
Yes.
feet? And what's the status of that?
So the modeling is still being done because again, the areas are, so a few years ago, I want to say it was 2022, we put out what's called the Coastal Vulnerability Index, and that looked at all the shorelines across the territory, and it was telling you what areas are vulnerable for what impact, whether they be inundation, storm surge, flooding, seismic activity, and we have that map for the entire territory. We are losing more shoreline, and it's for two reasons. It's climate change itself. We have sea level rise, but then you also have a lot of impacts from flooding, and that is washing away shoreline coming from the landward side. So we have a number of watershed projects that we're undertaking right now where we're trying to put stormwater off of the streets and the channelized pavement, which makes it pick up speed and then be able to wash things out. And we're trying to put it into the green space, recharge our aquifers, and then in certain locations where we can identify collection as a climate resilient thing, like 2015 when we had the massive heat wave and we needed additional water for farming and things like that, we can identify areas of collection.
How soon can we see some changes in that measurement from that 50 feet? Because as we approve these permits for these new homes on the shoreline, they're still going under that code of the 50 feet.
Well, they're applying for it, no, but again, what we're doing is evaluating that also against all the new things that we have. So there are a couple of instances where, no, we've had to push it back to 75, and that's because the property tells us what's going on. Like you can tell from the vegetation line whether or not you're having a mix of saltwater and freshwater, if it's just saltwater, and if it's those things, you actually push it back because you're telling the owner this is going to be in a problem. The minute you put a shovel in the ground, you're going to be in the water table, that kind of thing.
All right, thank you very much for that. And I just hope that your agency really stay aggressive on that, because with shoreline being eroded and that 50 feet from shoreline to where your structure can be, those numbers are not necessarily true anymore. With the amount of shoreline that, especially on the island of St. Croix, on the south shore and on the western side, there's a lot of erosion going on where, I don't know if you saw the house on the south side that it's just about ready to go in the seawater. That's down Carlton Road, not Carlton, Carlton Road. If you go down on the Carlton Road, there's a property that you could have pretty much drive a car behind of it. Today you could barely walk behind it at home. Yeah. So I see that happening, and I just hope that we pay close attention to not allow folks to just continue building way down on our shoreline. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Oyo, it's interesting that this discussion is about shoreline right now, because we had a big protest about a year ago in Frederickstead in reference to someone placing boulders on their property, and the community got incensed about the accessibility to the beach. What's been done since then? I know, it was handled by the people, and we're trying to make sure that everyone understands the law so that we could avoid something like this from happening in the future. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, so the problem is that the community doesn't know the law. I mean, it really, when a parcel is owned by a private individual, right, the Constitution protects that person's life and property, right? And we have provisions in our code that say that, hey, accessing the shoreline is a right of the people, but it specifically states that that's not on every residential or any residential property whatsoever. And so, because I traditionally used to walk through this area all my childhood and all of that stuff, and then now somebody owns the property and decide to build, that doesn't mean that I continue. The word is trespass. So a property owner who comes and puts boulders, and what they were trying to do is protect their property from people parking on it. But they weren't restricting people from being able to walk across or anything. They just didn't want people to park on it. But the problem that we have is a lot of people believe they know exactly what the Open Shoreline Act says, and unfortunately, we're misinterpreting what it says. Even the frontage where the front 50 feet shall be free of obstructions, that does not mean that you get to walk perpendicular to that 50-foot area unless there is a deeded access easement for that purpose. And so we have done, or we we will need to do a better job in terms of educating the community as to what the Open Shoreline Act truly says, and make sure that people are going to the access things that have, in fact, are there for the public. But it's not every inch of beach area is open freely to the public at all. It's not.
Thanks for that clarification, because that is an issue that's ongoing, and it's important that we educate the public so they know what they can and cannot do.
We used to have signs across the territory. They were blown away in the storm. I think one of the things, I mean, again, we're living in a world of what we would like to do, but limited access to funds and things like that. But we used to have marked where certain beach access points are, and then allowing people. The other thing that we have to do too is it's not enough to just have your access way marked, like pedestrian or what have you. If you don't have parking associated with it, also at least a little bit, like those are the types of things that we have to see where we can get creative, maybe purchase easements or something that would allow us to fix up a space for, 8 or 9 cars or something like that. But, coastal property is very expensive.
So, on that note too, we could currently provide this information on the computer, actually. You talked about signs. That could be noted with some signage from your department, so that if I need to go online to see whether or not this piece is residential or commercial, it would show me and it'll tell me. But in the absence of that, waiting for you guys to put up signs, then it's going to be, again, knowledge, and we don't have the knowledge that you have. So put it online for right now. It's the least expensive, and that way in the future, if there's an action, someone could go on and say, hey, look, it's right here. It shows that this is a residential property, so they have the right to do what they're doing, as opposed to a commercial where they have to provide an easement.
Correct.
We don't know.
But that's the thing, is that I understand where you're getting from, Senator. Like where it's commercial or not commercial is more in the records on the lieutenant governor's side. But you won't know also, like, the idea is to let people know where they can go. Just because it's commercial doesn't mean you can walk through it either. Like, it has to be developed in order for that access easement to be mandated as well. There are several provisions related to that, but we can identify the areas where people can legally access.
That would be helpful. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for her 6 minutes. And one other sec. The chair also recognized 3 senators: Senator Milton Potter, Senator Carla Joseph, and Senator Kenneth Giffens. Non-committee members, please, Senator James, please continue with your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, colleagues, everyone inside the room and outside the room. Commissioner Oriel, I really like that property lesson that you just provided, and I'm hoping that a lot of people realize that we can't get inflamed, because that's the only word I can think of, because we have a tendency to go from inflamed to flame, especially on the island of St. Croix, that the Constitution, in fact, the Constitution of the United States recognizes property rights of individuals. And that's very important, because none of us, even if we don't live, those of us who do not live near a beach understand that if somebody comes on our property, we say that they're trespassing. But at the same time, we need to, as you said, find a way to secure easements one way or the other, so that our people can, in fact, access. I do want to say this, that we also have to be kind to property owners, because I know that a lot of times Mrs. Claire Roca in Frederick said has been very generous with the public with the Dorsch Beach. And sometimes she gets cursed out by people. And to me, it's so fortunate that we have somebody from here who owns beachfront property. And I have to say that, because there are instances where she's been abused by our own people who don't even know her. So I want to move on from that, though, and say to you that I'm concerned about the employees of DPNR, just in terms of federal funding. I had gone through and I saw that you have fish and wildlife, coastal zone management, environmental enforcement, and comprehensive and coastal zone planning. Those employees in that section are 100% federally funded. And then I think environmental protection is 75% federally funded. And then I saw in your testimony where you spoke about new employees coming on. Are those new employees locally funded or federally funded?
They're both, Senator.
Both? Do you have any concern about the 100% federally funded positions in terms of what's happening nationally, or are we secure?
I don't have a lot of concern, Senator, on what we call our cooperative agreements, which these are acts that have been passed by Congress for years and years, and taxes is what actually pays. So, Dingell-Johnson Act is where we get the money from taxes that fund all of the fish and wildlife programs. The CZMA is another program that's where we get funds to enact our CZM program. Those are things that are codified in law, and then there is an appropriation. Some of them are up for reauthorization. Like the Coastal Zone Management Act is up for reauthorization right now. So during the first Trump administration, I was a whole lot more nervous because I actually watched him recommend $0 for a couple of our programs.
Yeah.
But what we also recognize is that the coastal communities make up significant voting districts in this country. And so the Congress, who has to now respond to their constituents, I don't think that they could ever zero fund these programs. But yeah. I mean, they didn't before. They've been level funded for the last 25 years. And so, that's how we're still seeing average between 1 million to 1.2 on CZM.
Yeah. Okay.
The EPA is, clean air, clean water. When you divvy it up, our program gets about 2 million a year for that, which we have to provide a 10% match on. So the EPA can't be in every jurisdiction to execute clean air and clean water provisions themselves. So they do cooperative agreements with states and territories for us to enact those things.
When it comes to the way the programs are funded, is that
1 minute
advance to DPNR or is it reimbursement?
It's primarily reimbursement.
Yeah, the reason I am a little concerned about that because of your statement that some of it says recently departed were new grant specialists whose responsibilities included processing reimbursements or advances to the GVI. That's a little concerning, don't you think?
Correct. It definitely creates a delay because
30 seconds.
Again, when you put in for your reimbursements, you're submitting reports to people. They have to verify the reports before they execute. What we found is that there are a number of programs across the country really now that persons who may have been contractors for 6 or 7 years, but now they were brought on board as full-time staff. And that's what you saw, if Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
That's true.
So what we're seeing is that there is an impact because now that person that was there and assigned to the Virgin Islands, they just became, some of them had just become permanent employees of the federal government, and they were in their probationary period, and now they've been
And
released.
they've been released, yeah.
And so that work is now compounded upon other existing staff, and it's not just for us, it's for several states and territories and that sort of thing.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up on that question, though? Please, thank you. So are we going to do a second round? You know,
We'll
okay,
see.
no, it's just a quick statement. Commissioner Oriel, I'm going to follow up on the money questions when I'm in the finance committee. That's what I'll do. But I just want to remind you that I will be seeing you in May to go over the comprehensive land and water use plan, because that's under my jurisdiction. But I want to say that it took us 55 years to get a plan. In 1970 was when the legislature passed. And then in 1987, Governor Farley mandated that we have to have a plan. That's 55 years, and then 38 years ago. So we have a plan, but we need to implement the plan. And I know you don't know where you will be 2 years from now. I don't know where I'll be 2 years from now. So you and I have 2 years to get some of this plan implemented. So I'll see you in May. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oriel, as you know, and I commend you and your team for being successful of getting through this comprehensive land and water use plan. That was a yeoman's effort. Congrats. What was the dollar amount that you anticipated would take to implement this plan?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We really didn't have a dollar amount specifically because we have an implementation matrix which shows the different activities that we need to get to. But a lot of this will be how the islands developed as well. The things that we can control primarily are going to be the updates on the regulatory side of things. And right now, we actually have a contract in processing to start some of those regulatory updates this year. We know that the things that we can attack right away are going to be some of like the penalty provisions. You know, $75 for a zoning violation doesn't make sense. So we're currently going to have additional legal support to assist us, and you know, a number of the staff, we've been here for a long time, and we've identified some of those things right away. The other thing that we are looking to do is the CDBG MIT program that's being administered by VIHFA. They have an apportionment that's laid out for planning. I already have my staff talking to CDBG folks, the VIHFA folks, because we're the planning agency for the territory, and therefore we believe that we should get a good chunk of that money and allow us, and we have the implementation matrix that assists us in making our application to them, and we're looking for a subaward from them.
So what is the number?
Right now, we're asking for $5 million to start.
And what's the number for the possible implementation of the plan?
It will vary.
50 million, 100 million, I mean, 5 million?
Again, the government's portion on that, Senator, is unknown because it goes to how we develop. So if we do make certain changes on, let's say, for example, more flexibility in our height requirements. So right now, most of the territory is limited to about 3-story, or if we say, particularly for public housing, we want to allow 5 or 6-story. That will come at a cost, but that's difficult to project out because I can't tell you what construction costs are going to be 3 years from now. But from a planning perspective, that doesn't, all we have to do is like put together that piece on the planning document side that says these zones here, these specific locations for public housing, we're going to allow up to 5 or 6 or 7 story. And that's what that portion is what will come at a cost to us.
The only reason I was pushing it a little bit was because I've got a master's degree in urban planning, so I wanted to understand what the number is, because people they don't seem to understand that planning comes with a dollar amount. It's just not, here's a plan and that's it. It's like building a home. You have the plan and there's a cost estimate for building this house. We have not mentioned what that cost is for our comprehensive land and water use. And that is something the public should know at some point. This is gonna cost us roughly X number of dollars. No one is mentioning what that dollar is.
So again, while I understand, if you're planning a specific thing for build out, like, and it's all in one project, you can come up with a dollar figure for that. Like if you have a 100-acre subdivision, you can come up with that. What we're talking about is the redevelopment. So if I had to put a cost on it, it's gonna be the $15 to $20 billion that we're doing the recovery of the territory with. And that will be implementing the things that we approve, the changes that we approve with those capital projects.
And that would be why I am pushing it so much, because we have $23 billion of federal funds. If we implement what's stated in your plan, plus what the needs are, we could cover some of those. They could cover the cost that the local government won't have to come up with.
Correct.
So that's why I was asking. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph for his 6 minutes. Senator, please.
Good morning. Good morning to the people in the territory. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to everybody here at the legislature.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. First question I have for you, we were speaking earlier about boats and employees. My question would be is, who monitors the waste for the boats that's moored here in the territory?
So currently, we do not have a system for that. One of the things that we are trying to do right now is pass legislation or have a rule and reg that will mandate that all the marinas in the territory that have over a certain amount of slips will have to have or provide pump out access facilities. And because right now there's only maybe 1 or 2 functional pump out facilities for the territory, and that is not adequate for a territory that has 3,000 vessels, and we figure at least 15% of those have holding tanks.
Okay, so outside of pumping out stations, so we have anything else in place that maybe in a X amount of days you have to be able to go out at sea or?
So the law states that if you do not pump out at a facility, you have to go out to the 3-mile limit, the 3-mile marker, and be in general waters. However, based on the cost of fuel, I could say that that probably rarely happens.
Well, then my next question, so actually when it comes to the monitoring, so we don't really have a paper trail to say, well, we have, you said a while ago, maybe 3,000 boats, you know. So we don't have anybody for sure knowing, well, this boat been parked there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We don't have no documentation.
So we have documentation. One of the things we require when somebody is registering their vessel is to tell us whether you have a holding tank or not. So we do have records of registered vessels here in the territory, whether or not they have a holding tank. It's difficult to mandate that you have to show documentation of pumping out when you don't have pump out facilities. So we can't make one thing contingent on the other because there's no access to those. We've been trying to work with the Waste Management Authority to be able to create some locations where we can tie into a lift station and then people would be able to pump out. We're thinking about this on a much larger global, putting these in across the territory. And we have a small team that's just dedicated to figuring that out right now.
But no date set for at least the first trial?
No, Senator, because again, There is right now, there is no access facility for that.
Thank you for the answer. Our cargo trailers, which are now being used to build residential homes, it's all approved just to stay in the metal face on our beachfronts?
So no, so when you get a permit to convert a trailer into a residence, it does come with some special conditions about having some exterior paneling that's put on to make it, to not have it look like a cargo trailer.
Okay, question on that one. Do we have a time limit for them to come in compliance with leaving the metal at its bare state?
They won't get a certificate of occupancy unless they do it. It's in the, so in order for you to get your main power from WAPA, not your construction meter off, you have to get a certificate of occupancy. If you're not abiding by the special conditions, then you won't get a certificate of occupancy.
Then I traversed the La Bali beachfront, and I know you got individuals living in these trailers that still at the metal stage. So I think you need to have your personnel go out and give it a check.
Will do, Senator.
Okay. Your agency has very technical positions. Are you developing any work development type program to train or retain individuals?
Yeah, so our biggest thing is actually getting as many technical people on board as possible. We work very well with the university, particularly the master's program. So we've been working with the university, and where we can fill a need for the students while they're in their studies portion, and then we get them to graduate and come back to us. We also have a number of individuals who work for us and are getting their higher education at the university, and so we're building our capacity for those scientific technical bases through that.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Beyond needing legislation to increase penalties, do you need any legislation to effectively carry out your mandates of the Department?
There are going to be some areas, Senator, where like some clarification is going to be necessary, or maybe some updates. One that, for example, was discussed in the 33rd legislature, however, it was not passed, was right now the CZM Act says that anything that's $75,000 or less is a minor permit in CZM. Mr. Chair, if I may, that 75,000 is from 1978. So we need to put honestly, we should not be using a dollar figure to determine what's major or minor, but until that is solved, that number should be changed, because 75,000 barely builds steps in today's market. So,
thank you for your answer, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
The chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 6 minutes. I stand corrected. We have a point of information. Senator Maurice James, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point goes to the containers. You said they need to have a panel on the exterior?
yeah, anytime somebody's going to use it as a residence, not as storage.
No, I know. Where did that come from? I mean, what was the reason for that?
It's aesthetics.
Yes, I was. Yes.
Just aesthetics.
Yeah.
That's it.
The code
because
alone.
I've seen some beautiful ones in the States where there was no paneling on the outside. Beautiful with the paint. So, I mean, somebody decided paneling would make it look better?
Well, it's, because you can do concrete panels, like I don't know if a perfect example is in the Damara area, right, Frenchtown, just past the Puma gas station in Frenchtown in St. Thomas. There's a 2-bedroom trailer that's there. It was a spec home for HFA. Nobody
you're not
knows
going to convince me about putting something over it, only because for me, aesthetically, I've seen beautiful ones where there was no paneling put, just the paint, and that's all. I was just wondering if there was a reason why. So it's just aesthetics.
Aesthetics.
All right. And you said I should visit and look for one in St. Thomas. You could tell me where, and I'll take a look. But I've seen beautiful ones without the panels. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Alma Heiliger. Please continue. You with your 6 minutes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I would like to welcome everyone. I would like to welcome the testifiers. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the people of this territory and the staff.
Morning, sir.
I wanted to just, morning, dear. I wanted to quickly follow up on one of my colleagues had asked about a container down by a beach, because I did see it there and I saw some footage as well in St. Croix. And I think what he's asking, and I didn't get a direct answer, he wanted to know if somebody gets a permit in order to construct and build out a container as a home, is there a time limit that they have to complete it by? Because say if they got a permit to do it, does it have a deadline to be done within 6 months? Does it have a deadline to be done in 9 months? Because I think what is happening with that particular project, the person just put down the trailers and left them there. And they're not aesthetically pleasing, but there was no real type of continued work on them. And I think that's what we're trying to get at. Is there a deadline to finish these types of projects?
Senator, what the law says is that once you begin construction, you must continuously construct until completed. That if you pause, after 120 days, I believe, is the building permit provision, then your permit becomes null and void. And you would have to come back to the department to get that permit reissued. But so once you start building, you have to continuously construct until you complete it, unless you get an extension.
And then if the person just pauses and just doesn't do anything and is just sitting there,
So
what do you guys do in a situation like that?
I mean, in a case like that, where that person now does, if it's supposed to be a residence, then they're not going at the end of the day to get connected and get their full-time power. They're just be on a construction meter, which costs them more money to be on.
Okay, I think what we're trying to get at, I am a supporter of container homes. I want to build one, but I think when we're dealing with our beaches and you see something like that down on the beach and people are going by, it's not aesthetically pleasing that they're just sitting there and unfinished. And I think that's what we're trying to figure out, that with these types of projects, how do we get them to fruition and finalize so they could at least look a little decent when they're done? I wanted to ask a question in regards to what the positions that were cut. What do you guys do when you cut these positions that you need? Because you were saying you need at least 200 people, but when you cut people, what do you guys do to make up for that situation, the positions?
So, Senator, it's not so much cutting positions as opposed to not being able to fill vacant ones. So,
okay,
like you still have a need, and you have a listing that shows this is still our need, but it's zero funded until we can identify where the appropriate funding source for that is.
So, with your need, when we're in we're about to deal with the budget cycle, so if you have a need, how do you express that you need funding for all of these positions, so we could know that, hey, we need to make sure, even if we fund half of them or whatever the case is, how do you make sure that we are aware of this? Because I was looking at and noticing, like, out of the 158 employees, I only saw like 2 positions posted online, and you said you needed 200. How do you basically let people know? Because if you need these positions and you're saying they're unfunded, or either you have to find people to fund them, how do you let people know that? And are you planning on making sure that we're aware so we could fund some of these positions?
Yes, Senator. So what we have done, particularly for libraries, archives, and museums over the last few years is, again, we receive what our ceiling is based on the budget. But we express that not only to the Office of Management and Budget while we're creating the budget packages, but I can say for the last 2 fiscal years in a row that I have submitted specifically to the Committee on Finance what the needs for the libraries have been. So I do know that last year our ceiling, if you will, was 6.7 million. There was a revision by the Committee on Finance. They increased that to about 7 million. But, you know, again, that is a couple of individuals, not, you know.
Okay.
So the thing for us right now is that we know not every facility is going to be open simultaneously right now because they're being worked on. But we're trying to now set up so that I know in FY26, one of these buildings is going to come back online, and whether or not the budget exists for me to be able to fill that.
Okay. Mr. Chair, could I wrap up with my final question, please?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Mr. Oriole, what I want to ask, we are, in the District of St. Thomas, St. John, we seem to be very limited with space land-wise, and your department is very critical in regards to that with build-out. And we did do the land and water use plan, and because of some of the legislation I'm bringing forward, I had to do quite a bit of research on our own code with how the laws are written, how many houses could go on the size of a lot. And one of the things in my research I found, like, for example, the state of Texas, they were having a housing crisis. And what they did is they reduced the size of the lot that a house could be built on. And instantaneously, just by doing that, more houses could have been built on parcels, and their housing issue basically faded away because they could build more houses based. Do you think that is something that we really need to start looking at as a way of assisting us in trying to deal with the fact that we're limited with land at the moment here, specifically in the island of St. Thomas, St. John? And also, in some of these zones, people can only go up 2 stories. Do you think we should adjust so people can go up 3? Because if you don't have the land mass, going up 3 stories still gives you the square footage, and you could maximize what you need to maximize. Because I have to start looking at how we're preserving not only our land, but able to utilize it so we could get the housing we need. What are your thoughts?
So, simple answer to your question, Senator, is that the Senate has already been increasing density through the amnesty program that they've approved a couple of times, which is infilling underneath, and now people are getting three family versus 2 family for what the restriction is. So we've already been doing it over the last 10 years or so. I don't have a problem with increasing density vertically in residential areas to 3-story, but the caveat is you gotta be able to provide parking on your property, not on the street, to be everybody else's problem, and you have to make sure that you install a new septic system, because the existing septic, municipal septic system right now only extends to about 33% of the territory, which means the remainder is on septics. And if you have these old septic systems that were built for 2-bedroom homes, and then now you're putting 6 bedrooms in them, you need to increase your septic capacity so that it's not running off into your neighbor's yard. So you got to address parking, and you have to address septic capacity. The majority of our lots are R2. They're 10,000 square feet. That's not a lot of room. Like, it really isn't. So I don't know about shrinking the size of an R2 zone lot, but if you can go up to 3 stories and provide all the necessary parking ancillary services, then it's something that we should look at standardizing as opposed to making an exception for later on.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
You're welcome. To that point, there's 2 other issues to consider: traffic congestion, and also the cost of insurance will skyrocket because you're adding more value to the property. So there's a lot of things that people should consider when
Well, again, we've already been doing it for 10 years, Senator, right? And, you know, when we first did the amnesty bill, the idea was to, because of the cost of insurance and those types of things, people wanted to be able to rent out a room to help offset some of the costs that they already have. Insurance is already through the roof.
It's going to go up even more when you add it.
And it goes up every day because all these underwriters are just canceling and saying we're not available, right? So it's going to cause people who have a mortgage to need a way to pay the increased costs. And then most people who don't have a mortgage are saying, I'll take my chances, right? So but we've done it. The problem that happened the last time we did it was that we went from, 15 years ago in the first iteration that ran for about 4 years, we were doing it to give rentals to our people. Now we're seeing people doing Airbnb with it, and that doesn't solve the housing issue.
Senator Noville Francis Jr., your point of information, Senator Maurice James. She keeps doing that to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I agree with my colleague who just spoke about the need for housing, and we have to find creative ways. I noticed on a property on St. Croix that let me say this, because I just came from a housing summit in Boston, and what they're doing is they're increasing the ADUs, accessory dwelling units, in order to help with the housing shortage. Now, I saw a property on St. Croix where I saw 2 little cottages built. They're beautiful, and I'm just wondering if there's the main dwelling, and then there are the 2 small, beautiful cottages, I'm going to call them, where people are occupying them because family members. But I noticed that they're within the setback area. So I'm going to ask you as a commissioner of DPNR, when it comes to those types of units, is that permissible under our law?
No, setbacks are hard no's. They're in law and there's no discretion either. With the, if there was a structure that was created prior to the zoning law and in the setback, then there is some grandfathered clauses. But no one will be able to create a structure, and accessory use or other, in the setback. The code is very clear about what is or is not allowed in the setback.
Okay, I know this is a matter of enforcement then, but I'm going to tell you that they are beautiful. So I wouldn't want to see them knocked down myself. Just letting you know, as a senator, we need to find a solution to these types of situations. And on that note, I noticed that, so I cannot build a generator building, a garage, or a shed within the setback area. That's causing a lot of problems with a community that needs to have that space used. And I've seen in the United States where I've seen sheds and garages right next to the boundary lines. Is that something that we can work on as a Senate, as a legislature? Because you said a hard no. You're not open to that?
I mean, so by law, it says you're not allowed to have structures. There's only a limited amount of things that are allowed. an actual building, whether it's housing a generator or garage or something like that, is not something that is allowed within that frontage.
Right.
That 10-foot, 15-foot setback, depending on your zoning. So we would have to comprehensively look at that
Yes,
to
okay.
see whether or not we would adjust and see like an accessory structure can in fact be on the setback line.
But you do know that that's being violated every single day in the Virgin Islands.
So, and again, it is a struggle when it's associated with a development, an ongoing development. Like, we have a lot more enforcement capabilities of being able to deal with that. If it's something that, you know, somebody puts up and we don't get notified or we didn't see it, and then it becomes after the fact, it's much, much more difficult for us to handle that, because again, the process for enforcing a zoning violation is just completely out of date right now.
And that's, thank you, Mr. Chair, but that's something that we definitely have to address in our planning of when we look at the comprehensive land and water use plan. That's on my agenda, because we need to address the housing shortage, and we need to address that maybe the density needs to be increased in certain areas, because the practice has been, our people have already been doing it. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm for it, by the way. I don't want to say I'm not for it, if done correctly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're
Point
welcome.
of-
The chair recognizes Senator Francis Heiliger for your point of
Thank you.
information.
I was sitting here very happy listening to my colleague, and I currently am working on the legislation for ADUs, tiny homes, as well as density. So it was like, if you want to work with me, I am all open for it, because I recognize the need in our community to allow for these types of things legally to exist. And one of the things in my research I was doing when it came to density is several states allow for individuals to purchase density on their property. And when I say purchase density, for example, you have a half an acre and you have 2 houses on it, but you have correct parking, you have this, but you still have 15,000 square feet open that could be utilized. And in some states, they allow you to come in, whether some was $5,000, some charge you $10,000 that you would pay to buy density on your property to build another structure. So that's something we were also looking at, because we have to start maximizing our property here in the territory, because we're running out of land. And that's just our reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
The chair recognizes Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Thank you very much,
For your
Mr.
6 minutes.
Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifier, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Congratulations on your first hearing, Mr. Chair. You're being initiated.
Thank you.
And you're doing a good job. Thank you. Commissioner Oreo, morning.
Oh, honey.
How are you doing, sir? So, let's take care of a little bit of course, financial issues as the chair of Budget Appropriations and Finance. Have you received all of your budget allotments for this year thus far?
Yes.
What about vendors payment? Where are you with your vendors payment? Are you up to date? So do you have a delta?
I know we have a delta. I don't know. I don't know what it is currently, because we actually had a very robust check run this past Thursday.
Okay,
Where
can you get back to us on that?
yes.
I too am very concerned about the federal programs, because of course, DPNR have a lot of federally funded programs there, but you have allayed my concerns, because in fact you said that you only had 1 or 2 that have been paused thus far, and certainly in addition to that, I wanted to ask you whether or not you have a contingency plan if in fact there is some challenges in regards to your federal programs.
So No, I mean, the money that is paused right now is project money. So the key thing for us is the one portion of that project that we have started, or the two pieces that we have started, are the additional resilience on the Turnbull Library roof. So we will, if this somehow gets canceled, we're going to make the payment, whatever the portion on that is. The other one was a sub-grant to the University of the Virgin Islands. And again, we have clauses in those sub-grants that say it's always subject to the availability of funding because it is being provided through a federal award. So, but in terms of our operations grants, it would take an act of Congress to not fund these programs. And we have to, I don't, if that's the case, if they don't fund them, then, you know, we're gonna see lawsuits canned on from a lot of the states as well.
No problem. And obviously you also made mention, or you do have some federal partners that you said have either opted to retire early under that plan, or in fact have been removed. And obviously, you're developing new relationships so that you can continue to see the flow of the federal monies, I would suspect.
Yes, and a lot of them are actually, the responsibilities have been transferred to people that we've already been doing business with.
Earlier in the question, you spoke about the increase of the 75,000 on the major minor coastal zone permits, and we do have the amendment to increase that. We were increasing it to $1 million. Do you believe that that's sufficient?
I mean, overly, yeah. Honestly, I don't believe it should be a dollar value. I think we have to come up with criteria that is more environmental in nature and not a dollar value. But $1 million is, like, if we were to do a CPI inflation, which is what the rules and regulations call for, and if that provision had been in the code and not in the regs, then if we applied a CPI inflation 75 in 1978 to now, that number is closer to about 300,000, if I'm not mistaken. So $1 million would definitely cover.
Good. Mooring fees. You spoke about the mooring fees, and we increased that back in 2015. And you know the blows we went through to increase those mooring fees. Have you seen any significant increase in collections in regards to mooring fees?
Yes, collections have doubled as a result, because we went from, again, $5 per linear foot for our charter vessels to 20. So it's originally it tripled, but then we had the storms, and then we lost a significant number of vessels. And so we've kind of doubled our amount from where we were in 2015.
Okay. So we're doing better than our partners, a little bit, our neighbors, because of course they talk about even 5,000% increase in some instances where they're moving from 400 to 12.5, and then in some instances from $800 to $24,000.
Yes.
So what we got to be obviously cautious of is that we don't see where once they increase their fees, that we see all of these charter boats now moving into our jurisdiction. So we need to ensure that we're doing proper enforcement. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Real quickly, in regards to the whole blue economy, though, I know that there was some mention about increasing our mooring fees by the clock moving fast. Slow it down a little bit. By 125 more moorings. Have we done that yet, or you?
So that's where VIPCA is right now. I think they've installed about 40 of them, and we're still pushing them. There was some issues, I think, with their contractor. Okay. And the availability of materials a while back. So I think that as soon as the season kind of dies down a little bit, we're going to see more installation.
So, Chairman, I got about 2 or 3 more questions, if I may just continue.
Please.
Thank you. Commissioner, the Cross Lagoon project that we had provided some funding for some time back, where are we with that?
So we did a charrette with the community. We actually received the plan what that looks like in mid-December. And then right now, I think what we're waiting on is the A&E specifically for the ramp, because we want to start with facilitating ingress and egress from that location. But we do have an overall, like a vision document where things will be located, and then we're just finalizing the A&E so we can put that project out to bid.
And there was some conversation about getting the Port Authority to support and assist us with what was that, the designer?
The designer, yes.
Okay.
So Moffitt and Nickel, who does the designs for Port Authority, they're the architects on this. They're the ones providing the A&E.
Okay. And in respect to your electronic building permits, have you seen any significant improvement in regards to, again, the processing of building permits?
Yes, so much improved. We actually get a lot of thank yous from the public because, again, they're also tracking their applications. The difficulty that we have is just like the ones that were submitted in the office right before we went electronic, like keeping the pace up and closing those out. But the community has sent a lot of kudos to the team for implementing their responsiveness and being able to set up your inspections and everything in the online environment has been something everybody is very appreciative of.
Very well. And my final question, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the leniency, is in regards to, do you see yourself as the city planner, even though you're the commissioner of DPNR, or do you believe that we need to have a separate and distinct position called the city planner? And the reason why I thought about that was after you mentioned the fact that we have, as we contemplate this whole comprehensive land and water use plan, is that we have almost $20 billion to spend on it. Do you believe that we need a position that's termed city planner with the ultimate responsibility of planning city, or do you believe you as commissioner should fill that role?
So, you know, the first time you asked me that, Senator, I had to think about it a little bit. What we, you know, and I don't know that I have a good grasp on yes or no. I mean, by law, I'm the zoning administrator and all of that, but one of the things that we did do and ask our consultants to provide is a list of like key personnel that is absolutely necessary in order for us to properly implement the like moving forward changes with the plan. And so they of course, they identified needing more planning staff, needing GIS personnel as well, because again, we live in a very digital environment, and being able to depict and show people what your build out scenarios are is things that they did. So I would say that the commissioner being the city planner, okay, but then you would have to have the deputy planner, right? So using the example of the State Historic Preservation Office, I am the State Historic Preservation Officer for the territory. Sean Krieger is the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. He's the technical expert that serves as my advisor. And I would say that we could probably do that as well. Right now, Leah Laplace is my advisor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
You're welcome. You know, on that vein, Commissioner Oriel, enforcement would seem to be a more practical use. You know, I know it would be nice to get an urban planner or a city planner, but you know, enforcement is really what I see your department of lacking. The fact that now we have a land and water use plan, comprehensive land and water use plan. We need to start implementing it and then enforce the measures that's inside. That's what's going to be important. That's what's going to generate the revenues for this government. That's what's going to add order to the plan. You don't think that's a very important element?
So I would say that, you know, again, the expectation that we're everywhere is, right, like we can't be. One of the things that we've implemented is something called TIP 411, and it is an online, anonymous, like the public notifies us of, hey, we see this development taking place. Could you guys please investigate this? This doesn't look like it's on the up and up. And so we're using the eyes and ears of the public to assist us in that, because we know we can't be everywhere. The thing on the zoning side, again, is the outdated penalty structure. We issue a lot of non-compliance orders for zoning violations all the time. The problem is that they are not, the structure by law is not set up for us to handle them administratively in the office. It says that after I give 2 non-compliance orders, I then have to send it to the Attorney General's office to be able to prosecute that. So if we were to change that, or when we change that and put all those processes and procedures in-house, then we'll be much more effective on the zoning side. And then just on the development side overall, again, we absolutely need more people on boots on the ground just surveilling, but every time an inspector goes out every day, part of their job is not only to follow up on the application that they're reviewing, but to surveil the area that they're going to make sure that things are taking place on the up and up. And we also investigate any complaint that's lodged in the department as well.
Thank you for that response, Commissioner. The chair recognizes Senator Milton Potter for his 6 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to you, Commissioner Oreo. Commissioner, you mentioned needing approximately 42 additional staff members to reach your full efficiency. Which specific divisions face the most critical staffing shortages?
I would say that the 2 are the libraries, archives, and museums, because again, we can't open facilities without those personnel. And then also my division of environmental protection, because there are programs right now where people are doubling up to review, as opposed to if we had more personnel, we would not have to have one person doing work in 3 different programs.
Okay. And so it is significantly impacting your regulatory responsibilities.
I would say significantly, but it definitely, there is an impact. We're not optimal.
Could you elaborate? Could you elaborate on the $4 million in paused federal funding? Which specific climate change and biosecurity projects are affected?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, we received a grant for $3 million for Inflation Reduction Act, and that had a lot to do with climate. And what we did was a 3-part or a 2-part really proposal. One of them focused on the resiliency of our archives. So that was the money that's going to go towards digitizing and cleaning and digitizing the archives. And then also putting in a secondary layer of protection on the roof of Turnbull Library, because we do have some important archival information in there. The second project was the university developing some continued climate outreach products. And so last year when they met with the 35th legislature down at the 13D building and did some climate change working sessions with you all, like that was funding that was provided by the department as well for that. And then we have some new funding that had just been awarded to us at the end of the calendar year last year, where the Office of Insular Affairs is really trying to have the offshore territories focus on biosecurity, and all of the awards that were issued to us probably somewhere along the lines of like 700 to 750,000. Those have all been paused as well.
Oh, I remember attending the cybersecurity initiative, not cybersecurity, but the climate change educational session that you provided for members of this body, and I think it was just very, very informative, and it's sad that funding for initiatives such as that would be negatively impacted. In the event that funding isn't restored, do you have any contingency plans?
No, Senator. I mean, again, what we'll do is we're going to make sure we know the roof implementation on Tomball is in process right now, so we will pay that. We would have to notify the university that that we, have to suspend the program due to the funds being suspended in terms of the subaward that we gave them. And then we won't be able to execute the contract for the digitization on the archives, and we'll have to look for, I guess, a different pot of funding if one exists out there in order for us to do the digitization project.
So is there like an appeal process? I mean, explain to me what you know about, funding being paused. What does that mean exactly? Is there an opportunity to plead your case? How does that look?
So honestly, Senator, Congress appropriates funding, not the president. So even his pausing of the money has been deemed, 4 states have already filed actions in federal court because
1 minute.
His directive to do this breaks what has already not only been allocated but encumbered in certain jurisdictions. And so we'll have to see what the courts rule, but I believe that this is probably going to be a long and messy process overall.
Got you. Commissioner, your testimony indicates that many regulatory laws are outdated.
30 seconds.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to identify the top 3 legislative priorities that would most significantly enhance your department's enforcement capabilities.
So the first is really going to be whatever process is to take place, whatever legal process in terms of enforcing a penalty is outside of the department needs to be brought into the department. We should not have to, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please continue.
We should not have to go to the AG's office to collect a penalty when there's 5 divisions in the department that already have an administrative process that comes through my office. And so, those penalties that are there that make it difficult for us to enforce, even my enforcement officers, when they write a ticket, they have to go to court and defend that, as opposed to that being part of an administrative process. That should be taken care of in-house. We have plenty of examples of how that is and can be done successfully. And that will be the main thing to help us from a enforcement capability standpoint. But when we have to rely on an outside agency that is also short-staffed, not the primary, and you look and see, and the penalty is $75 per day, like it doesn't hop off the page as the priority list.
I agree fully. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with just one final question.
Please continue.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have to ask this question because every time I go down Bordeaux, there are 2 individuals who I run into who ask me the question over and over again. Are you aware of a man-made beach on the south side of Botany Bay where sand was allegedly trucked in? And I think this occurred years ago, a couple years ago probably, 1 or 2 years ago. Are you aware of it? And if so, is there anything that is within your purview as the leader of DPNR to remediate this situation?
So I'm not aware of somebody asking, I mean, we know that there by the Sea Resorts is currently constructing a hotel down in Botany right now. We know that Botany Bay itself is in fact a seasonal beach. When you have the northerly winds and high tides, that beach diminishes significantly. We do know that when they were actually, there used to be an Olympic-sized swimming pool there. They did bring in some material to kind of fill that in because they felt that an Olympic-sized pool down there did not make much sense for what their vision was. And so they filled in a portion of that. But the beaches themselves, the natural beaches in Botany and Fortuna, they're seasonal, just like Mermaid's Chair is. Some days you can go out and you can walk across the sandbar because the tide is low enough. And then other days you'll go out there and there's no sandbar because the tide is high. So it really just depends on the time of year and all the other natural factors.
So you're not aware, just for the record, you're not aware of any laws that have been violated with regards to that project down there?
No, Senator. And again, if somebody were going to bring any discharge of fill material requires authorization by the department.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you. Commissioner, based on the question that was previously asked in respect to the mechanism by which you talk about the 4 measures or the priorities there, and you talk about you have a system where you're able to afford due process when there's a violation. Is there a written structure that you're proposing to utilize that you could forward to this body for consideration?
Yes. So, and again, it's really updating our rules and regulations, but there are, for example, in my most familiar is my CZM division. So the code issued, the legislature issued the program the ability to come up with a mechanism for the implementation of fines and penalties and those types of things. And so our rules and regs contain a matrix where you would define the penalty as low, medium, or moderate, and then a high provision. And so what it does is it states that your maximum is $2,000 per day, and then knowingly violating would be up to $10,000 per day. So we have that process there. The problem that we see now that we want to address is that some people factor in the $10,000 per day as the cost of just doing the business. And so we want to know my air and my water quality regulations allow me to penalize up to $50,000 per day. And so that's where we want to be like, no, we need to be around there, because if people are just coming in and paying 20 or 30,000, then let's start to increase that or add that up and see how much they're willing to break the law after that.
But of course, there'll be a due process clause where you actually have a hearing,
Correct.
administrative hearing, and those type of
and
things.
there's even an appeal. There's even an appeal process where, if you cannot agree to this informal settlement, then you have the right to a hearing officer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on record. The chair recognizes Senator Carla Joseph. Carla Joseph, you have 6 minutes, Senator.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. And of course, congratulations to you on your first committee meeting for the 36th legislature of the Virgin Islands. A warm good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to you, Commissioner Oriole. And I have been listening intently to the conversation thus far and your answers. I really want to say that you have some hardworking human beings who work along with you and try their very best to do what they need to do to provide services to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I really appreciate that many of them are doing their very best. We still have a lot more work to be done, but I know that we are able to do all of them. When you come last, some of your questions that be asked by and answered by you already, but I do have some questions. I usually have over 100 questions. So I wanted to ask you, which one of your team members, staff, is part of the board of directors for the Waste Management Authority? Do you have any personnel who is by law a member of the Waste Management Authority?
Hello? Yes, Senator, that person is me.
That's you. Excellent. I just wanted to make sure who it was, because I know your former assistant commissioner, Keith Richards, was the person. Great. Now, so you could be able to answer my questions. So my questions are going to be formulated around the landfill and that Waste Management Authority. Is the landfill in both island districts still under a consent decree?
Yes, Senator.
What's the status of that consent decree? How many have we, just give us a bit of a background. How many of the consent decree have been cured and satisfied by EPA? It is still under consent decree with the Environmental Protection Agency, correct?
So, Senator, the consent decree for St. Croix and the Anguilla landfill mandates the closure of the landfill. So right now we are working with the Waste Management Authority and reviewing their closure plan and then assessing.
Wait 1 moment. One moment for me. Who gave the consent decree? That's what the agency I wanted to make sure that we are focusing on, the federal cognizant agency that gave us the consent decree.
The consent decree is a combination of first the EPA, then a combination of the federal, like Department of Justice, and then the courts upheld the consent decree. So they have to provide updates through the court system on what it is they're doing. And so, but the Anguilla landfill itself does not have much airspace yet. And also, we also have the issue of the FAA regulations in terms of distance from the runway. And so in order to quell those issues, the Anguilla landfill has to be closed and relocated to another area.
Okay, so what is the plan? What is the strategy with that? How are we working collaboratively? Because that is going to include discussion with the next entity that's coming up in the next block. What is the strategy? How are we moving that needle forward to reach that portion? Do we need to look at identifying additional property to move the landfill?
So at this time, there are a couple of properties that are being evaluated for suitability, Senator. But in terms of the movement right now, my department has already received a draft closure plan that we've reviewed and sent comments back to the Waste Management Authority to address. But it will be a total of 2 to a 3 year process in terms of closure. And in that time, we should also be prepping whatever the future site is. And the, and the funding is going to come from the CDBG DR program for that.
1 minute.
Okay, good. My time is running quickly. What about the St. Thomas now landfill?
So,
And if my good colleague Diane Capehart was here, she would have say it's not a landfill, it's a dump.
yeah, so the St. Thomas has a little bit more longevity in there. I know that one of the things that we are discussing is trying to do additional source separation in order to manage the lifespan of the property. And there are going to have to be a lot of things that have to happen.
Pause there. You're saying additional source separation. You got to break it down to layman terms. I know what you're talking about. Break it down to layman terms so our people could understand exactly where you're migrating to, where you're evolving to.
So again, we
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Chair.
So what we have to look at, because we don't have a lot of land space or available land in the St. Thomas district, it's how do we maximize the amount of airspace that we have. And one of those, the strategy has to be source separation and waste diversion. So things that don't need to come into the landfill, whether they're reusable, whether we can do or undertake activities in a different location, but we don't get them to the existing landfill, but rather we do these operations in other areas. So that's where the ideas for example, treatment of green waste, be it mulching, be it partnering with some composting type activities. Can we do that in a different site nearby? Those types of things. So it's going to be a lot more comprehensive in order to deal with that, because again, there is no available land in the St. Thomas district to just say, oh, well, we're just going to close this landfill and then move it over here. Because St. Thomas, the density over there just doesn't really allow us to do that. So.
Okay, I just want to, Mr. Chairman, I just want to wrap up with one pertinent question.
Please continue.
Thank you so kindly. I didn't go to St. John. I'll let the at-large handle that. He's sitting right next to you. But my pertinent question is this. Can you kindly forward through the chair your status report on the consent decrees from the Department of Justice and the Environmental Protection? We need to know where we are with addressing those consent decrees and your overall plan. So through the chair, because that has an economic ability with us here. And finally, Mr. Chairman, this one question also, where are we, Commissioner, with the environmental impact fees? How is that being implemented? Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
So I'm sorry, Senator. So to your first question, like that should be something that the Waste Management Authority is providing. I sit on the board, but the issuance of that. But I don't. For your second question about environmental impact fees, are you meaning from DPNR perspective or from a waste management perspective?
Well, I was hoping it would be through both. So how are the environmental impact fees assessed? That's what I was looking at. How are they assessed? Because you would have some from your perspective that may impact our environment. And then, of course, DPW may have some as well, because we have traffic that is going to increase in certain areas, as well as the Waste Management Authority. So that's why I was looking at how are we looking at the environmental impact fees.
Got it. So right now, the department does not have any schedule for environmental impact fees. I know we looked at it as a department in the early 90s. But that's where you started to see like road tax being assessed. So they were talking about impacts on roads. Then when the Waste Management Authority was formed, you now had the assessment for the tipping fees and those types of things. So because we have these fees across the way that are being collected for different impacts across there, you know, and that's what I believe, well, at least the way it's written in the legislation for impact fees, that's where what that would have contributed to, but the departments are implementing those on their own. So it is something that I actually just recently in a CZM commission workshop had a discussion with some of the commission members about whether or not we would do that, and we do have a couple of consultants that have done that type of work before, and you know, we considered seeing whether or not we could bring them on board and create a schedule for how we would do it at this point, given that so many of these fees are also being collected by some of these other agencies already.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, my question has to do with the turnaround time with building permits. Apparently, that's still been an irritant to a lot of my constituents. It seems like although there's a new system in place, online system, is the turnaround time is taken for the approval process for plans that are new or modified.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Yes, so we had strived to be on a 28-day pace for residential and 60 days for commercial. Unfortunately, in each district right now, we're down to one plan reviewer in each district. So we started off, we had 4, like in 2020, we're down to 3, but one of those persons is now on leave. And so we're down to, because of the electronic system, it doesn't matter what district it is, it can be reviewed by either one. So we've picked up the pace a little bit based on load, but we're still 3,097 applications for building are being reviewed primarily by 2 people.
And what's going to be the solution to improve it?
Trying to get more staff on board. Problem that you have right now is that again, we're in an economy right now where construction is booming and everybody has left to go to the private sector. So
the chair recognizes Senator Carla Joseph for her point of information.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. You're doing a really good job. Now, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, and congratulations again and kudos on the comprehensive land and water use plan. I wanted to ask you, is the property in Estate Adventure on St. Croix, is that designated as agriculture? Are you familiar with that area?
no, ma'am, I'm not familiar.
Okay, because I got a question from a constituent in St. Croix, and they wanted to know the suitability for a planned development throughout the territory, and especially areas that have been designated as agriculture with aquifers, and should those land be used to establish an expansive solar plant. I guess there's a solar plant that is planned for that area.
Okay, so the only 2 solar farms that I'm fully familiar with on St. Croix are the one in Hogansburg that we're gonna and Petronella, right? So the thing
and
that
not, one moment for me, one moment please. They're not located in Estate Adventure.
No. So no, but one of the things, Senator, is that when the solar law was passed, solar was passed to be allowable in all zoning districts. So one of the one of the things that we have to look at right now is what the process is. If you meet the requirements of the zoning code and you meet your building electrical requirements, there's not a lot of subjectivity as to whether or not the department should or should not allow that. It meets, it's a use designated as a matter of right. So there's not a lot of flexibility by the commissioner in terms of whether or not you can or can't approve that once they meet all the requirements.
Okay, but we're looking at what is happening nationally, and we're looking at food security too, Commissioner.
Correct.
Because we import all of our food. So how do we strike the balance? That's the main question, because we want electricity is critical, but also for us as human beings, you know this, and everybody knows this who is listening in, food is very critical to our very existence. So we have to be able, and you especially in the seat that you hold, to strike that balance. How do we strike it?
So it would be to give the commissioner additional powers on terms of whether or not a project should or should not take place. As using this as a specific example, by this May, if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have 44 megawatts of alternative energy online and fueling and feeding WAPA in the St. Croix district. And the St. Croix district maximum peak is 40 megawatts. So if you take that plus the energy diversion from WAPA in terms of rather than having everything run to a centralized grid, but having different areas, locations where power is being generated, then you have your security of not being centralized.
Please
and you
wrap up.
also have your alternative. So should there be another major solar farm necessary? That's what would be evaluated. But right now, the commissioner doesn't have that power.
Okay, that level of discretion. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for providing that, allowing me to ask that question. It's very critical. Thank you so kindly.
The chair recognized Senator Kenneth Gittens. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you've got 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have called a point of order. Maybe I would have gotten an additional 6 minutes as well. But thank you for the time. Good morning to all. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. Commissioner, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Blessed. You mentioned that you had both technical and administrative vacancies. What efforts is the department doing to fill these vacancies?
So as I mentioned in the testimony, we have a number of PRFs up at OMB waiting to come back approved so that we can post these positions.
How long do you think these PRFs will take you?
Well, we just actually, while I've been sitting here, we got about 6 of them back right now.
Oh,
so we have
great.
another set that's going to be up there because I have another 5 of them that have come in while sitting there. So we're moving. This year has been pretty productive in that we've already brought on board 6 people in the first 6 months.
All right. So kudos to you, Mr. Chair, the monitoring the hearings. So you're recruiting beyond the personnel website as well?
So we do with certain ones, like like if we're looking for somebody to assist in our choral work and those types of things, we have networks that we're part of that go out to larger listservs.
All right. I want to ask this question, but I would like the short answer because this one could take up some time. But give me just a quick status on our libraries.
Turnbull, we hope to reopen at the start of the next fiscal year, so around September. Peterson under construction for another year. Florence Williams, is
I tell you what,
open.
Can you provide that through the chair, please? Just a status on each of the libraries throughout the territory. Thank you. Your recommendations, have you submitted any recommendations regarding the increases and penalties and whatnot? Have you submitted them to anyone in the legislature?
No.
So you need to, so that we can address this. And what's the status on my November 15th letter to you regarding the mooring and anchorage and the mandatory insurance? I would really like your input on that so that we could move this forward.
Yes, and as I mentioned to you before, Senator, that is certainly one way to do it. There is two ways to do it.
Well, I really embrace the way that you recommended. That's why I'm waiting for your recommendation, because what you stated to me makes a lot more sense financially for those individuals and to assist your department as well. So can we do that as soon as possible?
Yep.
All right. And I was happy to hear you and the finance chair talking about the city planning, because I had that piece of legislation out from 2015, resubmitted again 2019, and again, we just haven't had any movement on it. So hopefully we could get to that. But is your enforcement division up to staff?
We are at...
I don't want the numbers on the record. I just want to know.
Yeah, we're doing very well now because of the additional assets that we've added. So having the boats out there, but
you're not fully staffed though.
Right. I would still like to see an additional 2 officers in each district and then 1 for St. John. Our next priority hire is going to be placed for St. John.
Okay, let's push for that, as we have the Homeland Security chair as well here. I'm sure he'll be supportive along with the finance chair. Because I would definitely like to see more Marine patrol taking place out there. There's a lot of monies out there. The last time you were here, you admitted that there wasn't much of that enforcement type out there, that presence on the water, and we would like to see that. Now, your agency has a lot of federal monies. Are you in a position, or are you working to see how you will be able to manage if those funding stop coming your way?
We have had that discussion with OMB in terms of how long we could sustain, but overall,
30 seconds.
If the agencies were to cancel all the cooperative agreements, then we would need a significant amount of funding in order to be able to fill that gap.
Okay, thank you. I'll be in touch with your office, and I'll have the November 15 letter resubmitted to you just in case you need to review it again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your response.
We got a point of information from Senator Novell Francis Jr. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, how are we doing with safety signs, especially in those areas for launching of boats and boat ramps in those locations? I've gotten some calls and concerns about some safety at these locations. How are you doing with signage?
Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing about needing signage at the launches, Senator.
Yeah, we've been communicating with the Director of Enforcement, Mr. Howard Forbes, in respect to that. And I know I have one individual in particular that almost texts me every weekend, almost on Sundays, about the dangerous situation at the Frederickson Pier, Gallows Bay Pier, Gallows Bay area, when it comes to safety, and they're very concerned about ensuring that there are proper signage with some of the dinghies and people that tie it off at these locations. So
Is this about ingress and egress, or is some other kind of safety?
yeah, some of that, as well as just the inappropriate, I guess, mooring, docking, or whatever you want to call it, at those locations that present some challenges, especially for people that's launching their boats within the water there and trailers in the area. It becomes a very safety concern.
Yeah, because I'm aware that I believe on Gallows, and I know definitely on the pier at the Kettel fish market in St. Thomas, we have some signage that says that you're allowed to dock up for like a maximum of like 15 minutes for offloading and that kind of thing. But yeah, I would say that just in my walk in Gallows Bay this morning showed me that 4 boats are tied up overnight on there. Like, people aren't respecting that. But yeah, we can look at that a little bit more closely, because it really is supposed to facilitate ingress and egress and allowing people to offload what it is they're coming up with, and not to be there for a long term.
I'll share with you some particular concerns in those locations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I want to thank you again, Commissioner Oriel, from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Please take a minute to do a summary of your attendance in this committee today and speak to our community.
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity, Senator. Before I begin, I just wanted to let Senator Johnson know that we do beach monitoring weekly at Hotel on the Key. When the release comes out, it actually is under the proper name. It's under Protestant Key. So, but it is one of the 33 that we sample on a weekly basis. It's not on the side of the boardwalk that we do the sampling itself. So, but just to wrap up, thank you, senators, for the questions. Again, we are a diverse entity, and we know that there's a lot of regulatory responsibility on the department, and we are seeking to make improvements where we can. I want to thank the 158 people that work for the department, come in day out. We get the focus of the community is really on our regulatory side, but I also like to play up the other parts of DPNR as well, on the planning, on the outreach, and encourage people to just take more interest in their natural resources. We are a unique place in the world for a reason, for our beauty, for our culture, and once those things go away, then we become less special. So it's important for us to make sure that we take care of our natural resources. We understand their importance to our economic development as well. And so I just want to say thank you to all the men and women of DPNR for their continuous hard work, even in these challenging times when it comes to funding and those types of things. Thank you very much, Senator.
And thank you, Commissioner. As a recap, the following items have been requested by members of this committee through the chair. Madam Chair, if you would.
Request through the chair. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. requested a total amount associated with the Turnbull Roofing Project Agency, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Senator Novel Francis Jr. requests information on the amount owed in vendor payments. Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Senator Carla Joseph requested a status report on the consent decree from the Department of Justice and the Environmental Protection Agency, DPNR's overall plan, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Senator Kenny Gittins requested a status on all libraries in the territory, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Real, I want to thank you again. You're excused. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now in session. We're back from recess, and we're excited to have the Port Authority come before us this afternoon, and the Honorable Frandelle, Director, will be testifying along with his team. If you would, please state your name and your position.
Good afternoon, Carlton Dow, Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Mojanaya Dennis, Civil Engineer, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director, Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer, Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Christopher Jacobs, Jr., Engineer, Intern, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, will you please read? Madam Clerk, I'm the chair. Please read the Block 2 into the record.
Block 2, the Virgin Islands Port Authority will present an overview of its operational performance, infrastructure development projects, and efforts to improve air and seaport facilities throughout the territory. Key highlights will include a review of VIPA's 2024 year-end report, progress on airport modernization projects at Henry E. Rosen Airport and Cyril E. King Airport, updates on the $230 million CEKA terminal expansion and $140 million HERA improvements, seaport dredging plans for Charlotte and Mali Harbor, and the discussions on coordination between VIPA and WICO to optimize operations and minimize redundancies. Invited testifier, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Director Dow, please read your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And all of us in this body had our first day. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good day, Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chairperson of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, all senators present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the agency's operational performance in infrastructure development projects and efforts to improve air and sea facilities in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Port Authority, thereafter referred to as VIPA, manages the ports and airports in the territory. Our primary objective is to facilitate the efficient movement of goods and passengers while ensuring safe and efficient operations. VIPA also plays a crucial role in the territory's tourism industry and economic growth. We operate 2 airports and 14 public seaports in the United States Virgin Islands. Additionally, we are responsible for maintaining the harbors in the territory. I will begin today's overview by providing an update about our airports. VIPA is embarking on an exciting new public-private partnership, P3 project, to modernize the Henry E. Rosen Airport on St. Croix and the Cyril E. King Airport on St. Thomas. On March 26, 2024, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board selected VI Ports Partners, a consortium consisting of AECON International Construction Services, Star America Fund, now operating under its official name, Sky City VI LLC. Sky City, they will be the person partnering with the authority to redevelop and operate both airports. In this arrangement, Sky City will design, finance, build, and operate the airports on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority under a long-term lease agreement. I want to take this opportunity to restate that the territory's airports are not being privatized. VIPA will remain the owner of both airports and will continue to receive all federal grants from the Federal Aviation Administration. The significant difference between privatization and the public-private partnership in which we're doing, no asset, in this instance the airports, will transfer ownership or hands. I continue to stress that and make it abundantly clear. The construction of a new terminal at Hira and the redevelopment of the Cyrillic King Airport Terminal will bring state-of-the-art amenities, private investment, and efficient airport operations, and long-term maintenance plans to these two important assets. Both terminals will feature passenger boarding bridges and covered stair access to accommodate several types of aircraft using the airport facilities. The design of both terminals are still in progress. We will provide more information once ongoing transition process is complete. Throughout the transition phase, the Virgin Islands Port Authority team is working closely with a consortium to finalize the details of the terminal design, construction plans, and the specifics of the partnership agreement. Neither Viper nor the government of the Virgin Islands has millions of dollars needed to complete this major undertaking. Therefore, we are leaning towards a public-private partnership agreement to modernize and improve the travel experience at our airports. Virgin Islands Port Authority representatives of Sky City held several meetings and workshops with our aviation division employees from July through January of 2025. These were done in group sessions and individual meetings. Our human resource team hosted 401k and GRS workshop and meet and greet sessions with Sky City representatives. Viper also hired an independent consultant to provide one-on-one guidance and support via scheduled office hours and appointments for any employees with questions about the process. Employees received the offers on February 27, 2025. We expect completion of all employees' offers before the end of summer. Viper plans to complete the financial close of the P3 agreement in the second quarter of 2025. And we anticipate that construction will begin before the end of the year, no later than the first quarter of next year. Both airports will be under construction simultaneously, and the project is projected to be completed for operational purposes over a 5-year period. Now, I just want to make it clear that there will be parts of, while the entire project would be a 5-year period, there would be phases to it where parts of the project will be in use prior to the 5 years. We continue to experience regular incidents of the runway pavement failure at the Cyrillic King Airport in St. Thomas. The existing runway, which was originally constructed in 1990, was resurfaced in 2011. This extended its lifespan by 10 to 15 years. We are reaching the end of the asphalt's life cycle, and as a result, we are experiencing regular surface level pavement failures. These frequent emergency repairs are necessary to ensure the safety of all travelers and require us to shut down Seeker's only runway, resulting in diversion of flights to nearby airports and delays for all incoming and outgoing flights. While other airports with multiple runways can shut down portions of a runway for repairs, unfortunately, we do not have that luxury at the Cyrillic King Airport, which has only one landing strip. We apologize for this inconvenience. However, we must use this opportunity to inform the public that safety is always our priority concerning all airport operations. Viper, like 3,300 airports that fall under the Federal Aviation Administration purview in the National Plan of Integrated Airport System, received federal funding for major capital projects related to the runway under the FAA's Airport Improvement Program. We have been working with the FAA to program the necessary funds for the upcoming runway rehabilitation project since 2017. The project design is completed, and an invitation to bidders was released last week, Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. In the meantime, we have engaged a rapid response team to repair pavement failures during normal operating hours. We have also contracted a private company to perform permanent asphalt repairs at night after the airport is closed. The reconstruction of the western portion of Taxiway Alpha West at the Sierra Leone Airport airfield was completed and opened for traffic in November of 2024. This project entailed the removal of 58,000 square yards of 30-year-old asphalt from the taxiway. The asphalt was replaced with Portland cement concrete, providing a smoother surface area, better durability than asphalt, and requires less maintenance. We have also upgraded the lighting LED system on the taxiway. Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center. The construction of the second half of the Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center is nearing completion. The first half of this new parking facility has been operational since April of 2024, and we anticipate that the second half will be finished by the end of April 2025. This project received partial funding from a $20 million recovery grant provided by the U.S. Economic Development Administration. The completed transportation center will feature 10 spaces for taxis, 41 spaces for rental cars on the first floor, 72 parking spaces plus 8 disabled parking spaces, an additional 91 parking spaces, and 1 disabled parking space on that level. We plan to host a minor ribbon cutting ceremony as we did one previously when we opened the first part. The date and time of the ceremony will announce. Let me just take a minute though to discuss 1 second that this $20 million EDA grant that we have, this project is well in excess of about $30 million. But how did we do that? We were able to, as part from the $20 million grant, we also got in excess of $3+ million from a fee that we put on all rental vehicles that operate from the Sierra Leone Airport. That same fee is not charged on the St. Croix side. When we decided to institute that fee, the car rentals in St. Croix, not that we couldn't do it, but they were talking about the challenges economically they were receiving. We went along with it, not that we buy it, simply because this fee is not paid by the car rental company themselves. This is a fee that the person that's renting the vehicle pay. But as we speak today, that fee is only collected in St. Thomas. And that's why even the taxi lane, where you see taxis leaving the King Airport, they have a separate lane that they can exit, because that fee says that anything that can enhance the rental car operation, we can use a fee for. So by having the taxis exit the airport in a separate lane frees up car rental movement, so we were able to use that fee to create a third lane at the King Airport as well. Henry E. Rolson Airport reconstruction. In April of 2024, our contractor began the reconstruction of the cargo apron to the east of Henry E. Rolson Airport Terminal. Phase 1 of the project entailed the demolition and reconstruction of pavement in use for more than 50 years at the airport. Concrete pours started in September of 2024 and will continue throughout the majority of 2025. This project is 90% funded by a $14.6 million FAA grant, and completion is anticipated by early 2026. One of the things our Director of Engineering, as he met with the FAA, with all these issues going on with grants, the grants that we have out the gate already, they're telling us that we're good. What the concern is grants that we have in the pipeline. But the grants that have already been executed so far, but we're still working the process, and we're confident that we should see ourselves, because airports is one of the top priority nationwide to continue to receive these grants. New airport eateries. We are excited to announce the recent opening of new dining options at both airports. Barefoot Buddha has launched a kiosk in the domestic departure lounge conveniently located near Gate 7, that's in Cyril King Airport Terminal. Additionally, At the Rolston Airport, the Reef Restaurant now offers a variety of tasty cuisine for travelers departing from St. Croix. We will now transition to our cruise ports and provide an update to the authorities' marine projects. USVI cruise ship traffic statistics and projections. There are approximately 595 cruise ship visits scheduled in fiscal year 2025, October 1, 24 through September 30th of 2025. An 11% overall increase in cruise ship passenger traffic is expected, with the largest growth in St. Croix, which has 101 scheduled calls in fiscal year 25 versus the 57 calls received in FY 24. 3 years ago, St. Croix received less than 40,000 cruise ship passengers. For fiscal year 2024, we recorded 144,930 cruise passengers arriving in St. Croix. In fiscal year 2025, we anticipate 275,000 passengers. As of January 31st, 2025, a total of 104,754 cruise passengers arrived in St. Croix. Cruise ships docked in St. Croix and did not pay any fees to Viper for decades. This caused Viper an annual expense of approximately $400,000 to operate the facility. This arrangement was not sustainable. The discussions regarding fee increases were challenging and uncomfortable, but they were necessary. As a result of our negotiations with Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, we implemented a fee of $5 per passenger for ships berthing in St. Croix, effective October 1, 2016. In January of 2023, this fee was increased to $7. Additionally, during the 2024 calendar year, Royal Caribbean agreed to pay an extra $5 per passenger applicable to their vessels. This additional charge will be used to assist with the infrastructure development at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility cruise ship pier, enabling it to accommodate Royal Caribbean's Freedom Class, which consists of larger vessels. Viper's partnership with Royal Caribbean Group has already yielded newsworthy results. We have observed an increase in cruise traffic from Royal Caribbean and celebrity ships. Efforts are underway to enhance the Frederiksted Pier to accommodate Freedom Class, with discussions about the possibility of even larger vessels. Improvements are planned for the Crown Bay Cruise Port in St. Thomas, including the construction of a third ship berth. Royal Caribbean, in partnership with Cruise Terminals International, has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to undertake a major redevelopment of the subbase area. This redevelopment will involve the creation of a destination attraction on properties owned by Viper. These enhancements will make St. Thomas a more appealing destination, providing Royal Caribbean with a strong incentive to retain St. Thomas on its itinerary. Charlotte-Amalie Harbour Dredging Project. Stakeholders in Charlotte-Amalie and West Indian Company Limited requested that the Charlotte-Amalie Harbour be dredged deeper in certain areas and for maintenance dredging to be done to remove build-up and runoff into the harbour and natural attrition. Dredging is necessary to accommodate ships that are increasing in size and to address sediment deposits caused by vessel movement, storms, and landfill runoff, landside runoff. We heard that plea, and Viper started a process by applying for the Army Corps of Engineers permit several years ago. We are pleased to report that we have issued a public solicitation for a dredging contractor to undertake this project. Responses will be coming in within the next week. We hope to select a contractor and commence work shortly. Viper's board recently approved an amendment to our marine tariff that allows Viper to increase the port dues by $3 per passenger. The money will be dedicated to a dredging account to cover the cost of dredging, in addition to the $17 million that was authorized by the 35th legislature for the dredging project. The increase was effective as of January 1, 2025. That $3 actually is going to be in April 1 of 25. However, a 44-cent increase, which is an wharfage, has been done effective January 1, 2025. That increase does not apply to cruise ships berthing in St. Croix. We really want to thank the Brian Roach administration, the Public Finance Authority, and this body for its assistance in providing a total of $18.4 million in appropriations towards this project. We'll have an anticipated cost of this project when the bids are received at 3 p.m. on March 13th of 2025. The Ann E. Abramson Marine Facility. The South Tender Landing Service Pier at the Ann E. Abramson Marine Facility in St. Croix is currently under construction and is being replaced. This service pier is used by tour operators, divers, and other small vessels. The project experienced delays due to damage sustained by some of the piles that were initially driven into the ocean floor. As these piles are not easily sourced, our contractor had to find new ones to replace the damaged piles. However, we have resumed work on the project and construction is ongoing. We expect the project to be completed and open for use by May of 2025. Funding for this project comes from Act 8447, an appropriation that was requested by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. from the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Marine projects, Crombie Cargo Port Development. Viper executed a grant agreement with the United States Maritime Administration, commonly known as MARAD, for the Crombie Cargo Terminal Improvements Project in 2024. This project, supported by Viper's private sector partners, Tropical Shipping and Crowley Construction Company, will enable Viper to repave, replace, and upgrade the aging port infrastructure at Crombie Sandfield Marine Facility. Viper's consultants are currently wrapping up the 90% design package with the expectation that the construction will be put out to bid by May of 2025. In the spirit of collaboration, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners involved in this project. I want to recognize Mr. Tim Martin, the President of Tropical Shipping, and Mr. Tim Kirk, the Vice President of International Sales for Crowley Maritime. They led their teams to secure the matching funds for the $21.9 million grant awarded to the U.S. Virgin Islands for this initiative. Let me say that again. In order for the Port Authority to receive the $21 million, we had to come up with a match in approximately close to $7 million. The Port Authority, we didn't want to go borrow it, we didn't want to find it, or none of the sort. We didn't have that liquid. And we talked to our partners, Tropical and Crowley, and said to them, hey, we could help with an extension of your lease. We could help in the future with looking at your rent and scaling back some. But we're asking you to finance and put up that $7.4 million, I believe it was. And both of them agreed. Both of them went in 50-50. And on this specific grant, we were able to harness, while our employees did a lot of the work in terms of what you needed to put a grant together. We really want to thank Tropical and Crowley because they brought some of their own consultants, people that write grants for them, other parts of the world, and they were able to come together with our employees and put a grant package together that the federal government accepted and granted us this $21 million. So a lot of times we talk about public-private partnership, and this is a classic example of what we were able to sit with Crowley and Tropical and was able to accomplish. Because whatever we consume, whatever we're wearing right now, eating or drinking, comes through our ports. Both companies have been conducting business in the territory for many years, and this recent commitment demonstrates their ongoing investment in the success of these islands. We have completed several recent upgrades at this facility. Maintenance, the Ormond V. Fredericks Marine Terminal. We have completed several recent upgrades to this facility. Maintenance dredging at the Noel Boynes Car Ferry Dock in Red Hook was completed in December of 2023. The restrooms at this facility were completely renovated. The entrance and facility road at this facility will also be repaved in the coming months. That's we commonly refer to as the Red Hook facility. But the true name is the Ormond V. Fredericks Marine Terminal. The Loriden L. Boynes Senior Dock improvements. The improvements to the Loriden, to the Boynes Dock in Cruise Bay, St. John will be completed by the summer of 2025. The project entailed resurfacing the pier, installing a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal, and adding a male and female restroom for use by the ferry passengers. It is funded via appropriation from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund via Act 8644 and 8401. Again, sponsored by this body. Well, the 35th, sorry. Indian High Pond Community Park, St. John. Viper has engaged the residents of St. John to develop ideas and a concept for a multi-purpose facility for the community gatherings and cultural events in St. John. The park would be built on Viper-owned land at Indian High Pond in Cruise Bay. Viper and our consultants have completed the necessary geotechnical investigations for the future community park and are working on ground improvement as part of the schematic design phase. Viper conducted a community meeting to reintroduce the project to the public and discuss the next steps of the process. The legislature of the Virgin Islands appropriated $400,000 for the facility's design via Act 8473 and recently appropriated $10 million to construct this facility via Act 8920. All of us, once you visit St. John, you would know that currently where the festival is being held has outgrown that space. Cruise Bay Fisherman Facility. The legislature has appropriated funds via Act 8515 to build a fisherman's facility at a Victor Sewer Marine Facility, which is commonly called the Creek in St. John. Viper and our consultants are working on a design development package and are preparing to put a full design package out to bid in mid-2025. The Wilfred Alec Port and Transshipment Center Marine Facility. MARAD has selected Viper to receive a grant award for the reconstruction and modernization of the Wilfred Bumba Alec Port Marine Facility in St. Croix. Tropical Shipping was the sole partner that collaborated with Viper to apply for a $22.4 million grant. We are working through the pre-award National Environmental, which is NEPA, process and had expected award of this grant in mid-2025. However, we continue to coordinate with MARA to work towards grant execution. This facility requires significant improvements. Last week, representatives from the Virgin Islands Port Authority met with Tropical Shipping officials, including Mr. Tim Martin, Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, Ms. Nisha O'Bain, to discuss our plan of action as we prepare to initiate this project. Once again, let me bring to the public's attention and this body that this $22.4 million grant that we applied for, we went through the same process. And in this instance, $22.4 million, in order to receive that grant award, the port had to come up with close to $6 million, I believe. We went back to our partners and said, we want to use the same situation we did in St. Thomas. And in this instance, Tropical decided to go it alone. And we really want to publicly commend them because partnership can't be a one-hand situation. They are vested in this community, and that's why we believe approaching them and saying, this is the way to go. They themselves put in money from time to time. Down there is in bad shape. But how do we get to fixing it, though? And this is one of the vehicles that we're going to be able to do major repair down there. So Tropical Shipping, again, they put up the matching fund that the Port Authority was required to put together. We used the same grant people that was involved in the previous process, and we were successful, and we now await the execution by the federal government. Garden A. Finch Molasses Pier Terminal. The final punch list items at this facility are completed, and Viper has received its certificate of occupancy. As of March 1st, our property management team is coordinating the move-in process with our tenants. The completion of this facility will allow Viper to relocate its cargo operation from Gallows Bay in Crucian to the Molasses Pier. Team Viper and our 2025 Employees of the Year. Lastly, but most importantly, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the dedicated employees of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, all 300 plus. Their unwavering commitment and tireless efforts play a vital role in ensuring the smooth operation of our ports and the efficient transportation of goods and services. Each day, their hard work contributes to the authority's growth and progress, fostering economic development and enhancing the quality of life for this community. Their professionalism and passion drive the agency's success and innovation. I commend our 2025 Employees of the Year who have demonstrated exceptional commitment to public service. Mrs. Charlotte Plaskett from the Marine Division in St. Thomas St. John District is well respected by her co-workers for her effective management of the division's administrative functions. She is also praised for providing the resources needed to complete tasks efficiently. Mr. Kensley Ducre of the Information Technology Department in St. Croix is acknowledged for being dependable, knowledgeable, and consistently helpful as he assists employees with their technology needs, to include the private sector who use our teleconferencing operation. We thank both honorees for their continued service and dedication to the authority and the community. Mr. Chairman Frederick, this concludes my testimony. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present this overview to this group and to the public. It is important to keep our community and stakeholders informed about the challenges we face and the progress we are making as we work to develop the territory's port infrastructure and enhance the travel experience. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have. I also want to say to this body that we have 3 significant measures that we're asking you guys the body to consider, and several of you, we had a discussion on what those items are. But they're very critical, time-sensitive measures that's in the best interest of the entire territory. At this point, I'd like for your public, your media folks to go through our quick presentation. Thanks. This presentation is going to be led by Mo.
Good day to all. Mojanaya Dennis.
Hold on for them too. They're not finished.
Let's break for a 10-minute recess so that media could get situated. Thank you very much. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back from recess. We had a little technical glitch, but it's ready. Mr. Mo, if you would, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Good day to all. Mojanaya Dennis, Civil Engineer with the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Today, I will be providing an engineering overview of our projects and developments. Our table of contents for today is as follows. First, I will be discussing the airport's P3 agreement update. Second, I will give an update on our aviation projects. And third, I will provide an update on our cruise, cargo, and ferry seaports. Upgrading and expanding the airports of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In fiscal year 2025, aviation traffic is expected to grow by 3%, bringing an estimated 1 million travelers arriving by air. As you can see here in our presentation, we have a table of the expected and actual traffic that we recorded for our various fiscal years from 2019 to 2025. Modernizing the USVI's airports. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is embarking on an exciting new public-private partnership, also known as P3, which will transform the Henry E. Rolson Airport on St. Croix and the Cyril E. King Airport on St. Thomas. This project will bring state-of-the-art amenities, private investment, efficient airport operations, and long-term maintenance plans to these two important assets. March 26, 2024. The Virgin Islands Port Authority Board selected VI Ports Partners, a consortium now operating under official name Sky City, to partner with the authority to redevelop the airports. As part of the P3 design, build, finance, operate, and maintain structure agreement, Sky City will develop, finance, and operate the airports on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority during a negotiated lease term. Our construction plan is as follows. For the Cyril E. King Airport Terminal in St. Thomas, a complete renovation of the existing terminal will occur. Recent borings revealed that an extensive overhaul will be required. For the Hera Terminal, the Henry E. Rolson Airport Terminal in St. Croix, a completely new terminal will be built. The Cyril E. King Airport Runway 1028 rehabilitation. Frequent pavement failures have occurred on the aging runway at the airport in St. Thomas. Our repairs to ensure the safety of the runway take approximately 2 hours to apply and cure, which causes flight delays and diversions, and is costly and frustrating, and a frustrating inconvenience to travelers. The Virgin Islands Port Authority and approximately 3,300 U.S. airports under the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, National Plan of Integrated Airport System, receive federal funding for major capital projects related to the runway under the FAA's Airport Improvement Program, also known as AIP. The Virgin Islands Port Authority has been working with the FAA to program the necessary funds for the 2024-2025 runway rehabilitation since 2017. The Virgin Islands Port Authority has completed the design and is preparing to bid on this critical project as soon as we receive approval from the FAA that the necessary funding is available and can be utilized. We must also be cognizant of the posture of the current President of the United States. Projects funded via approved federal grants are approved to continue. However, pending federal grants are on hold. The Parking and Transportation Center at the Cyril E. King Airport. The Dale A. Gregory Parking and Transportation Center was dedicated and partially opened for public parking in April 2024, with full completion expected by April 2025. The project cost for this project was approximately $33.2 million, and this project was funded via a USEDA $20 million hurricane restoration grant, VIPA funds, and also the $3 million in excess that came from our car rental facility charges in St. Thomas only. Upgrading and expanding the cruise ship ports of the U.S. Virgin Islands. There are approximately 595 cruise ship visits scheduled in fiscal year 25. An 11% overall increase in cruise ship passenger traffic is expected, with the largest growth in St. Croix, which has 101 scheduled calls in fiscal year 25 versus the 57 calls received in fiscal year 24. The two tables here in this presentation currently show the cruise calls and the cruise passengers that were recorded from fiscal years 2019 to 2025. Virgin Islands Port Authority, Royal Caribbean Group, and Cruise Terminals International. Partnership to improve the U.S. Virgin Islands cruise and tourism industry. The Virgin Islands Port Authority has partnered with Royal Caribbean Group and Cruise Terminals International to progress the expansion of its cruise ports in Crown Bay, St. Thomas, and Frederiksted, St. Croix. Royal Caribbean Group is the owner and operator of 3 award-winning cruise brands, Royal Caribbean International, Celebrity Cruises, and Silver Sea Cruises. And it's also a 50% owner of a joint venture that operates TUI Cruises and Hapag Lloyd Cruises. Cruise Terminals International is a subsidiary of Icon Infrastructure, an investment fund manager that develops and operates cruise port infrastructure worldwide. Crown Bay District Redevelopment. The Crown Bay District Redevelopment is a partnership with the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Royal Caribbean Group, and Cruise Terminals International. This partnership will enable the transformation of the territory's cruise industry and secures the U.S. Virgin Islands' position as a premier cruise destination in the Caribbean. Partnership benefits for Crown Bay: more customers for restaurants and merchants, excursions, tours, and an increased need for ground transportation. A redesigned and aesthetically pleasing Crown Bay district that appeals to both visitors and residents. Cruise passengers are a potential future return and overnight guests who stay longer and spend more in the territory, boosting our economy. Landside developments of the Crown Bay District to enhance visitors and residents' experience. Expansion of the Austin Babe Monsanto Marine Terminal to include the construction of a 3rd cruise ship pier. Associated dredging to accommodate the largest cruise ships in the world, which is the Icon class. Next, we will discuss improving St. Croix's cruise industry. Partnership benefits for the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility include structural improvements to the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility in Frederiksted, St. Croix, and the reconstruction of the tender landing pier used by divers and excursion companies. Dredging to allow the larger Freedom-class cruise ships to dock in St. Croix with a max capacity of about 4,370 passengers. The largest ship that can currently berth in Frederiksted is the Voyager-class vessel, which has a max capacity of 3,144 passengers. Developing new attractions and excursions and improving existing parks and infrastructure. Providing customer service and training for taxi drivers and tour operators in partnership with Royal Caribbean Group. Funding improvements. The Virgin Islands Port Authority's marine tariff includes 2 fees that are charged to all cruise line passengers per passenger. First is the port dues for harbor entry, and second is the wharfage to use the dock. Royal Caribbean Group has agreed to pay an additional $5 per passenger for capital cost recovery charge to fund improvements at the Virgin Islands Port Authority's cruise ports in Crown Bay and Frederiksted, St. Croix. The capital cost recovery charge is paid in addition to the cruise ship fees charged via the Virgin Islands Port Authority marine tariff, which is the port dues and wharfage. The capital cost recovery charge is only charged to Royal Caribbean and its affiliated cruise ships. Next, we will discuss dredging the harbor. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is currently seeking a qualified contractor to dredge the entrance channels of the harbor, the turning basin, and the berth pocket to allow for the continued safe entry for vessels entering the harbor and berthing at the West Indian Company Limited dock in Havenside, St. Thomas. Also included in this project is an additive to incorporate the dredging to maintain the existing slips and expand the Yacht Haven Grand Marina. This portion of the project will be paid for by Yacht Haven Grand. Port dues increase. Port dues were increased by $3 per passenger for cruise ships entering the St. Thomas, St. John district to fund the Charlotte Amalie Harbor Dredging Project. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is responsible for dredging the USVI's harbors, but does not have the financial resources to do so. The government of the Virgin Islands is assisting with funding this project, but it will not cover all costs. The Virgin Islands Port Authority must establish a funding source for this and other major harbor dredging projects until the harbors are federalized. Wharfage increase. Wharfage fees will increase by 44 cents per passenger for cruise ships entering the St. Thomas, St. John district to fund the Virgin Islands Port Authority's marine operations and expenses. The new wharfage rate only applies to ships docking in the St. Thomas, St. John district. It does not apply to the fees charged to cruise ships berthing in St. Croix. As you can see in this slide currently depicts that no wharfage fees or increases will occur on Frederiksted, St. Croix. So the current amount for port dues is $3.45, and this will remain the same. And the current fee for wharfage is $3.55, and this will also remain the same. Tender Pier Landing reconstruction. The South Tender Pier at Frederiksted, St. Croix is used by tour operators, divers, and other small vessels. The pier construction driving has progressed over the last few months, and as Director Dow stated earlier, this project is scheduled for completion in May of 2025. Storm panel replacement. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is replacing the steel blowout storm panels that protect the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility from turbulent ocean waves during storms. The project is currently ongoing and was funded by a $400,000 appropriation from the U.S. Virgin Islands legislature. Structural analysis of our marine terminals. Our marine engineering consultants, Moffett and Nichol, recently completed a thorough analysis of the Virgin Islands Port Authority seaports. The analysis included above and underwater structural inspections of all Virgin Islands Port Authority-owned seaports territory-wide. Several of our seaports were impacted by powerful hurricanes, as well as normal wear and tear from the berthing of large vessels. They require costly repairs to maintain their structural integrity and to ensure safety for all users. Legislation is required to increase the Virgin Islands Port Authority's bonding capacity to borrow monies to perform critical improvements to our seaports, which will be discussed further later in this presentation. Upgrading and expanding the cargo and ferry ports in St. Thomas and St. Croix. In October 2020, the U.S. Maritime Administration, also known as MARAD, awarded the U.S. Virgin Islands Port Authority $21.9 million to reconstruct and modernize the cargo handling and storage infrastructure at the Crown Bay Cargo Facility in St. Thomas. The grant was applied for in partnership with Tropical Shipping and Crowley. The scope of work for this project includes the following: bulkhead rehabilitation, concrete apron restoration, reconstruction of 3 cargo storage areas, security improvements including lighting, fencing, and fire protection. In November 2023, the U.S. Maritime Administration awarded the U.S. Virgin Islands Port Authority $22.4 million for the reconstruction and modernization of the cargo handling and storage infrastructure at the Wilfred Bamba Alec Port and Transshipment Center. The grant was applied for in partnership with Tropical Shipping. The scope of work for this project includes the following: replacing pile caps, repairing concrete piles, concrete and steel deck repairs, repairs to mooring foundations, replacing mooring bollards, and extensive pavement reconstruction in the container yard. Act 8512, approved in December 2021, transferred the former Cancrin School property to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. A portion of this property is currently leased by cargo companies and used to store containerized cargo. The land will be developed to expand the existing cargo facility located at the rear of this property.
Does that conclude your testimony?
No, it does not.
Okay.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
Parking lot paving. Virgin Islands Port Authority completed the construction of a 12.2 million, 19,000 square foot cargo terminal in June 2022. The project to pave this facility was funded via an appropriation from the legislature and has been completed. All 5 bays have commitments from tenants to rent. New cargo terminal. A new 42,000 square foot cargo terminal has been built at the Wilfred Bamba Alec Port and Transshipment Center. The new facility replaces the old warehouse that was destroyed in the 2017 hurricanes. The terminal has 10 bays, 7 of which already have commitments from tenants to occupy. Next, we will discuss upgrading and expanding the ferry and cargo ports in Cruz Bay, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Boynes Dock in Cruz Bay was completely renovated, and for the first time, the facility now has a male and female restroom and backup generator power. Fish Market Design and Build in Cruz Bay, St. John. The project to design and build a fish market at the Victor Sewer Marine Facility, also known as the Creek, in Cruz Bay, is being designed. The project involves the modification of a boat ramp and the bulkhead at the facility. Community Park Design/Build. A community park has been designed for a 3.75-acre site at the Virgin Islands Port Authority-owned land at Enide Pond in Cruz Bay, St. John. Included in the design is the following: green space, an amphitheater, a space for public arts, a food court, a mini playground, a track for walking and running, restrooms, and local plants. A third community meeting was held on February 11th, 2025, to present the plans and get feedback from residents. Mr. Chair, this concludes my presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to also say to this body that our Director of Engineering, Mr. Preston Bayer, and also our Senior Engineer in St. Croix, Mr. Tafari Nelson, they are currently in Miami as we speak, meeting with some of our consultants and working on the design of these projects. So I want to take this time, though, on a serious note, to really tell more publicly. This was heartwarming for me, because this youngster just came to the port a few, how long you did, a year and two?
I made a year, December of 2024.
And Mo Dennis, who I didn't know before, was a young man who had just graduated from the University of Miami. And like I said on the Port Authority to continue to say, we will give opportunity to youngsters any day fresh out of school. And that's how we have Tafari Nelson now as a senior engineer in St. Croix. We have another young man in St. Croix, Mr. Myers, who came on board with us. So it's replete. And I felt so good. And I tell Preston, maybe you could stay in Miami another week. Because we have Mo Dennis, who have done an excellent job. And also we have another youngster to my right, Mr. Jacobs, who I tell them I didn't know from no place except his mother accosted me in a Home Depot in St. Thomas and said her son have interest in this kind of field. And he was getting ready to graduate in St. Croix from Central High. From Central High. I told her, send him. And we're going to give him something to do in our engineering department at the port. That's during school. And we made a commitment, and I just wanted to say, none of these individuals, it wasn't no mother call or nobody like what you know and some politician. The fact of the matter is we are open up to giving opportunities. And I know my CFO is here, and I have to thank her, simply because I don't want to hear tell me he ain't got no money. Not when it comes to these youngsters. Lord of mercy, she say, he ain't got none though, you coming again? But I rather us spend money on the front end with these kind of young people. And as I speak to you today, Mr. Jacobs is attending the University of the Virgin Islands. He finishes, done graduated from high school and is studying construction management. And he too, providing he do, just like I used to tell Mo and Tafari, you guys finish your education, you have a job at the Port Authority. And I really thank all of them. And look at, you see how they dress? They got to look like what they're about. So I sincerely, and on behalf of my governing board, because I cannot do these things solely. It takes staff and it takes a board who are willing for us to trade. Because the first thing I tell these youngsters, nobody going, I'll tell you straight up, nobody going to hire these youngsters right out of school and pay them what we're paying. Even if they stay in the States, it's that learning curve. But I'm just glad that they're home. I hope that we could do whatever it is to keep these youngsters here. So when somebody say, well, you're paying them, you know, I think we do all right. We could do better because we need to invest in these young people on the front end. So I know I spoke a lot, but I just felt so proud
Thank you,
of
Director.
what these young people are doing at the authority.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you. I had the pleasure of having lunch, ironically, with the two young men, Mr. Mo Dennis, and Mr. Jacob. And I was impressed with both of them. Very lively discussion. I'm also very interested in adding a youthful staff, as I have my chief, Mr. Julian Bishop, who is 24, just finished his master's degree.
Okay, great.
So you're absolutely right, Director. We have to continue to cultivate the youth so that they could get ready to take over this Herculean task that they have before them. We have left a lot of issues for them to deal with, and they're going to have to learn to deal with these issues, and we had that discussion at lunch, right? Good. Saying that, colleagues, let's start this round with a 4-minute questioning. Let's begin with Senator Avery Lewis. Senator, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Viper family, Executive Director Dow, and good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Mr. Dow, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
Excellent. On page 10 of your testimony, where you talked about the marine tariff, you said the $3 you're implementing and they're going to deal with dredging and so forth. How does that have a time end on it, or that's continuously?
Like we tell them, that's up for discussion, but the Port Authority intend to, there must be some fee for us to continue maintaining the marine facilities, and that's the fee we believe we have to look at to try to repair the docks throughout the territory.
So currently the Port Authority is in charge of the waterfront here, right? The dock.
A portion of it, not all. Our jurisdiction stops. Our jurisdiction stops from west to the Coast Guard dock.
Okay. So is Port Authority in any of the planning stage with the phase 2 of the Vet Drive project?
Yeah, we have participated in several for over the years and up to recent. We have participated. The Commissioner of Public Works by statute is on our board, so we have participated with them in giving them some input as to what was going on. Yeah.
All right. So we should see some modernizing, and when that bulkhead and thing is redone, you think about shore power, anything like that along those lines, and modernizing.
That was some of the discussion, but it's all going to boil down to what we could afford to build based on the money we get. When I say we, meaning Public Works. It's a federal highway project. We're not responsible for the project.
Okay. Along the line of dredging, when we hear about dredging, all the time I hear about the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. What about your other dock spaces, like down there where Tropical is, and Sub-Ace where those sandbags and things come in? We need any dredging in those areas?
Definitely. Cargo vessels are coming bigger, and that's part, to be quite frank with you, part of our trip to face with Tropical and these folks was to have that discussion. They are requesting dredging as well, and that's why we have to make something abundantly clear to all. The Port Authority nor the government of the Virgin Islands can do these things alone. The private sector who benefits from it has to participate as well.
All right, Mr. Dennis spoke about a grant you received for the rehabilitation, I think, of your bulkhead space down there by Tropical. Has that any other work begun?
No, that's the design is like 90%. I think we expect to have that go out sometime this year.
1 minute.
Director Dow, let's go to sub-base area. Your Crown Bay current facility, not the new infrastructure you talk about with Royal Caribbean, your current facility. What do you think we have to do to attract new business life down there? I mean, in the evening times, down there frequently, but a lot of the doors are closed. What do you think we need to do at Viper or even the government to just jumpstart the life down there?
Well, I can't.
30 seconds.
That's exactly why we're doing the projects. I can't answer that without going to the project, but that's not far away. We are actively in the design and all these kind of things. The financing of the project, we're pretty much knowing. So by probably summer, we should close the entire deal on that project. So that's what's going to revitalize it, not just for the tourism product, but for the locals alike.
Good. And you talk about some federal grants that you keeping your eyes close on. Do you foresee any trouble at this time? Or you getting any calls, any emails, anything about any of your federal grants being jeopardized?
Well, just like what all of us hearing all through the country, those things that we have already out through the door, we're pretty all right. There's been discussion about hold on some things, but on the airport side, you have to recognize what's happening throughout the airport system, throughout the entire United States, and the attention as to the safety and security. So I think that while we have work to do, days after some of these discussions were had, the director of engineering, he was right in front up in Atlanta at our FA partners, and having those discussions. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. We have to be optimistic, and we'll continue to, be guided by whatever might come. But, we feel okay that we should be all right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if may I ask one more question, please?
Yeah, briefly, yes, please.
Real quick, Director Dow, at your airport space, I know you talked about the employees in negotiation now with the Sky
City,
right? So we're going to talk about that because that's negotiating. But what would be the real, you briefly glance over it in your testimony, what's the real wow effect when we go to our airport? Because I know when we go away, we go to these different airports, there's a real wow effect. What's a real wow for the Virgin Islands?
You're talking in the future? Based on the public-private partnership, that's what you...
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right off, as you talk about wow, whether it's a veteran, a senior, somebody with a disability, will not be struggling to get on the aircraft, number one. Secondly, the amenities, we just opened up a couple more eateries, and the people, people in St. Thomas like, what? Because they have options, they have choices. And so we're going to make sure that those choices exist. And we're going to see a facility that all of us could say as Virgin Islanders that we are proud. But more than that, it's in excess of $300 million. For me, that's the wow, that this government, nor the Port Authority, would have to find. That's significant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dow, thank you for bringing home our engineers. But let's be creative with some of the big projects so we could take a little chunk and get them a little bonus once in a while. We have billions of dollars in the territory, and then that's only for Viper, for ODR, for all of us, where we have these engineers. Let's see how we could take away something and give these engineers and property project managers and everything a little something out of the pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Avery Lewis.
That was the union speaking.
Yeah.
Thanks, Avery. Senator Lewis.
Up next is Senator Angel Boquez. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to Director Dow and the Virgin Islands Port Authority A-team. Looks like you brought the A-team with him here today, so that's good. I love to see the young people, staying focused and doing their job or part of the job. So congratulations to the young men before us today. Now, Director, between you and the presenter, you mentioned a 3% growth in air travel in the Virgin Islands, which equated to maybe perhaps about 1 million additional travelers. Now, with the historic happenings of runway issues right? Because we know we've sort of seen them here and there, especially in the Sika airport. What is Viper's long-term plan for runway maintenance? I know you mentioned or alluded to the fact that the last time that the runway was actually paved was in 2011. And I wanted to know, do you have sufficient funding allocated for the upcoming maintenance of pavement or any regular resurfacing repair work funding? I'm sure it's hitting the budget a little differently because it's happening a lot. In addition to the fact that every minute that runway is closed, you lose money. So tell me a little bit more about that, please.
All right, thanks. Let me just back up a little bit so that the entire public could be clear. The Virgin Islands government nor the Port Authority would be able to finance the kind of work that's necessary on these airports. So that's where the same FA grant comes in. We have grants that we are entitled to. Those entitlement funds come from the amount of passengers moving through a facility. So there always going to be some level of that kind of money. We expect that, I think within the next month or so, if not sooner, we should see a major request for proposal come out from a grant we have already received. Well, the bids. Because prior to getting the grant in hand under the FA processes, you have to have a bid out that the FA could see competitively, these are what it's about, what the numbers are. Based on those numbers is the funding you would receive for them in that cycle that's coming up. So the bid for what we want to do, some overlay at the airport currently, that should be going out probably within the next week or so. That should be out on the street.
And you don't foresee that, messing with operations too much? I mean, what's the timeline on something like that?
Let me be clear again.
Yes.
The bid that I speak of that's going to go out for that overlay, that takes some time.
Okay.
But that's the document that the FA needs now to go and say, here is this $10, $12 million grant. So we have that working its way through. Okay. Normally when we're doing work at the airfield, the airport manager, they get together with the airlines and try to look at the least impact it have on how, we shut down some, we work at night, whatever we can do. But one of the things we cannot get away from in our reality, we have one strip to operate from. Unlike most airports throughout the United States.
Okay, so let's talk about runway expansion. I know St. Thomas, you likely cannot have any runway expansion due to the way that the St. Thomas runway is designed. However, let's look at St. Croix. Especially with the increase in passenger demand and potentially attracting larger aircrafts, not only to the Virgin Islands, but in this district as well. Have you considered any expansions for the island of St. Croix?
What I'm glad to tell you, Senator, any aircraft that's made right now can land in St. Croix comfortably. Okay. So St. Croix boasts over 10,300 feet of runway. So larger running surface than a lot of other places. So we good with the length of the runway in St. Croix. Anything can land in St. Croix.
So with that said, Mr. Chair, when tourism comes in, you know what to ask them. Director, I was, before my time runs out, if it has
already
not...
did.
Mr. Chair, may I have a...
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, could you just excuse my CFO and the Assistant Director? She have a little one, she got to go back.
My last question was actually financially related.
Okay, sorry.
And if I might just grab her before she leaves. You have a projected revenue of $77.5 million for fiscal year 2025. And your estimated expenses are somewhere in the area of $83 million, correct?
Yes, but you have to take out depreciation, so it's 66.
Okay, well, you answered the question then, because I was going to ask about how are you going to handle that shortfall, but being that there's depreciation. Okay, well said. I have nothing else to ask, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So if you want to ask more money, ask her no.
Yeah. So, point of information, Okay, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Financial. Good afternoon. Not for you, financial lady. You could go ahead. But
thanks.
Director Doe, as far as your planning with your engineers, as far as the runway, St. Thomas, since you were talking about in pieces, or you guys have like an estimated space where you'll be able to cover in a night? Like, in an average, like, okay, if you dig up X amount, we could put back down this amount, because I see that there's concrete there to the bottom as well. Looking at the one slide, I think it was marked 10/23/25, I think. Oh,
yeah.
3/23/25.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. How it works, the director of engineering is there that can tell you precisely. But we only, when that time comes for the overlay, we close down the airport probably maybe 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock, after the last flights come in, the major ones. The commuters sometimes might make an adjustment for us. But once we close on, let's say 7 o'clock, everything is right there, stored next door. The asphalt, whatever we need. And we only take up or cut out the pieces in which we can redo that night, so that by 4:35 in the morning, the runways open up. And that's what makes it so expensive. Contractors have to mobilize, demobilize, standby, and all of that is a cost. And at the same time, the product, and I like to take the opportunity to tell most of us that the asphalt that we're talking about is a special grade of asphalt. It's not what you pave the road with. So people just say asphalt, but it's not the same as what you put on the highway in which people drive. So that product too has to be the proper mixture, the proper curing time, and so forth. But we have these fast drying solutions. So this happens to airport all over. It's just that we're small and so forth. But we expect to, be able to take up the bites, what we can put on the same night, and open up for business that same morning.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Executive Director Dow, we've had a couple of incidents where small commuter airlines have had, I guess, tire issues on the runway in St. Thomas recently. Is that any way related to the condition of the runway?
I mean, I don't believe so, because everybody else landing, and there's only the one company. And as a matter of fact, I met with a new president and those folks. Like I said publicly, we need to have a discussion for a couple of reasons. One is, logistically, they needed to work some things out. For example, when the first 1 and 2 incident happened with them, they didn't have a spare tire in St. Thomas. Their spare was in St. Croix. So they get flat in St. Thomas. Now you have to wait, runway shut down. So we tell them that was unacceptable. But I must tell you that since that time, they brought in the spare. Some is in St. Thomas, some is in St. Croix. They also have to have agreement, because things are going to happen. They also have to have agreement with people. If you have a situation where you slide off the runway, it's not, while it's a port property, the airline have to be responsible to make sure how they're going to assist in getting it off the runway. So all of those are agreements that are in place. But it should be told, like I said, that they were saying that they had to change out the type of tire they were using. They have done so. And thank God there was no, serious, but we believe that airlines flying there, hundreds of flights going in and out of that place every day.
Thanks for that response. The chair would call Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your performance, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Doe, Director Doe, I got some issues that I need for you to help me out with. Beautiful parking lot in St. Thomas and the airport. Very beautiful. That project started after the tender pier and after that project that I funded. The blowout. Way after. Way bigger project. And it's just about completed. And the tender pier and the blowout isn't completed. What have been the delay with these projects?
Thanks. First of all, the transportation center was supposed to finish already too, but that's another story. But let's go to the tender pier specifically, like in my presentation. one of the challenges with the tender pay was the piling. So folks come in and they do the geotechnical work, which means the boring in the sea, the boring certain areas. And it's like anything else. It's like if you're building a house and you start to remove dirt, you really don't know, although you might test this area, you don't know what the entire property is. Long story short, we had some challenges where under the surface of the water there in Frederickstead, some huge, real hard rocks was there. So as we start to drive the pile, two of the piles actually shattered from the pressure. So which means that, and these are not something that are stored that you go and you could buy. So they had to go to fabricate all over again. So the contractor, that was a long lead time that they had to take to fabricate them all over again. That was one of the major setbacks of that project. We wanted it to be finished long time. Now the blowout panels, that's an issue now. We're about 90% complete with that, but we run into some issues with the contractor, and so our legal department is dealing with it. We've done a lot of work there, up to what we can do, but we believe that we might have to finish it outside of the contract.
And it should be finished before storm?
I can't say that because we're partially, it's part of it is functional, but the problem we have is that, it is a legal concern right now.
Okay. Because without those blowout panels, we lose the dock.
Exactly.
We will lose the dock. I listened to you and you brag about our rental cars don't pay $3 a St. Croix. That ain't comfortable for me. And I'll tell you why. When I look at the parking lot on St. Croix, when I drag my suitcase across there, it's ripping my wheels them apart every day because it's in bad condition. But not only that, it's a hard time finding a parking space in St. Croix.
1 minute.
And I don't understand how come, but you go to the airport just about every day. So my question is, how many parking space does the rental agency have in that parking space? Because I know they occupy a good bit of those parking space. And with that happening to us, and it's good that they ain't got paid. Anybody got free ride, I'm glad for them or no?
No.
But I still want to see my projects them up to par.
Yeah, not that they don't pay now. I want
additional three, the additional. Now that we're talking about the additional 3, which was added on to St. Thomas. But for some reason, St. Croix is not. So I understand that do pay. But that additional 3 would pave the entire parking lot.
Except that what we try to do is half of 1/6 a dozen of the next. What we tried to do at a time, it was a little depressed in terms of the traffic and all what was happening. So although, we didn't concur with them, but we just didn't want to engage in a war over that at the time. But I believe that the time will come where that has to happen. That happens to airports all over the country, and we continue to think we're exempt, but no, the time has come. The time has come.
I sure hope we have those conversations because that parking lot there in bad shape. It really is. Even the entrance to the airport needs some work. Now that they paved the road outside there, come right up to your pole. After that day, it's a shaggy ride.
Yeah, let me thank Commissioner Derek Gabriel, maybe some more. He'll work with another little piece for us. But.
And Mr. Chair, I want to wrap up with this question, if I may.
Yes, continue.
Yeah. Your testimony outlined plans and infrastructure and upgrades, but you ain't got a lot of timelines, start and finish date. Can you kind of explain a little bit more about that? With these projects, the P3 them?
The P3 project, as outlined, we believe that, I told you that the entire project, we expect to start both at the same time. Probably by no later than the end of this year, first quarter next year, construction will actually start. And we expect to do the financial closing later in the summer on these things, where our full agreement, we close, and wherever the agreement is, that they subscribe into that. So that's our timeline in which we're working with the construction of the of the airport.
So with that being said, there's not too much work's going to happen on Henry Rosen Airport at all.
Sorry?
With that being said, we're pretty much waiting for this project to take over and run with it. There isn't too much construction work going to happen pending that, because I saw some beautiful bathrooms in St. John and Red Hook. I mean, like going in Harry Rouse in the airport bathroom.
Well, let's go back. Let's go inside the new area that we built out now. That new area we built out is nice, to include the concessions in the departure where you're American and so forth.
Of course, yes, it is. But my bathrooms, that's what I said. I visit some bathrooms at St. John, and I visit some bathrooms at Red Hook in St. Thomas, and both of them are beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't like going in Henry Rosen airport bathroom, and I could imagine when visitors land and Henry Rosen, what they'll say in that bathroom.
Well, what we'll do is, I mean, that could take a freshen up, that ain't gonna kill us, but the truth is we don't expect to expend no major money on none of the facilities.
They need a little fresh up if you can. Thank you very much for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
I could concur. Freshen up is helpful. Where are we at right now with the conveyor belts? I know that was an issue at some point. Are the belts up and running now? They've got spare parts, whatever they need to keep running?
We have parts. There's an older belt that I tell them all the time, that belt that we're talking about that continue to break down, that was installed before my mother was born. And so they don't even make parts for that. So we actually just go to some manufacturer in the Midwest to make these kind of things. But we did get some new parts, and they should be probably in sometime shortly. The newer belt is working. So, but we're gonna face those challenges. And I like the discussion, because all of us should be saying that we definitely need to invest, and the kind of money it takes to, when we talk about this belt that we're talking about, if you're going to take out this belt, we're talking about more than a $15 to $15 million project, you know. This ain't some belt for cent kind of operation. So we have got to make sure that we have the financial wherewithal, and that's why this bringing private money into this whole thing to do, and we're not talking about no long time. We expect that shovel be in the ground by no later than first quarter, both airports at the same time.
As the chair of the Economic Development Committee, clearly I'm excited that this would definitely add a lot of economic boost to our economy. These are two major projects, and we get to see what a public-private partnership actually looks like. A lot of people in our community think it's a bad thing. But we're here to shed light that it can be a good thing. If it's applied and done properly, you do give up some things. I want people to listen clearly. It doesn't mean because we keep saying that we retain ownership, you don't give up something. We're giving up the right to remove these people because they'll be under contract for a fixed number of years. So if the relationship goes sour, we're going to have to deal with it until the contracted period is up.
Senator,
unless legally you find out. That's typically how it works.
No, Senator, and I just want to make sure, because we're on a public record, I'm not, one way or the other disputing what you're saying. But the relationship is how all these things are structured. That's the fundamental thing. Just like I explained to folks before your time, the senators, the 35th, this public-private partnership that we're doing is significantly different than what Puerto Rico had done, number one. What Puerto Rico had done, and just bear with me, what Puerto Rico had done, their entire government was bankrupt. Their pension system was mashed up, and so was the PREPA, which is our equivalent to WAPA. They wanted money out to give to the central government. That's what they did. So whatever, and when you're desperate, people do desperate things. And so that's how that was negotiated. We're not doing this because we want money to take out to do something. We are doing this because we want the private sector money to come in. What we're giving up here, or giving up, is just like we do with any other property. We're entering into a long-term lease to operate, finance, and manage. They're recouping their money, they're paying us on a lease. And like, again, can't get too far, but pretty soon when we close, you'll hear more about how that deal unfolds. Because we try to make sure that the as least liability that we could have the government as a whole, and by extension the Port Authority, I believe that we comfortable, our board, our consultants, that we have encapsulated ourselves enough. And let me give you a quick example. If tomorrow a public-private partnership, we don't execute it, they start construction today. They start construction, but the next week something happened to them, they bankrupt, whatever could happen. In our agreement, that asset is the Port Authority without putting out anything. The way they're going to make money is by doing a project and having a project that can operate. If they can't operate, then they lose, not the port. Because if they put on something, they can't go with it. And that's why I say, interestingly, this is not an exchange of any asset. And I think, and I'll end by this, saying this, look at what we were able to do with tropical shipping and with Crowley. They don't own the container port. They don't own Crowley facility. We just tell them, okay, we're going to give you some more years on a lease, or we will, we'll pay you back somehow. But, so the arrangements, you put up the money for the port, and then we will work out those things with you. But they don't own none of this. And that's the key thing that the government, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because when people talk about, well, look what China doing in this Caribbean country, look what this one doing. The fundamental difference in these places, they give them these loans that some of these Caribbean countries could never pay back, and at the end of that business, the asset becomes owner of this. Happening in Africa right now with Chinese government, but
yes,
no.
And that's correct in terms of this deal keeps the ownership with the Virgin Islands government. The other side of that too is that all the employees will belong to the company that might be departing. So we might have the asset because we own the property, but we don't have the staff.
But I just tell
that's
you
a
that
different argument,
we're in
right?
negotiation
Yes.
now and that piece. So
yeah.
All we want to make sure is that whatever happens, that everybody is kind of okay and so forth. But
the reason why we have those discussions is because, God forbid, in the future, they're going to ask, why didn't we have these discussions?
Well, we've been having, the Port Authority has been so upfront. We've had public hearings and so forth. But at the end of the day, all I can say is that leaders have to lead. And sometimes in leadership, things could be a little uncomfortable. But we've got to do what we believe in the best interest, and not ourselves, but the growth, this organization. And lastly, all the time I say, we must understand how our bread is butter in the territory. Tourism, whether I like it or hate it, that's what pays the bills for the most part in this territory. And I tell them, when you go to Florida, you hear them talk about Florida orange and juice. That's not what pays the bills. It's tourism pays the bills, even in Florida and a lot of these states. So we have to do what we can to enhance that product.
Great. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for her 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first I want to begin, before I get into the little meat about the P3, I heard you talk about the young people that you have working with you. And I also have a young man working with me. I think he's 34 years old. He's my chief researcher. But I want to say this. When I came back home, I had the opportunity to work with two attorneys, Winston Hadge and Albert Sheen. And I learned from them. So this is what I'm going to say to the young people that are working with you. It's an African proverb. The young can walk faster, but the elder knows the road. So the man sitting next to you, you need to try to learn as much as you can from him, because he has the experience that you don't have. He has the wisdom that you don't have. You could only get that wisdom by time, okay? So how you treat him is how you are going to be treated by the ones who follow you. Got that? So that's very important. And his knowledge, of course, his experience, his knowledge, his wisdom. I say that so that my chief researcher could understand the same thing applies to me. He can learn. Anyone who's young, I learned so much from those two men in terms of my career that I am always grateful for that. So I'm saying that to both of you, okay? All of the ones who work with you who are young. Let's talk about the P3. I hope that the people of the Virgin Islands don't have any fear of a P3 agreement, because we need to change the narrative on that. As you know, I have the legislation. I had it last year. You testified for it. It doesn't apply to you because you are what I would call, like all the autonomous agencies, special entity in the Virgin Islands. I was researching and comparing you, the Port Authority, when I say you, to Guam and Puerto Rico, interestingly enough. And it's interesting that Guam has an even higher level of authority and governance than even the Port Authority here has. Sometimes when we create legislation, we as senators, and you are a senator, Mr. Dow, so I know you know that we have to be careful when we craft language. My concern really, it was one sentence that just jumped out at me with regard to the employees. When you said you hired an independent consultant to provide one-on-one guidance and support for any employee with questions about this process. What kind of support? Legal support? What exactly can you explain to me? If I were an employee and I met with them, what support would they be giving me?
Okay, two things we try to make sure, another scenario, that the person, the consultant, is not an employee of the authority per se. We wanted somebody independent that if an employee wants to understand what does this 401k means, what does this new job entails, any aspect, for example, you know, what each employee would have gotten in the aviation section would get an offer from the company. Help them to break down what that offer means to them. For example, I have 5 years, this one have 10. How does it affect me or don't affect me? So just so that our employee have somebody, not us at the authority, that they could talk to, if they so elect. They don't have to do it, but we make that available in the event somebody wants a discussion on it, because let's face it, all of us level, depending on what we're talking about, is not the same. So, I mean, regardless, you could have be brilliant, a master's degree, depending on what we're speaking about, especially if we start to talk about savings plans, IRA, and these kind of things. Yeah. We want to make sure that folks have a clear understanding as to how it would affect them. That's what it is.
Okay, so a lot of it, different aspects then, financial mainly, then more than anything else, I guess, longevity, the terms.
Okay. What would happen, there's a whole spell out, you know, what would happen if I get sick, I just gone over to the company and I get sick.
And yeah, what the time accrued, all of that. Okay, my time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dow. I appreciate your answers.
Well, thank you, Senator.
Point of information, Senator Joseph, please.
Again, Director Doe, the question I have for you right now is around the same employees. I know that you're going through a negotiation process at this time. As far as, is everybody who is looking to transfer unionized or they're not?
No, we have a couple, there'll be a couple non-union people and everybody's, and what I would go as far as to tell you that the Port Authority and even our partner, we've made it publicly clear that whatever collective bargaining unit or what have you that the employees enjoy today, that follows them. That's as much as I can tell you. So in other words, if they're a union person today, that's whoever representing them as that union shop will follow them on to the private sector.
Okay, thanks. I had a next question, but I think you answered me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Senator Joseph, it's your 4 minutes, please. the chair extends the 4 minutes to you.
Well, good afternoon again. Okay, on page 7, your testimony, you speak towards the reconstruction of the Henry Rolson cargo apron. What other plans are in place for Rolson Airport?
Well, that project, I think we have part of that project might be some lighting and so forth, but it's not going to be on the apron itself out there on the tarmac. Those are special grants that we receive for those purposes, and that's what we're going to do. But in terms of the airport structure, like the stores and the actual building, there is not a lot except what I told you about the public-private partnership. We're not engaging in trying to finance no major work at both of the terminals. No.
Okay, no, I was just talking about the same apron. I mean, being that somebody else coming to manage the apron, it's going to be another portion of something you could tell somebody outside, well, we are parking for XYZ. Since it's a apron you say for cargo, I'm just asking the question.
I could speak to that. Mojanaya Dennis, civil engineer. So one thing I'd like to mention is that even though the P3 process is ongoing, the Virgin Islands Port Authority will retain the Part 139 certificate for the airports in the territory. And the Part 139 certificate is basically a certificate that says we own the airports, and we use that certificate to apply for FAA grants. So essentially what I'm saying is that in the future, any redevelopment projects that have to occur with any aprons or the taxiway or the runways, we will have to facilitate that.
Okay, do you have departure data presently available on carriers to show that there is a demand for flights for St. Croix?
In St. Croix, we would have arrival and departure, yeah. We could provide that for you.
Okay, as far as
but I could tell you right now. In St. Croix, we have a document here that we showed you earlier. But in St. Croix, you probably see about under 250,000 passengers coming and going from St. Croix.
Okay,
coming into Rolson Airport.
Through the chair, you could forward the information for the data. Okay, as far as Fredericksburg Pier, I mean, I like to know this for the record as well. You know, we had, for years, individuals been fishing on the pier. I know there's construction going on the pier. So at some point, is it possible, I don't know if it's a signage of maybe something legally for them to sign to be back on the pier to use. I don't expect to see them on the pier during the time of the cruise ship, but I thought about going into the nights.
I'll take that. I'll talk to our attorneys because again, we understand historically what used to happen, but historically we never used to get sued like this. So that's a serious undertaking, a liability on the authority. So.
And again, for St. Croix, I know you spoke about the Army Corps of Engineers. As far as permitting, any status for Gallows Bay for the Army Corps?
I know there's been some discussion. Matter of fact, my staff, the governor's staff, and some senators, there have been some discussion because it's a position of the Army Corps that, that we don't undertake that project. They're not in agreement to actually permit a project. That's where we're at right now.
Time?
And the cost, because we were doing a study, we have put up a couple of dollars, they put up some money to do this study. And based on when, just partially into the study, what they're saying it would cost and whether or not it's a real benefit from their eyes to what the cost is, it was kind of prohibitive. But I know that some of us decide that we're not going to take that answer. We're going to try to probe some more. But I was telling you, the Port Authority position was clear. We floated bonds many years ago, and when we floated bonds, we had set aside some dollars well to dredge the area to try to accommodate the boutique ships. So, matter of fact, the new little building that you saw there, that was a part of the same money we floated. So we built the visitor center, and our intent was to dredge that area. And during the permit process, that's what came back from us. So we're not satisfied with it, but yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I? So we still have some monies put aside in case they was to change their position?
Not that kind, no. We don't have that kind of money. That money probably used in different areas. Let me tell you, we're so serious about that. We took $500,000 because to do some work, we needed some money. I talking about the same Gallows Bay project.
Yeah.
When we did it, that was the same borrowing we did that built the parking garage at the Red Hook Terminal. So we built that project for about $6 million. When we went to market, we had borrowed a little more for that project. So we were able to get the board and the bond council them to agree with us to move at least $500,000 from that Red Oak project over to St. Croix to start what you're seeing there to include trying to do some dredging. So that's how serious the authority was about trying to do that Gallows Bay project.
Thank you for your answer. Director Doe, thank you for the time. Mr. Chair.
You know what I find very interesting is that this P3 partnership is very exciting, and we're very enthusiastic that it'll bring us some great benefits. Have you considered getting a hotel on St. Croix out of this P3 relationship? Because that is something we could use.
I'm kind of smiling. All the cards on the table. I think we need to get through this and have some discussion. We've been talking not just with those folks, we're talking with other folks about that. The Port Authority went as far as making 10 acres of our property available to our group. We're still awaiting the final word from the FAA. We should be getting that back shortly. But yeah, we open up for business. We've said it loud and clear. And whoever come and have not just to come though. I want to just pause for a minute. It's not for somebody to say, I want to do a hotel in St. Croix. They must have the capacity to do what they're purporting to do.
Right. The chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for his point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up again with something that I asked you earlier in regards to the parking lot in St. Croix and Henry Austin Airport. Have you guys actually make a check to see if some of those cars have been abandoned? Because me and my colleague were just talking, and you could go to real early in the morning and can't get parking space. You got to go nearly down by the guard boot sometime. So there's a lot of car in that parking spot, and I don't know if they're abandoned, but your team might need to do a real soul-searching check on that.
We check them from time to time, and I'll go deeper in terms of looking. Nothing is 100%, but I could tell you that we found within the last some months ago, we found a vehicle that's been there forever and ever. And when we went to BMV, well, our police went to BMV and checked it out. Person had done gone, can't find them, can't locate them. So we still had to go through those legal channels to remove the car
because
from there.
I don't think we have that much flight going out in St. Croix in the morning that early. If we catching a 7 o'clock plane going St. Thomas, the parking lot is filled.
Well, I almost thought most of that would be people are working at the airport, your ground handlers, and whoever else. I don't know, but we'll check.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I literally had a smile on my face earlier when Mr. Dow was sharing the simultaneous groundbreaking for both of the airports, because for me, that was one of my biggest concerns. When we had that initial meeting in St. Croix, one of the questions I did ask was I wanted some kind of guarantee that when we start the work in St. Thomas, St. John, we were going to be simultaneously working in St. Croix as well. So I'm very happy to hear that's still the same consistent message that's being put out there, because we are one Virgin Islands. I wanted to ask a question in regards to Royal Caribbean and this additional $5 that's being tacked on to assist with the development. Once the development is done, will they stop payment of that additional $5, or is this in perpetuity?
No, that $5 is for a specific project, and that's something that ourselves and the cruise line could revisit at a time. But it's for that project specific.
Okay, so once it's done, they will stop paying that additional $5 unless you guys negotiate something else. Have you looked into or working with other cruise ships for projects similar to that, where they would assist with investing back into the territory?
Just for the record, the only agreement the authority has is with that of Royal Caribbean. We have a contract, just like WICO have contracts with Carnival and all these other lines that goes up there. Our only contract is with Royal Caribbean. So I don't know what WICO would be doing in terms of any project with the lines that call on them.
Okay, thank you. I know we had a little bit of chat earlier about the conditions of the runway and, some concerns there. While those concerns came forward, are there any plans to potentially alleviate any concerns in the future, or do you feel like this was just an occurrence that happened? Is this long-term? What's happening with the runways?
Unfortunately, that'll happen. I hate to say it, but the truth is that will continue to happen, because we're looking at asphalt pavement in excess of, and sub-base in excess of 30 years old. They have outlived their life. At that time, you had, back when some of these things were built, you had some smaller aircraft, not as heavy, not as powerful, but on the same equipment. So we believe that, but the answer to that, we're not just saying that we have a problem. The solution is the overlay that we expect to do temporarily, and then some actual reconstruction of the sub-base. So we could put on a covering, we could put a layer. It's just like the roads out there. You put a layer of asphalt on it, but you don't address where underneath the surface it's going to move, it's going to collapse, and eventually. But we are working on it, and that's why we keep crews. We have a contract right now. As that happens, we have a response team, both port and private sector, that deals with that. But it's going to happen for a minute more. I can tell you that.
Okay. Thank you so much. While you're going through the process of redevelopment in both districts, what are your plans in regards for the daily operation and the disruption that more than likely will occur? What are your plans for that? Do you guys have a way? How are you discussing that with the partners?
Yes, so every month the Port Authority have an airport meeting with the users, the tenants, and our folks come together once a month, the airlines. And in that meeting, they'll discuss how we're going to phase it. For example, we're doing some work by Gate 10. Well, maybe, just as an example, Cape Air can't park there this time. They have to move up further. We made the adjustments. American Airlines, from time to time, we have to shift them around, push them further up there where Spirit lands, or bring them, But we manage it. And what we try to do is, we know the peak hours. So we try to work within the peak hours when they're going to be landing, taking off, and then try to do as little as we can. And one of the big costs to what we do is the night work. Sometimes you're sleeping, you don't know that, but we literally have people after 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. People working there until 4 o'clock in the morning. So we do that to accommodate the flights in and out as well. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
No problem. Director Dow, this question is for Mr. Mo Dennis, if you don't mind. You mentioned on page 16 of your presentation that the Mexican government gets paid $43 for their military and their fee collection. I'm just curious, we're only charging $3 in St. Croix. Did I read that right? Is that what your presentation said?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes. So your question is, why are we only charging?
So we're under charging by $40, and our money is not going towards any military yet. So I'm just saying there's a huge disparity in what other places are charging for a product that I still think we have a great product. It needs, you know, some work, but I think we're not $3. That's just really low.
Let me just be clear. The $3 is for the dredging projects. The authority itself charges over $15 when people come into the to St. Thomas and Croix. To St. Thomas and John. St. Croix is total of $7. This $3 is a part away from the actual tariff. The $42 what the Mexico government, the only reason we put that in there as an illustration is because, if you could recall, there were folks in the territory and the cruise lines were telling you, we want to pay nothing. So we were just saying, hey, while the fees for dredging, however, we looking to charge $3, Mexico tell you they're charging $42. And so that's what that was kind of illustrating. But our overall in and out of the harbor fee is like 14 and change, 15, something to that effect. As a matter of fact, it's in the presentation, the exact numbers.
And the chair will recognize Senator Novell Francis Jr. for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, and thank you to the team, Viper, and Executive Director Dow. Thank you for your interest in our young people and keeping them motivated. I cut my teeth, or I turned 21 in government, you know, and some 37 years, I'm still here. So thank you for giving them that opportunity, and I look forward to the work that they will contribute to in the future. We mentioned Gallows Bay Dock and the dredging there. And it is the position of several individuals, several senators in this body that we are going to move forward with that project. There is no unilateral decision that's going to detour us from moving forward on that. And I ask my colleagues to continue to support our efforts there to allow for the dredging of Gallows Bay Dock and allow for boutique ships, cruise ships to come back into that port. We know they spend big bucks. We know that there's opportunities. They have been done before. And we're going to stay focused on getting that done. And again, we're not going to be distracted by any unilateral decision not to dredge that harbor. So we'll provide the funding to support Viper in that effort. In respect to the hotel development, I know that there was some appeal to the FAA in regards to an approval or review of the request to build a hotel on Port Authority's property. Where are we with that?
Okay, that is still with the FAA. We expect that they'll give us the answer shortly, simply because it took some time, but they wanted fair market value. They wanted to see the appraisals that were done. That's how the FAA operates. So, because, you know, anyhow, we expect an answer from them probably, you know, shortly.
So we don't have anything pending for them. We have provided them with information that they've asked.
Sorry, yes.
So
yes, Senator.
We look forward to that. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Modenis, in regards to your vision as a civil engineer, are you a part of the discussion with the P3 in you know, the development of the Henry Rolson Airport?
So at this current time, I'm not like too into the discussions with the P3. The P3 is made up of different partners that includes civil engineers, geotechnical engineers. So we do have that background and experience a part of the process, but me specifically, no, I'm not too into those conversations as of right now.
Do you have a vision of what you'd like to see that airport look like?
That's a good question. I do have a vision. You kind of asked the question on the spot, but As
1
a
minute.
civil engineer,
That's what we do here. That's what we do here. Put you on the spot.
as a civil engineer within the aviation industry, I look at airports a lot, and one design that always comes to mind, like kind of design or setup that I like, is the Puerto Rico airport. So at San Juan, in a certain part of their terminal, you're forced to walk through like a duty-free area to get to the terminals, to get to like some of the terminal areas, the
30
gates.
seconds.
And I like that setup because it kind of entices you to want to buy something or leave with something that's Puerto Rican made or Puerto Rican manufactured, So I kind of like that setup, and I think in the future that would be a cool feature to implement here.
Well, I'm hoping that at some point you'll get to have a seat at the table and at least share your vision, because I think it's important. Honestly, I think it's important. You certainly have the experience, one, but two, you have a vision as being a Virgin Islander that grew up here, and we would like to see what this airport transformed to. I wanted to ask you a similar question, Mr. Jacobs, but my time had been called. So if the chair would allow for me to at least ask 2 more questions, I'll appreciate it.
Proceed.
Thank you. Something with that clock, I don't know. I think when it comes to me, it will move a little faster. So, Mr. Jacobs, you too. I mean, do you have a vision in terms of what you would like to see happen at the Port Authority, at the airport, and the Port Authority facilities?
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. Thank you for the question. My vision for the Port Authority facilities in general, I like the direction where we're going. Director Dow and my boss that he spoke to, Preston, they have a good team. They implement a lot into us. The vision for the airport, I'll say, the jet bridges, because we have a lot of our older generation, people who are disabled. It's kind of a hard access to them to get on the airport. So with the jet bridges, it will be easier accessible to them. The facilities were in a good direction. A lot of behind the scenes tasks that Director Dow and Preston will bring us in to get our foot in the door. So when they leave the table and we take over, we understand what it takes for us to be able to uphold these roles. And I will say that we're going in a very good direction overall with our seaports and our airports. We constantly have, to give you a slight overview, in terms of the tender pay, we have meetings constantly with our contractors to entail that we get the ball moving and things to entail that our territory overall, we have a future and we have a vision that we plan to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob. And our future is bright. I think having young individuals like yourself and certainly Mr. Dennis, I think that my vision is to give hope and pray that you get an opportunity to have a seat at the table so that we can really transform what you like to see happening. There is a gateway, to St. Croix, the first thing you see when you come in and the last thing you see when you leave. And so I hope you be part of that process. So that's taking me away from all the questions that I wanted to ask, but I really wanted to get your insight on what you'll see happening there. I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my John J. brother over there, Carlton Dow. And again, we're looking forward to good things from these
I always
individuals.
like to see you and hear you because both of us go to the same barber. So.
Yeah. I don't want to go to that barber. Executive Director Dow, in terms of the exterior design work for the airport, especially on St. Croix, I guess St. Thomas will maintain their look. But for St. Croix, is there any attempt to have the public provide some input as to what they would like in this P3 discussion? Because we tend to ignore the public's input. And I really think it's imperative that we always make sure you get to hear what the people want. Your partnership might want something looking a little different from what the people want. So it would be nice if there was some community dialogue discussions. Is that something you guys are you considering that, or is?
I believe what we have done is they sought stakeholders, the people that use the facilities, I talk about the folks that sell in the airport, the taxi drivers. So far, this process started a good while back. We've had some public meetings, listened to the public. We had public meetings on all 3 islands to include St. Croix Special. We did one in Crucian instead, and the next night, we went down in Frederickstead and had involvement of the public, and the hotel association, everybody, chamber, everybody had been able to voice what they're concerned. Right now, we're in that phase where the discussion, the design. I must tell you that St. Croix is unique in as much as you have space. We don't have that in St. Thomas. So that in of itself poses a difference in how we're going to approach things. St. Thomas is going to go up a little higher, probably just a tidbit more down by the commuter gates, like where you Cape Air and so forth leave, but we don't have a lot of space to do this. So we're going to go up a bit. St. Croix, we're talking about a brand new facility, utilizing the same land around the airport. So yeah, we expect to continue. I mean, but just know that there is a budget, like anybody, there's a budget that folks are going to work with, that we're going to agree to, and whatever we're going to do have to fall within the confines of that.
And the community will be happy with the design, right?
Well, listen.
That's my question.
I believe that, in all sincerity, I believe the majority of the people will be comfortable. But the fact of the matter, we live in this territory long enough to know that we ain't gonna please everybody, but we have to make it better than it was.
Yeah. Well, the reason why it's such a critical question is because we live here and it's ours, and so we should have a right to have some input in the process. So that's why I said it. The chair recognizes Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, Executive Director Dow, and your team. Director Dow, I wanted to really start by asking you about the P3 and the P3 arrangement with Sky City specifies, and you put it in bold in your testimony, that airports are not being privatized. Can you elaborate on the governance structure and decision-making authority that will exist between Viper and Sky City during the terms of the lease? Can we get a sense as to how that is going to flow?
Okay, the authority will still have a governing board, like we do have. And it's like you're playing, let's say, a football game or a basketball game. Here are the boundaries that the authority is going to allow you to operate freely in. But if you want to do something, take, for instance, I'll give you an example. Suppose the P3 partner said, after a week or so, or let's say after a year, they say, you know what? We want to do something different, we want to sell our business or do whatever. That can't arbitrarily happen without the board authorizing such. So we give you a free hand. You could run, you could operate, but you're operating within these specific boundaries. Anything outside the boundary, not that it can't happen, but you have to come back and get board approval. And it's going to be basically just like any other lease that we have now. We lease a property to a company, a business to operate. They have their profits, their rate of return, or what have you. We have set the benchmark as to what we want in return, and that's primarily how that operation is going to be had.
Gotcha. You mentioned that P3 is projected to be completely operational in 5 years. What are the specific milestones and timetable for each phase of construction and modernization?
I would not today be able to tell you the exact phase. That's something that we're discussing because we want to, the least amount of impact. The professionals who do this business, they are discussing these things. What I can tell you, the very early on in the phases, we wanted to make sure that we have some ability for jet bridges very early on in the project. So however they're going to phase it, we're saying at least it don't have to be all the jet bridges, but they need to be operational very early on, some jet bridges. The professionals will deal with how best to phase it, only because we have to look at how the traffic is still going to be affected.
1 minute.
how tenants going to be utilizing it, and at the same time, the goods and supplies that you would need to be bringing into the territory for any specific period of time.
Understood. Now, your testimony shows tremendous growth in the cruise ship traffic for St. Croix. What infrastructure, transportation, and community preparations are being made to handle the nearly doubling of visitors?
30 seconds.
What I can tell you that's part, the reason Royal Caribbean and ourselves agreed to this additional $5 in St. Croix is so that they could really look at what needs to happen in St. Croix to enhance the product. For example, part of our discussion with them is trying to set up a system where if somebody have a good idea, there'll be a board in place, you have a good idea, how we can assist them to create some new adventure, some new product. But mind you, in St. Croix in particular, when you leave the dock, once you come off the pier, that property is not owned by the authority. And like in St. Thomas of Waiko, as you come off the dock, all the frontage, they have control over. So I can't go tomorrow and say, well, I don't like the color of the paint right in front of me. Let me do something to that building. Let me do something to the fort. So all of us is going to have to work together. I've been having this kind of discussion with the administration, with several senators in the St. Croix district who have approached me. And Royal Caribbean have a serious interest. They too want to partner. And that's why, like I said, they agree to put up this $5 because they hear the feedback. Nobody probably does more research in terms of feedback from passengers than the cruise lines. And so they know what their passengers are telling them. So what can we do as a community? It's not just the Port Authority going it alone, but every entity of government is going to have to participate. Because like I tell you, as you come off the dock, the property don't belong to us.
Thanks for your response. Mr. Chair, if I may just finalize.
Yes.
My question. The Charlotte Amalia Harbor dredging. Of course, we all know you've persuaded us, and WICOP persuaded us, that it's critical for accommodating the larger vehicles or the larger vessels. How are environmental concerns being addressed, particularly regarding the disposal of dredged materials?
Yeah. In order to get the permit from Army Corps of Engineers, that's a part of the permit. How are we going to mitigate the sea life? How are we going to, the dredging spoils, where are we going to store them, when we're going to take them out, and so forth, and the process. They spell out the process, how you have to handle it. So we expect that, and in our permit, it calls that we would dredge those areas. Some would be beach quality sand, some will not. How we separate it, but we expect to store some of that temporarily at the Concrane property will make available for that.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response, Director Darrow, and kudos to you and kudos to your team. I understand you bragging about these young people. You always bragging, but that's a good bragging. And I appreciate you having confidence in these young people, preparing them to take the baton because the future is theirs. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. And the good thing is you've been the HR director at the Port Authority. So you know many times you have gotten a call that we're going to place this other youngster. So thank you, too.
The chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question. This is a tough question. And I know you're normally ready for tough question, Director Doe. For some reason, this fall through. We have a plan B.
If what fall through?
The P3. I mean, you guys are deep into it, I'm just saying.
Let me put it this way. I know of no source that the Port Authority have or capacity the Port Authority have to, or the central government, unless there's something I don't know, that have the ability right now to find in excess of $300 million and don't look back and waiting for your return. I know of any other thing. That's what makes this so special, using others people's money to get where we want to go. I don't know of any other plan.
No, when I said that is, okay, good. I'm just saying, just like nothing ain't complete until you're already signed. That's just my point. My point is, with anything else I do as a small businessman myself, you take a risk, because that's what we're doing. We're taking a risk. Anything that we do in this life is a risk. By the time you get out of your bed, it's a risk getting back home. That's how I look at life. So I just saying, at this point, for some reason, one of these same other partners run into some other financial issue and they pull. Because I'm sure they still have a right to pull because they're making the investment. I'm just saying, we are also prepared, because I'm sure when you started negotiating, before you get to this particular partner, I had to have other people in line to negotiate with. So I'm just saying that, just in case, I more feel positive that it will go through for the amount of energy I seen from each one, everybody from the port that show up here today. Everybody's face is like, this is gonna happen. I look around the room, everybody feeling the energy that the port's gonna take off. But I'm just saying, overall, until we sign, then we're gonna know what direction we're going into.
Okay, and let me just say that the port did have...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. The port did have a plan even before this, but we know that that would be umpteen years, and there's so much issues come about. For example, that new section that was built out, and it looks good. That new section that we built out, where the domestic, where the American Airlines and so forth, that area looks good. However, that we got a grant. We applied for a grant and got a grant to do that. And then, of course, we had to have a little match to put there. So my point is whether we were able to get in some airports, the major airports, the major carriers sometimes get agreement with the port or with the government and build out these things themselves. We didn't see that coming. But at the same time, that grant, let's say that project that we built out there were over $15 million, someplace around the $14, $15 million. And that's a grant that we applied for, waited to get it, and then execute. So you see now, if we had to try to build the entire airport out, how long that can take, and the fact is, you're waiting and you are the mercy of these grants. And even when you get this grant, you still have to figure, when you have a $20 million grant, and then they tell you you have to put up 10% of it, you know, where the money is going to come from. Yeah, thanks.
The chair recognizes Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, you've got 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I really am enjoying the conversation. Executive Director Dow, you know you are speaking to my very heart that I have demonstrated with hiring young people and training them as well as giving them an opportunity to soar. So I want to commend you on what you do. I know you grew up, I believe you grew up in housing, correct?
I actually grew up between above Savannah and above, well, Oswald Harris Court, but I was living in Estate Thomas, but there was nothing to do up in Estate Thomas, so I was always in Oswald Harris Court, yeah.
Well, some of it must have rubbed off on you because I, of course, spent some of my life in Oswald Harris Court, so that must have rubbed off on you. That's a good rub. I want to ask you a question now. I'm on page 10 of your testimony, and it's something that you said to me regarding the repaving of the runway. You mentioned that to get grant funding to repave the runway, you have to put out a solicitation for bid before you could apply for the grant from the FAA. Is that what you said earlier?
Not quite. Okay, how it works is we have a project in mind. That has to be a part of the airport master plan. We have to, every couple of years, we have to do a plan telling the FAA, hey, it's what we're going to do this year, right up for at least for 5 years. As part of that plan now, you would submit your intention that we want $10 million to rehab a runway or some of this sort, okay? Or to do work on the airfield. They would say, okay, tentatively, you're gonna have what they call airport improvement funds. In other words, entitlement funds. So every time a plane lands and passengers come in, part of a very small piece of that ticket, there's a fee in there that the FAA collects and remit that to the port. That's how that works. So now our own money, and then they have what they call the discretionary program. So we might have $4 million in our own money that they're holding for us, and then we could get another set of money from a discretionary standpoint. But we have to show a project, and in showing a project, they says, okay, yes, we would be in line for you to do that project, except now we need to know the true cost of that project. You can't know the true cost, or they can't know, well, I need to give you $4 million in discretionary funding to meet your $2 million you already have, without that project going out to bid. And when the project goes out to bid and the bids come back, we also have to have an independent company that looks at all these bids, to include the FA, and say that bid is fine, and then they grant you the funding. So they have to see those bids and make sure they come in alignment with the independent, a third party who don't work for neither of us to look at it.
Okay, so that's very good, because that's a lot of due diligence that's going out there. Do they compensate you for any of that work on the front end through the grant?
Yeah, the grant, the administrative costs for for these grants are a part of the administrative costs. Is a part. As a matter of fact, if I take let's say Mo as an engineer overseeing an airport project, at least for that time that Mo, who is an engineer, is working on that piece of the project, the Port Authority can bill for his hours as part of that grant. But in other words, we can't bill them. Okay. Let's say he's working on the Frederick State Pier, we can't bill them for that pay. But if he's working on the airfield at the administrative cost, we can bill for his work. Then we do it all the time.
Okay, I know my time has been called, Mr. Chairman, but I just want to wrap up, because I think what you said is something that's vital. You see, I am seeing sometimes that when we get back bids, and where we're hearing from ODR and others is that these bids are coming back at a higher cost. And I wonder sometimes, because we hear, and it's public knowledge, that some of the contracts may be bidding towards the amount of money. You follow me? And what you're saying is something a little different in the process, that the bidder doesn't necessarily, you haven't revealed the amount that you would have awarded for this grant before in the public. So that was just one of my consideration in asking you that question. And thank you so much for the insight. I do have some more questions, but I will put a hold on it. I don't want to abuse my time so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Senator Kenneth Gittens for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. How are you doing, Director?
Good afternoon. Pretty good, Senator.
Good, good. Now, we know that you've entered into this 3P agreement for the airport. What's the status of the warehouse tenants at the east of the St. Croix Airport? Ever since, I think since the hurricanes, I haven't seen any work on the warehouse buildings there.
I know some of our tenants, we'd move around on one or two of them, but like we've made it clear that we're not, that's going to be a part of a larger scope, a larger project.
So that's part of the 3P agreement, all encompass?
No, the P3 partners would have some decisions to make, which means how that entire area going to look, how we're going to rebuild it, what kind of tenants we're going to have, not putting out anybody that's there now.
So I'm trying to get it. They're going to rebuild it. That's all part of the agreement?
Everything within the fence is up for their rebuild.
Okay, but since the hurricanes, we've gotten, those buildings were insured, right? We got some insurance monies for those?
Well, the Port Authority had general insurance for all of our properties.
Right.
To include those.
So I see that nothing has been done there. So I'm trying to see what's the status. I mean...
No, well, we're not going to do, Senator, we're not going to do nothing in terms of spending any millions of dollars on none of those buildings.
Understand. But just tell me what your plans are. Every time I talk to you, I tell you as a little boy growing up, I see how vibrant that area was, especially with the little hotel that it had there, and when they had this business called Marriott or whatever that used to provide the meals to the aircrafts, etc. Right now, it's just dormant. Up to yesterday, I drove there, and this morning when I looked at the agenda again, I said, you know, I got to ask this. I just want to know what's going to happen.
It's going to come down. Eventually it's coming down.
Okay, coming down, and then what?
Well, as we develop the entire airport, that would be properties to be developed.
Because I'm concerned of the area. I mean, I'm just, I hate to say this on record, but I'm just tired of asking about this and seeing no movement there. Because even when I drive on the airport road and to see our people littering the place, it ain't your fault, it ain't your staff fault. Our people just being nasty with this now, with littering the whole airport road every time I drive past there. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe if we develop this place, then we wouldn't have
1
this.
minute.
I see that people even just pull on the side of the road waiting for the very few aircrafts that we have coming in, waiting for the aircraft to land, and then they will go in, I guess, after people say they get their bags. What about having a little, what do you call it on the mainland, like a little phone stop someplace? You could have some kind of business or something going on the other side of the street, but can we see some development
30 seconds.
on this airport road? There's so much that could be done.
Well, we continue, we open for business. We say that all the time. There are people who approach us about doing various things, and we have not gotten anything really substantive in terms of people wanting to do something. But we open up for business. We say that, we make our land available. The Port Authority ain't going to be the party developing, spending hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to do these developments.
Time.
The private sector we're going to depend on.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I conclude here?
Yes, please.
And as you know, too, I've been saying, you know, I think that WICO and Port Authority just competing with each other. We just have these two government entities competing on St. Thomas, and I'm seeing that they're serving the same function with the seaports. Have there been any assessment to your knowledge, or will there be any assessments to see about the merger of Port Authority and WICO, at least as it pertains to the port facilities?
I don't know of any recent discussion. That was discussed quite some time ago, and I always, when that question comes up in this body, I always tell them I didn't know I would have been at the port, but for the record, I was the first senator to sponsor legislation to merge both entities, because from where I sat, I saw exactly what was happening. But in terms of if it's going to happen, that's not for me to decide. And you know, I didn't have no recent discussions about that.
So from where you sat to where you're sitting now, your thoughts are still the same?
It should have happened a long time ago. There's no two ways about that.
Okay.
But I continue to say one thing, and you know, it's not one against the other. We get bogged down in personalities. I'm not into that. The fact of the matter, WICO has a pier inside the port. Right. WICO is not a port. So we don't, that's the premise in which we have to start.
Right.
And so I told him I didn't care who run it. Whether it's Mr. Bushelter, Mr. Artley, it don't matter to me. But to me, it wasn't a good, healthy situation. When I sat in this body, I brought the legislation to do it. I couldn't get it. As a matter of fact, it came to a vote. And I lost. I lost. One of the few votes I lost was that one.
Okay. We'll have this discussion because something have to give. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So this is the last question that you're going to have, Director. Now, what percentage of your agency receives federal funding?
I mean, I suspect you want to ask me what we receive, not
percentage.
Not our percentage of our agency, but I would say probably maybe like 60% or more probably is federal monies. Probably it's a high number, especially on the aviation side, not on the marine side. The marine side, we pay our bills, we make, except for like those grants I mentioned, we might get marine grants sparingly, but on the aviation side, most of the money that we operate with on the aviation side is from, for capital projects purposes, would be from the federal grant monies, yeah.
Which makes me ask the question, prior to what happened recently with the new president, it's a possibility. Every one of the agencies we've had so far are unsure what the future lies, but how much of an impact could that have on this P3 relationship if the monies you anticipate don't materialize? Where are we at?
Well, remember, the monies that we get for the airports are basically for capital projects. It's not to build the building. It's normally out on the runway. However, as long as people still flying, their monies, remember I told you there is what they call airport improvement funds. There's also entitlement funds. The problem more going to be on the discretionary funds. If we have a pool of money, and they could decide what airports they're going to give wherever to, they have all kind of formula to use. That's what would be more in danger, because the entitlement funds has to do with passengers coming and going. For example, in St. Croix, on an annual basis, St. Croix probably gets, you get about 200,000 passengers, no more than 250,000 passengers. Over in St. Thomas see about 700,000 passengers. So we get, based on that, the passengers' arrival, we get, we get dollars on every ticket. So that, once people fly in, that's not in jeopardy. They just hold the money for us, and then we get the same money back. But the big thing would come with the money is that the FAA can decide who they're going to give it to. That would be our problem.
Director Dow, can you please take a minute and summarize your presentation?
Well, I mean, we went through a lot today, but I really want to thank each and every one of you senators for, the questions that you asked, the query. And we just wanted to give you a good layout as to the capital projects, where we are with some of these projects, some of the challenges we face. I want all of us to recognize that we have challenges. And that's why that's why we have a job, because there are challenges that we confront. But the thing is recognizing the challenge, which we lay out to you, but how we're going to approach the fix for those challenges. Some of them is short-term, some of them going to take quite some time and a lot of monies. That's why we believe that what we have done, the team, my team and I, going to these partnerships. All we could talk about, if we go down to the container port now, we know how terrible the bulkhead is. It's falling off in the water. But how are we going to find $30 million to fix it? That's what the bridge we had to cross, and what we were able to do is bring in the tropical shipping of the world as true partners and show you how that's going to be resolved. The same we did in St. Thomas with the Crowley and so forth. So we look out for partnerships all the time if we can, because it's not a bad thing to spend private sector money for public good. But understanding that there's no bad word in profit. And sometimes, and I think you said it, Mr. Chairman, we've got to make sure we continue to inform the public. It's not because you hear private sector is something bad or sinister about it. It's the relationships we develop as a group. So I really want to thank our governing body. Of course, this body been very supportive, very helpful to the authority, all during the years that I've been there. And of course, the hardworking folks that we have. I'll tell you lastly, we had about 3 other engineers, young folks again, that were engineers with our organization. Some of them stayed 2 years, 3 years, and I know one of them is basically one of the primary engineers at the hospital. So we're not vexed because we brought him home. He went to Columbia University, brilliant young people. So tomorrow, I cannot be personal about it if opportunities come for these young people. And I don't want them to leave, but let's be real. And so we should be educating them and preparing them for the challenges. So the other young man left us. He have a real nice job at the hospital, really up with dealing with how the hospitals are going to be reconstructed. I see him all the time. I wish him well all the time. So the day is going to come, whether it's this job more or Jacobs, and you move on. But we want to make sure that the Port Authority is prepared to give these youngsters the opportunities. That's fine with me. That's why I tell them, one of the things, the reason they can sit there next to me, because Carlton now is insecure in himself. I really look to see the day when these youngsters do exactly that. So I thank you on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the governing body.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Dow. I just want to leave with this. Please take care of our people, our employees at the Port Authority. No matter what happens with this P3 relationship, please take care of our people. That's what I'm leaving you with, okay? I'm entrusting you with that.
I've been in this body, I hear you loud and clear. Know what time it is.
Point of information, Senator Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Dow, can you just do a plea for me, please, to especially private business owners here in the territory? See, trade is coming up again, and we often have a seat at the table, but one of the things that we don't see from the territory that we see from other jurisdictions is a lot of private participation. Could you just put on the record how important it is for some of these private entities to be at C-Trade and to be interacting so that they could know the emerging stuff and what's necessary for the market?
Well, I guess you said it as well. But it's always important because that's where a lot of the relationships are built. I know I've said that to the folks in St. Croix because opportunities could be had. New tours, people investing in stuff. You may have an idea, but you don't have the finances. Maybe you come to these meetings, you in fact could find, I know a gentleman in one of the islands, he went and purchased a vessel, and he had never gone to see trade. And I'd encourage him, I said, you need to come up, see what's going on. And they came up there, and right now, they're not in the same island with us, but right now, he was able to get a contract with a company that provides water tours and so forth through one of the third-party folks. So opportunities are out there. Here in St. Croix, the one thing I plea with people, and even the government, please somebody invest in something similar to the Contiki. I'm telling you.
Yes.
300 plus passengers not every day, back and forth on the water in St. Thomas, all day. 300 passengers. And that's a tour that's paid for on board on the cruise ship. And when it's not in use, of course, you could put your local people on it. But that's what, and as simple as it seems, because we live here, 300 people gets off in Frederiksted, go on to that vessel, you have a steel band and some cruisers on it, and they just ride around the harbor. And we stuck because we live here.
Right.
But when these people come in from Idaho and Minnesota and in the snow and all of that and could just put on a swimming trunk and then go wrong to the beach and they drop off there, heaven just happened for them. So,
and I'll just conclude by saying that this is what we're talking about, and I've always pushed to the Port Authority and especially Department of Tourism. This isn't the time for us to push away those guys that are selling the coconut and the cane juice and whatnot. We want them right there in that area because it's about the passenger experience. When these people come off the ships, they're not looking for Coke and Sprite. They're looking for our local drinks. They're looking for kank and fungi, fish and fungi, sauce and potato salad. Yes, sauce, Senator Johnson, Boy, you have to go.
Senator Bolke, you will lead them,
Bolke, you notice I call his name, right? But on a serious note, the passenger experience is what counts. And what I like that I'm seeing so far, I've never seen in my life till just now. I'm seeing all those chairs that they're renting and whatnot done on the Frederiksted Beach. But I had a good friend working at tourism that got really, really frustrated because of continuously giving suggestions as to what the cruise lines would like to see. And the one thing that I haven't seen yet, which I think is so easy for us to do, is these tiki huts and whatnot. We have to have these conversations because these folks, when they come off the ship again, they must be able to have things to do. I tip my hat off to those guys too that have the jet skis that look like cars out in the water and whatnot. These is things for us to start moving up and have things for passengers to do. And even when the passengers are here, we as locals enjoy these activities as well. So I want to really encourage and ask you guys to be part of that encouragement so that the private sector could be part of this conference.
You're right, and look, it's not like our local people participating in the product because it pays. But the one thing we also need to put out, we're putting out that call one way, is telling to say to our people, we've got to have some level of discipline in what we do as well. It can't be a free-for-all. And oftentimes, because we say local, we think we could just do what we want. We've had, right here in St. Croix, I come over and I go down to the Frederick Set Pier, and we have to say to the taxi drivers, we still must look representative of the territory. We can't think that we come however we want, we're selling a product. And oftentimes we don't have that conversation because two of them make some noise, we run. I'm not into that. But we have got to sell our product and we can't allow no one or no entity to destroy the product. And I know what I'll say tomorrow. I'm not just saying it's not everybody, but those couple that we don't need to some. I go down to Crown Bay and I have literally called our police and say, listen, he ain't dressed appropriately to be carrying nobody, no place to go tell them nothing. Come off our pay. Because what we must also say to people at the airport, we have had to do that. Because when we meet with the taxi drivers, especially at our airports and so forth, we tell them to taxi at our facility is not some legal right. It's a privilege. And we make people believe that that's some legal right. You have to come to our facility. But it's a privilege. Most of them do what they should do, but we still have to keep them in check because if we don't do these things and have some discipline in what we do, we ruin the product for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Well said and well taken. Madam Clerk, we've got some items that members of this committee requested through the chair. Please read these items into the record.
Just one is Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. request for the number of incoming flights to the Henry E. Rolston Airport. Agency, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you very much. We're going to take this, the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now back in session. Please read Block 3 into the record, Madam Clerk.
The Office of Cannabis Regulation will provide an update on the agency's progress in implementing the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act and regulating the territory's emerging cannabis industry. Key highlights will include the status of cannabis regulations, timelines for business licensing applications, updates on the track and trace system partnership with Metric, staffing levels and hiring plans, public outreach initiatives for entrepreneurs, and plans for upcoming community engagement sessions. Invited testifier, Ms. Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director, Office of Cannabis Regulation.
Good day, Ms. Moorhead. Please read your name into the record and your capacity. Media, please recognize the testifier's mic.
Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon, Chairman Frederick. This is Joanne Moorhead from the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate the time you took to get here. If you would, please read your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Senator Hubert Frederick, Chair of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Other members of this committee, other members of the 36th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation, or OCR. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony before this body regarding the overall status of operations and administration of the Office of Cannabis Regulation. For the benefit of those in the listening audience who are not familiar with the office, the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation was first created pursuant to Act Number 8167 of 2019, the Virgin Islands Medicinal Cannabis Patient Care Act, which was a direct result of a 2014 referendum whereby 56.5% of the Virgin Islands voting public voted to support the licensing and regulation of medicinal marijuana, patients, caregivers, cultivators, and distribution centers. In 2023, the 34th Legislature enacted the more comprehensive Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, or Act Number 8680. The Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act recognized the need to expand the cannabis industry in order to provide additional opportunities for employment and business ownership for Virgin Islands residents, to alleviate social injustices experienced by persons subjected to the criminal justice system in matters related to the cultivation, sale, and possession of marijuana. It recognized cultural and sacramental uses of cannabis and will generate much needed tax revenues for the territory. This Cannabis Use Act further establishes a holistic, regulated system for the cultivation, manufacture, and sale of cannabis for adult, medicinal, and sacramental use. Governed by the Cannabis Advisory Board, a body of 11 persons appointed by the governor and approved by the legislature, the Office of Cannabis Regulation has the executive authority to implement and administer the provisions in Act 8680, including but not limited to promulgating rules and regulations related to the cultivation, manufacture, sale, dispensary, testing, licensing, and use of cannabis, prescriptive use of cannabis, and sacramental use. To date, the board is comprised of 7 active members, 4 of whom are ex officio members pursuant to a round of amendments to Act 8680 enacted in the 35th Legislature. There are 2 unfilled public seats and 2 unfilled seats appointed by the governor. The OCR is working in tandem with the Office of the Governor to identify prospective board members whose names would then be forwarded to the legislature for approval. Under the oversight of the Cannabis Advisory Board, or CAB, the Office of Cannabis Regulation is realizing significant progress towards the fulfillment of many of the mandates found in Act 8680. The OCR rules and regulations were adopted and approved in April 2024. Together with Act 8680, the rules and regulations clearly outline the duties of the Cannabis Advisory Board, the Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulation, and the OCR Enforcement Division. Additionally, the rules and guidelines pertaining to medical patient and sacramental use and possession limits, including requirements for the registration of medical practitioners, caregivers, medical patients, and sacramental users, are found within the rules and regulations. The entire license application process, which governs the application for and issuance of all cannabis-related licenses and permits, is also outlined in detail. Since the adoption of these rules and regulations last year, the OCR has begun building the framework by which the legalized cannabis industry will operate. Anyone in the listening or viewing audience who is interested in any aspect of the cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands is strongly encouraged to familiarize themselves with these rules and regulations, as they provide in great detail all of the requirements for not only individual cards, but also all licensing requirements related to dispensaries, cultivation, manufacturing, research and development, and testing. The rules and regulations, as well as Act 8680, can be found on our website, ocr.vi.gov, on the Governance and Regulations page. When this office last testified before this committee in September of 2024, we reported that the registry system initially rolled out on January 17th, 2024. The registry system is an online system where all practitioners, patients, sacramental organizations, sacramental users, and designated caregivers can apply for, register, and receive their identification cards and certifications. All 5 of these online application systems are now live. What that means for our Virgin Islands residents is that medical patients and/or their designated caregivers, sacramental organizations and users, and medical practitioners can apply for their digital identification cards right now via the registry portal on the OCR's website. To date, we have 4 certified practitioners on St. Croix and 3 in the St. Thomas St. John district. We have 13 registered medical patients across the territory with 1 application pending, and we have had 3 non-resident medical patient cards registered. Compared to when we were last before this committee in September, that represents a 75% increase in practitioner registrations and a 600% increase in patient registrations in the last 5 months. The OCR expects that the numbers will continue to steadily increase as we draw even closer to seeing open doors on fully licensed cannabis businesses in the USVI. The question of when cannabis business licenses will become available is the most frequently asked of the OCR office. Act 8680 makes very clear the intention of this body to ensure that the license application process for cannabis business licenses be a fair, impartial, merit-based process. And the OCR takes that mandate very seriously. The ultimate goal of the OCR is to be able to fold the business license application process into the existing portal that we use, known now as the registry. However, being able to integrate that licensing software application in the manner required will be at an additional annual cost and take approximately 1 year based on projections from our software vendor. So as not to stymie the forward momentum in the OCR and giving careful thought to contractually obligating the OCR and the government of the Virgin Islands to another annual expenditure at this time, for the first round of licensing, we have devised and are finalizing the implementation of a system that allows us to create an intermediary solution that will uphold the integrity of the process and allow us to open the application process. The most important part of developing this system is ensuring the integrity of the merit-based process and ensuring that the information required for submittal in application packages is treated securely and with sensitivity. The rollout of cannabis business licenses will begin with cultivation licenses and micro-cultivation permits at or about the same time as we issue a request for proposals for certified laboratory testing facilities as mandated in the VI Cannabis Use Act. The requests for proposals for the laboratory testing facilities will be managed, as is the protocol, by the Department of Property and Procurement. Parties interested in responding to the request will have to be registered as vendors in the GVI buy system, which can be accessed through that Department of Property and Procurement's website. Another key relationship being managed to facilitate licensing is the contract with Metric, the vendor for our seed to sale tracking system. In January of this year, the contract with Metric was executed. Metric is the most experienced provider of cannabis regulatory technology systems in the United States, being utilized by 28 other governmental agencies, serving more than 500,000 individual clients. They are even familiar with the unique needs of U.S. territories, having worked with the government of Guam since 2021. In the last 6 weeks, the OCR has already had a 2-day intensive kickoff meeting with Metric and begun our weekly meeting cadence to continue the project implementation plan and fit gap analysis. The OCR is eager to continue working with the Metric team to identify the best solutions for implementing the Metric system on the regulatory side and assist our licensees when the time comes for the implementation of the system on the consumer side. In addition to focusing on the business licensing process, the Office of Cannabis Regulation has also been assiduously seeking and fostering collaboration with other government partner agencies. The breadth of the cannabis industry is wide and varied and will involve many GVI agencies, such as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the Department of Finance, Department of Property and Procurement, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Health, the Division of Personnel, the Department of Justice, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, to name just a few. Ensuring that the entire GVI team is working cohesively will aid in a smooth rollout of this new program. As we prepare for this multifaceted rollout, we are having robust conversations and establishing task force type teams with several agencies to identify the need for new policies or changes to existing policies and to memorialize the relationships with memoranda of agreements or understandings where necessary. As with every other agency in the GVI, funding and staffing of the OCR remain critical to maintaining our momentum. Thanks to the hard work and assistance of the DLC Business Administration team and Division of Personnel, the OCR has officially onboarded its enforcement unit, now bringing the number of total personnel in the office to 6, 3 members in each district. The enforcement unit is comprised of a staff of 4, including 2 supervisory positions. We are in the process of an intensive education and training period for the enforcement unit that is expected to continue for several months, but in the first 2 weeks has already included 40 hours of OCR specific training, plus site inspections and recertification qualifications and in-service trainings to maintain post status. Even while they are learning, members of the enforcement unit are also actively engaged in conversations with other local enforcement agency partners to solidify and memorialize working relationships and roles. The OCR will also be leading training sessions and providing opportunities throughout the territory or abroad when available for other law enforcement agencies in the coming months. I am confident that the OCR enforcement unit, with the additional training they will be receiving in the coming months, will not only serve as knowledgeable subject matter experts for their enforcement colleagues throughout the territory, but they will also enhance the strength and capacity of the overall enforcement arena in the Virgin Islands. As the work of the OCR continues to increase and the issuance of business licenses comes to fruition, the OCR anticipates the need for additional staffing. The OCR is constantly assessing and reevaluating its needs as additional work is realized. With the onset of licensed activity on the horizon, there will no doubt be a need to increase the staffing capacity at the Office of Cannabis Regulation to include, at minimum, additional administrative support positions, a communications officer, a public safety coordinator, a training specialist, and a full enforcement team, inclusive of compliance-specific personnel. One of the biggest factors that will determine the growth rate of the Office of Cannabis Regulation and the industry in general will be the actual submitted responses for licensing. As mentioned, individual and sacramental organization identification cards are available now, and registration of those individuals is ongoing. Regarding business license application fees, although we have published a fee schedule on our website for all licenses and permits deriving from the OCR, until we open the application process, we cannot reasonably predict whether we will have an overwhelming response, and crucially, the payments associated therewith, or if we will see a lukewarm application response or something in the middle. The information we have now is purely anecdotal and therefore cannot reliably be used to inform decision-making or make projections regarding potential revenue. By the end of March, we will be opening the applications for cultivation licenses and micro-cultivation permits first. And although those will be the first applications available, we are not ignoring the opportunities and requirements for other licensing. We believe that the processes for additional licenses or certifications can run simultaneously so that we do not further delay the much anticipated issuance of business licenses. For example, also in the next 2 months, there will be, as mandated, requests for proposals issued for private testing facilities, as well as applications available soon after for third-party vendors, dispensaries, manufacturing, and more. The Office of Cannabis Regulation strongly believes that as we continue moving forward to a fully realized industry, a key component to the success of the rollout is a robust public education and outreach campaign with the participation of key partner agencies. Not only will it be critical to the success of those individuals and entities who will be licensed either as consumers or business owners, but the messaging will also be critical for the public, those who reside here or just visit, and those who actively participate in the industry or those who choose not to understand clearly what is permissible and what is not. To that end, we are working with key partner agencies such as VIPD at large and its Division of Highway Safety, the Department of Health, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Department of Human Services, and others. The outreach and education campaign will entail messaging that targets all demographics of our population. That is, our youth and our adults, our medical patients and sacramental users, our residents and visitors, our recreational users, and our non-users. Although the USVI has decriminalized cannabis, there are still many rules and laws that apply to the growing, consumption, and possession of cannabis, and it is critical for all members of our territory to understand. It is imperative to note that this cannot be a short-lived effort. In other words, a campaign that runs for 6 months and then ends. Those of us old enough to remember when the seatbelt laws were enacted or the advent of drinking and driving and no smoking campaigns know that this effort must be a continuous one. While the OCR and the government are committed to doing our jobs to ensure that members of our community can partake in this industry in a manner that is safe, I would like to conclude by exhorting all of our fine residents in the territory, our family circles and villages to do their part and understand the law as it applies to them and make sure that everyone, including our young people in particular, have the conversations at home and know how to access the information to make responsible decisions regarding the use of cannabis. With the support of the 36th legislature and this committee, I am certain that the Office of Cannabis Regulation will continue to evince tangible progress so that the vision of a thriving Virgin Islands cannabis industry in which our medicinal, sacramental, and recreational users may safely and healthily partake is fully realized. As I conclude, I would like to extend a public thank you to the Cannabis Advisory Board Chair, Dr. Catherine Ken, and the other board members for their guidance, the Office of the Governor, and specifically the Special Advisor to the Governor, the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, members of this body for their support, the DLCA team led by Commissioner Natalie Hodge, and my OCR team for their unwavering support of the OCR. I thank you for the opportunity today to share with your committee the current status of the Office of Cannabis Regulation, and I stand ready to field any questions arising.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Executive Director Moorhead. I've read your testimony, and my colleagues and I, we were anxious to ask you some questions. What is the current budget for your agency as we speak?
I can pull it up for you 1 second. We had, in Act 8680, there was $1 million appropriated through the TARF that I think we received in 2023, the end of 2023. And so we've been using that. When I appeared before the legislature in the summer of 2024 for budget hearings, much of that money had not been expended. So we've been using that for the bulk of our operating expenses. And we were also budgeted another, I believe it was $700,000 for personnel and additional operating expenses for the fiscal year 2025. I can give you, we started fiscal year 25 with $999,221 and 46 cents on the TARF remaining.
Yeah, if you would, can you please submit that to the chair, the budget to the chair, so we could have that for the respective members?
Sure can.
So congratulations. I see you've just onboarded some new enforcement officers. What was that experience like? Especially, I know you've been pretty much staffless for a while.
I've been bouncing around for the last couple weeks. It's very exciting. It was an office of one for quite some time. And then I got a second person to help with administration who I can't do without now. She's my right and left hand. And now we have a full enforcement team, and they are really great. And I'm looking forward to great things from them. I think they're going to be a tremendous asset to the OCR and the enforcement space in general.
So we've got 2 supervisors according to your testimony and 4 enforcement officers, correct?
No, sir. We have a total of 4 enforcement officers. We have a deputy director who's based on St. Thomas. We have a lead agent who's based on St. Croix, but has territorial supervisory responsibilities. And then we have 2 agents, 1 each on St. Thomas and St. Croix. And then the 6th person is the admin person who is based in St. Croix. So we have 3 total people, 3 personnel on each island.
Okay. Including yourself?
Correct.
Okay, so that I thought it was excluding you. Okay, all right, good. So how are you fitting in your current accommodations right now with the, improvement of personnel?
Well, DLCA has very generously granted us the use of some of their office space. And we have been we're waiting to get some furniture. So right now, the gentlemen on St. Thomas are using a conference room space, but we'll have some furniture shortly. But we're at that point, I think we're at our maximum capacity, and we will have used up our good grace with DLCA if we expand much beyond the 6 people that we have right now. Potentially we will need to find a larger space if we continue to expand the office.
In your testimony, you talked about training. These enforcement officers have had the opportunity to seek training already. Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
Sure. I would like to say all 4 of them came with a lot of enforcement experience amongst them. So none of them are new to the enforcement space. They already had peace officer status as well. So we don't have to take additional time to get them to that level. So we have spent, like I said in my testimony, probably a good 40 hours plus work doing some OCR specific training. If you look at our rules and regulations, it's like 178 pages of rules and regulations that they have to familiarize themselves with, in addition to the legislation. So we've been doing a lot of work on that, as well as they participated in the metric training. They are getting ready to go to the states through one of the organizations that OCR is a member of. We have been able to identify some training in the state of California that is cannabis enforcement specific, that the California Department of Cannabis Control is willing to do for us at no charge. I just have to get the folks, I have to get the team to California. So that worked out very well for us. And I'm very excited, I think, for them to see an operating cannabis industry and to get some specific training for surveillance and operations, et cetera.
So of the 5 employees you currently have besides yourself, can you break down the exempt and the classified employees?
All 6 of us are exempt and unclassified.
Okay.
Including enforcement.
Okay. Was that by design, or we had no classification for that type of work?
When I came into the OCR, that was how it had already been designated. I think the previous executive director had done some work already with personnel, and I believe that it was by design, by allowing our enforcement team to be exempt. It allowed us the flexibility to offer a slightly higher starting salary. So I think it weighs out in the end, being able to get the team that we needed to get and offer them competitive salaries.
So now we could assume your burn rate, the rate by which you utilize cash, is going to start speeding up because you've got a complement of 5 people in your office. And we're just getting started with approving these applications. So it's just a matter of time before we're going to be asking you when, how much, and you're going to be telling us, I need more money, right?
I think that's in the government handbook. All the agencies need more money.
All right.
But yes.
The chair recognizes Senator Avery Lewis for your 5 minutes. Oh, he left. Okay, well, we fall by default to Senator Angel Boquez.
Thank you,
You're
Mr.
recognized
Chair.
for 5
I'm more
minutes.
than willing to recoup Senator Avery Lewis's time if that's possible. But nevertheless, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good afternoon to Ms. Joanne Moorhead, the Executive Director of the OCR. Director, I wanted to start off with one of the most instrumental questions that I think you've already tried to wrap your head around concerning banking and financial, which I thought the chair would have asked as well, being that, of course, that's his field of expertise. Given the restrictions surrounding banking and insurance in the cannabis industry, how exactly is OCR assisting businesses to secure financial services or facilitate financial transactions of tax payments even, because we do have to recoup or get tax payments, and even for general operations? How are you working with them in order to provide them those options?
Good afternoon, Senator Bolkus. Thank you for the most complicated question. Regarding cannabis or aspiring cannabis entrepreneurs, just like all the other jurisdictions in the United States, the OCR and every other jurisdiction that has some sort of legalized or decriminalized cannabis statutes are all operating in kind of a gray area because of the federal status of cannabis, right? It is still, as of today, a Schedule I drug. Because of that, traditional financial services that are usually available to entrepreneurs and business owners is not available for those who want to be in the cannabis industry. What that means, and what I have said, is it takes some...
I'm going to cut you off slightly because I already know those semantics. But what I really want to know is what you're doing here on the local level to assist those businesses to have access to a financial institution in order to be able to do all of the above.
For cannabis businesses, there is not really anything that the OCR can do to gain access to financial services, because the banks that are in the territory will not do any kind of cannabis banking.
What about credit unions?
Credit unions, whereas other jurisdictions have the ability to use credit unions, the credit unions in the Virgin Islands are all required to be federally regulated and insured. And so those restrictions prohibit the credit unions in the territory from doing any cannabis banking.
I think that's one of the most important things that the office needs to try to wrap its head around in order to be able for this industry to actually be successful.
If I may, Senator.
Please proceed.
Sir, I'm sorry, but I also wanted to make clear that while we can't do anything about financial services and banking availability for cannabis businesses, the government of the Virgin Islands also is looking into how we can protect our interests and are able to collect the money that you have already asked about earlier. So I am working hard with the Cannabis Czar out of the Office of the Governor. We've been talking to a lot of people, and as soon as we can identify, we've had some conversations with financial institutions, we've had conversations with some third-party vendors who provide services similar or that we might need in the United States. We're just trying to figure out how we can navigate that as you say, it is really a critical issue. Our geography is really not helping the situation, just because many of the solutions that other jurisdictions use, the water that surrounds us is not helping our cause.
My time is closing quickly, so I will interject. But we do know that the impact is there. You've seen a 600% increase in patient registrations over the past 5 months. So obviously the impact exists. And I wanted to know, has OCR updated its revenue projections based on that 600% increase? Was that something that you foresaw generally for the past year and a half, or half a year, I should say? Are those numbers surprising you?
Unfortunately, although the 600% increase sounds great, we started with 1, and now we only have 13, almost 14 registered patients. So it is a big jump, and as I mentioned, I do think that will increase. Those fees, those individual medical patient fees, are $50 for residents, an additional $100 if you grow. So we're not talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. The fees for the OCR that really would bring in the most revenue are the fees associated with licensing, which are a lot higher. And it's hard to make any projections for that because our licenses are limited by Act 8680, the number of dispensary and cultivation licenses in particular, and we don't know until we finally open the applications up whether or not we're going to get, are we going to be flooded with applications or are we just going to get a trickle? So it's, projections would really be sort of just wishful thinking maybe. I mean, it would be hard to predict without any historical data or any real data to base that on.
A benchmarker is always a good thing. And before my time expires, you indicated that the metric contract was executed in January 2025. What is the projected timeline for the full system integration, and will OCR require additional funding for the implementation?
We will not require any additional funding for the implementation. The metric contract was already factored into our budget and our budget needs. And we are working with Metric right now to establish a timeline when they call it go live, and that should coincide with when we begin issuing licenses. In other words, if we're issuing licenses, they should be able to also then work with Metric to set themselves up at the same time. So right now, we're probably looking at another 6 months before the go live date, depending on how applications go on this end. But Metric, right now, our target date is the end of August. And I expect, as with many things, sometimes there might be a need to push it out a little bit. So I would say within 6 months.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. And of course, that collection component is a very important part of the survivability of the office. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for your 5 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to all present. I see that you got on board and you got your feet wet fast. You said that you have 4 employees in the enforcement. I think it's 2 on St. Croix, 2 on St. Thomas. Since they coming on board, those guys went out, start inspecting? Because I've get calls from time to time about businesses just selling marijuana outright. So have you guys been out on the street investigating, getting information, and if they are, what are the processes going on?
Senator Johnson, good afternoon. Thank you. We did jump into the deep end pretty quickly since I started, but the enforcement folks, they are still working on training. We are also working with Department of Licensing and Virgin Islands Police Department because we need to really ensure that everybody knows the protocol, right? And who is responsible for what and how and when. The certain businesses that are selling products that we think may be marijuana, they're just outright, that is criminal at this point, and that is falling under the purview of VIPD. OCR enforcement's primary first responsibility is to enforce and ensure that licensed cannabis businesses are operating within the scope of their licenses. Since we don't have any licensed cannabis businesses in the territory, anybody selling marijuana, cannabis, is just operating illegally. There are hemp licensees in the territory. And until we have a testing facility available to determine whether the products being sold are hemp or marijuana, I think it makes enforcement rather challenging. So we are working on establishing the parameters for whether it's OCR enforcement, DLCA enforcement, Department of Health enforcement, VIPD. Those are sort of the key enforcement folks that will be participating in the enforcement efforts going forward.
Well, I would urge that you start doing some ads out there informing the public, because we used to hear those ads before. I'm not hearing them much. So are you still having those ads played on the airwaves and on social media?
We don't have any ads running right now, but as I mentioned towards the end of the testimony, we're working on that right now. And I can guarantee that we're working on some collaboration with all those agencies that I just mentioned. A key part of enforcement is the education of the public to know what is and is not permissible. So we are working on that, and that I'm hoping actually to have a marketing person, a marketing plan in place within the next 4 to 6 weeks, I hope.
And then your testimony states that the OCR rules and regulations were adopted in April 2024.
Correct.
However, what seems to be the specific challenge you have in encountering implementing them?
There's so many. Your colleague, Senator Bolkus, just touched on one of the biggest obstacles so far is the banking and ensuring that the government can collect the fees and taxes as required. But really, the rules and regulations were only adopted in April, which is the framework, right? And we've had to start from scratch. I don't think there are 3 government agencies that I can think of that might not be impacted by the opening of the cannabis industry in the territory. Every government agency is affected and impacted in some way. And so it has been a lot of conversation with all of these agencies to make sure that we are not duplicating efforts, that we're not overstepping. We are looking at policies and procedures in our agency, but interagency, to make sure that the parameters and the guidelines are clear and everybody knows what their roles are as we do a whole new thing that the government has never not done before. And we just want to make sure that we sort of check all those boxes before we roll out.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up with one last question.
Please continue.
You talk about a merit-based system for your application, yet you really didn't give a lot of detail as to how you're going to implement this merit-based system. Can you expand a bit on it?
Sure. The requirements for the merit-based system are all in the rules and regulations. It's all outlined in the rules and regulations. There's a 1,000-point maximum application. And so the breakdown, each category of points is already outlined in the rules and regulations. What we are doing, as I mentioned, ultimately, we would like to be able to have it on our website, just like we have the medical patient registry, but that's not going to happen this year. So we are devising a system, but what is taking some time is that we need to make sure that we are able to securely store the information. There's a lot of personal information on behalf of the applicants. Their security, criminal backgrounds, financial information, all of that needs to be really secured properly and taken care of so that it's not accessed by individuals who should not have access, et cetera. So we're working on trying to figure out what the best way to do that is. We had to sort of go back to the drawing board a couple times. We came up with a couple solutions that did not pass the sniff test. So now we're on, yet another solution that I think will work. We just need to make sure that we can implement it, really ensuring the integrity of the process and the information so that we protect the privacy of those individuals. So that's sort of what is taking what we're working on right now and testing out to make sure that we can do that.
And I didn't fully hear your answer to Senator Bulkos as to when the full operation will be fully out there, like a time frame as to when this whole thing will be ready to roll out and go. He asked the question, but I didn't really hear a time frame that in your mind that you think that everything should be in place by such a time and it's going to roll out. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Senator Johnson. Are you talking about licensing?
Yes, the whole gamut, everything, licensing and the full operation.
So we are going to open applications for cultivation licenses and micro cultivation permits by the end of this month. We are also going to be issuing RFPs for the laboratory testing facilities by the end of this month or the beginning of April, should be around the same time. And we're going to have to stagger the way that we roll out the applications. Number one, staffing. We're still just an office of 2 people. And now that we have to backtrack and create a new way to do it, it's a heavy burden on just the 2 of us. We don't have sort of the technological aspects that we would have if we folded it into the system that we have existing. In addition, I would like for us to be able to make decisions further down the road on dispensaries and other ancillary services that require licensing based on data. So we're rolling out the cultivation licenses first so that we know what kind of supply that we have in the territory, remembering that we cannot import that product into the territory. So everything here, sold here, will have to be grown, manufactured, processed, et cetera, in the territory. So we're gonna open cultivation applications first and then get a sense of, again, we don't know, I mean, I know I talk to people just like you do every day, all day, but until they write the check and the check clears, when they have to fill out the application, we don't really know whether we're gonna get 10 applications or whether we're gonna get 100. So we're gonna, all of the following licenses sort of depend on supply first. So that's,
okay.
It will be staggered a few months down the road. After that, we'll continue to roll out with dispensary, manufacturing, research and development, et cetera.
The chair recognizes Senator Angel Boquez for a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to circle back with the financial institutions. Has OCR reached out to the EDA Director Biggs concerning the Economic Development Bank and perhaps any opportunities that are available through that?
Thank you, Senator Bolkus. And the answer is yes. I did not speak to Director Biggs myself. This was probably back in August, September, October, somewhere around there. And initially, the response that we got when we asked about the potential of using the Economic Development Bank was no. I have subsequently spent months researching, talking to other people. I have just recently gone back to EDA to try to set up a meeting with Director Biggs and his team. And I'm just waiting for some time on their schedule to talk to them about potential potentially working with them and Economic Development Bank as long as...
Sorry, interjecting again. May I ask, did they provide a specific reason as to why it was not an option that you're able to put on the record?
No, the no that I got a few months back, I did not get a specific reason. But I will tell you that that is often the knee-jerk response that I get when in the initial conversation with many folks in the banking and financial industry. So it takes a little bit of persuading on my part, and I have to dig and find some information. And if they do share with me some of their hesitation, usually I can find some documents to prove otherwise. So that is where we are right now. I do have some information for them that I think might help persuade them to think of it a little bit differently. So we're just waiting for some time on the director's calendar.
Okay, I don't want to abuse my time, but I do think that if the EDA is able to be flexible, that might be where you want to start. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Agreed. Thank you, Senator.
Director Moorhead. So
Yes.
This issue, which is probably one of the biggest reasons why getting the agency up and running has still not been resolved after years and years of everyone knowing, that there's a big elephant in the room, and we're still going along as if, it's just going to magically fix itself. And I'm surprised that, this whole legislation was started this way without first identifying whether or not proceeds from this business is even bankable, which we knew initially it was not, but we still went ahead and we passed the legislation. And now, we're in this really awkward position. Nonetheless, unless there's some miracle or some eureka moment where we could come up with a way to manage the proceeds so the government could know what's actually coming in and how much is theirs and all that stuff. The question is, where do you currently bank, or where would you bank the proceeds for the licenses since you're at that threshold now of starting to issue license?
Thank you, Chairman Frederick. Right now, I'm only hesitating because I believe that I can't speak for the banks that the government does business with specifically as to what their reason is, although I will tell you it is a firm no. But right now, and generally speaking, banks are reluctant to take funds that are derived from cannabis businesses or cannabis-derived business funds. We don't have any sanctioned or licensed cannabis businesses in the territory. So we should be able to continue as usual, business as usual, for the remainder of this year, because we don't have any licensed cannabis businesses in the territory. Therefore, any money coming into the government right now is not derived from cannabis business. Hopefully, and I'm feeling positive that we will have a solution. I know Senator Bolkus just threw out a couple, and I can tell you that we've been working on that. We will have a solution by the time that issue becomes relevant.
The chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to you, Director Moorhead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where is the Office of Cannabis Regulation in getting a testing lab erected on each island? Dispensaries and licenses cannot move forward if we cannot, as a territory, test the cannabis that our residents will be purchasing.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So in the next 4 to 6 weeks, so by the end of March, we're opening applications for cultivation licenses. And then right behind that, within a couple weeks or so, we should also be issuing requests for proposals for cannabis for laboratory testing facilities. The RFP process is mandated by law. and the need for a lab on each island is mandated by law at the moment. So it will be going out to RFP. The application process, again, by law, has to remain open for a certain period of time, and the RFPs will be out and running concurrently.
Okay. Besides the laboratory and a financial institution, what other roadblocks does the cannabis regulation foresee?
Right now, those are two big ones. And so I think if we can get those, answered, those questions or those obstacles overcome, I think we will be in good shape. We're working on the enforcement piece, we're working on outreach and education, we're working on all of those other pieces and getting all of the agencies on board. So I think those are probably the two biggest hurdles at the moment. But once we get those resolved, I think we'll be in much better shape.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your answers.
Oops. The chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 5 minutes.
I don't think.
Good afternoon.
I don't think so.
I don't. Oh. Here it is. It's on now. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifier. I was listening to the conversation with the banking issue, and I don't think the issue really exists because all the research that I did, and I was one of those that took that trip back in 21 when we went up to Colorado to learn how they did it. And it was always a situation where banks in almost all the states don't take the money. So that's not something we need to solve. We already knew that was the problem with transferring money. We found out what a lot of the businesses do is they literally set up vaults in their own businesses. They have cameras that are set up that are tied into the police department to monitor and check those things. So I'm confused at this conversation we're having because we already know it can't be done. So this is not a problem to resolve. Whatever businesses are coming in, they are fully aware that the banks are not taking their money. So if they want to get into that business, they know what they have to do to protect their money. This is a fact in almost every state that has set up the cannabis industry. So when I'm here listening to this conversation about, this is the holdup, I don't know if to laugh or to assume I'm here just spinning my wheels like a hamster listening to the same conversation over and over. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The other thing I wanted to, one of the things I learned going on that trip is it had to do with the amount of money we potentially could make. And I think for me having this conversation, I'm just concerned about, are we ever going to see any benefit financially to this territory? Because that's what this was about outside of the municipal dealing with assisting individuals with medical marijuana, because I definitely see the health benefits. But we also went into it from a standpoint, how does it financially benefit the territory? And have you looked into any kind of analysis or projections in regards to that? Because the last time I had a conversation with another individual that was in your seat, nobody knew anything. So it's almost like you're opening a business and you have no projections, no way of saying, well, hey, is this going to be a profitable business or not? And we're having conversations of, hey, government just keep giving us money so we could figure it out. I'm not co-signing on that because we have to have something solid that we could say, well, listen, this is the kind of revenues that we will potentially be getting as a benefit to the people of this territory. When I went on that trip, the gentleman that actually shared his projections with us, he said on the low end, it would be roughly about 25 million, on the high end, about 40 million. And he also shared that you also have to look at the increase of other social issues that will come because we have now legalized marijuana. So out of that potential high end of 40 million, we got to put out money to the police department. You have to put out money to the health department for programs. So that's going to cut it down. And I remember that meeting, the administration shared what they wanted to tap into was dealing with patenting strains of marijuana, so that's where the potential revenue would come from, because that's what they saw as a way of making money. Because if we're really going to look at 25 million and 40 at the top, and you have to deduct all this monies, it's a moot business. So have you guys had conversations with the administration in regards to what they feel is the moneymaker here? Because if we don't have a pathway to make this money, setting up this whole thing, it's going to end up being a money pit
30 seconds.
where we're putting the bill and I don't see any revenues coming in. That's where my concern. I'm about making money for the territory. What are your thoughts?
Well, that was a lot to chew on, Senator Frances Heiliger. Thank you. Let me go back to the first thing, just for clarification. The banking issue that we're talking about, and while 100% I agree with you, and I believe Senator Bolquist and I were talking about that a few minutes ago, is that there is it's a two-pronged issue when we're talking about banking. There is an issue for cannabis entrepreneurs who want banking services and financial services. It's just not available to them, and that's not the issue that we're talking about. What I think Senator Bolquist was asking and what I was referring to was the banking of the government money related to the OCR and being able to bank that money. So it's sort of a two-pronged issue. So it's not, the obstacle is not the issue for cannabis entrepreneurs.
There was a solution for that as well. When we went to Colorado, they set up an entire section within the governor's office that dealt with how the money was funneled through the government and went into different agencies directly. So I don't know if your office could potentially whether set up and look at how they did it and see how you could get through that, because we need to stop spinning wheels here. But did I hear my time? I want to make sure.
Time. Not that I didn't enjoy the discussion, but time. So let me now piggyback on this conversation that my colleague was having. Being a banker of 25 years, I am unaware of any bank doing business with any entity that does business in this line of business, unless it's something that just recently happened. Depositing money to the government from funding from this business to be disseminated into other agencies. How is that done? You need a bank. So I don't know. I'm sorry I wasn't in the legislature at the time to have some input in this, but this is going to really be a headache for us. If it was going to be easy, it would have been solved and everybody would be doing it. This is major, especially with the current president we have. You know, we have banking laws that regulates against monies from this type of business. So someone will really have to educate me as to what specific entity we could set up within the Virgin Islands government that will monitor or manage the monies that we get from these licenses and for the collections that we take in from this business and disseminate it amongst the various agencies without using a bank. I mean, this is going to be incredibly innovative on my end. So I'm waiting to learn more about this part because I'm completely lost at this moment. Anyway, let's move on. Senator Francis Novell Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony, Executive Director Moorhead. So we've been talking a lot about this whole OCR and the movement forward and the path forward and a number of issues. Of course, I continue to have concern about enforcement as well as the public education, and I've certainly voiced my concerns to you. And I see that you have hired some individuals now for the enforcement unit. You know, I still think that we're flying blindly in some of these issues, and I believe that, you know, some of this really needs to be worked out. And I heard, do you believe that we still have a window of opportunity to realize revenues from this industry?
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. That's a very easy question. I mean, the answer is yes. I don't think that we have missed the window of opportunity. I realize that.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good. I just wanted to know what's your opinion of. So the marijuana is still considered a Schedule 1 uncontrolled substance, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a federal perspective of the current administration in regards to legalization?
That's a hard question. I don't know if anybody has a good perspective on what's going on with the current presidential administration. Back in December, DEA was supposed to have a hearing to hear about the possible rescheduling of marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, and they tabled it. I mean, it had just happened right after the elections and things were changing, and so they tabled it, and it is, to my knowledge, supposed to happen at some point this spring, I think in April. It really is unknown. You know, 6 months ago, the word amongst regulators, amongst people in the industry, was that they thought that it was going to be rescheduled. I haven't heard anything indicating otherwise, but certainly I hope that it will be rescheduled, because that would be a pretty big game changer for everybody in the cannabis industry.
Exactly, and that's the reason why I asked if you have heard of any recent perspective in that area. So tell me, you talk about March 31st, you'll start to be issuing the cultivator's license. How do you propose, what would be the fees for those?
The fees for that, I can tell you, the micro cultivation licenses are tiered based on the number of plants growing. So it's and then there's also a micro cultivation permit. The micro cultivation permit is the smallest grow, and that's up to 0 to 50 flowering plants. So the micro cultivation permit, and is restricted to those who have a farming license, that's $1,000. The regular cultivation licenses then break the 51 flowering to 1,000 flowering into 3 tiers. The 51 to 350 is $2,500, 351 to 650 is $5,000, and 651 to 1,000 flowering plants is $7,500.
Okay, and who will be collecting these fees?
The OCR.
OCR, and that will be done through DLCA or through your office directly?
Yes.
Through DLCA, a bonded cashier, correct?
Correct.
And recognizing the impediments of our banking industry and this whole conversation that we've been having all afternoon, how will that money be deposited? Or
1 minute.
How do you have an issue in how we're going to reconcile the collection of that money and the ability to deposit it, or you don't see one and the same?
Right now, I don't see a problem. If I saved up my money to open a business and I go to apply for a cultivation license with my check, I don't see a problem right now in collecting any of those fees.
Okay, so you don't see any conflict with the banks not accepting monies
30 seconds
associated with cannabis?
Not this round, not this first round, because none of that money technically has been derived from cannabis business.
But the intent?
It is being used for cannabis business applications, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Have you discussed this matter with the Department of Justice or any other entity in respect to the ability to collect this money?
Yes.
Okay, and you got clearance for that?
Time.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with two following questions. All right, so you do have clearance to go ahead and collect that money, and then obviously once that happens and you go live, then there'll be some concerns that you may have with the banking in that respect. How do you intend to address that?
Every day we are working and trying to continue some conversations that we're having. I think there is a potential solution. We just have to sort of hold everybody's hands and get to the part where everybody is on the same page. And everybody meaning all the agencies responsible. We're looking and making sure that we're not going to run afoul of any current legislation that exists on the books. We're trying to make sure that, you know, all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed to make sure that we can do that. But we do have a little bit of time, a little bit of a cushion. This first round, like I said, shouldn't be an issue, but we will need to have a solution shortly.
Okay, and I continue to hope and pray that we're able to work out these issues, because I think any false start will definitely be detrimental to our community. So we need to make sure that we're not flying blindly, but we're addressing this issue. I wanted to find out, my final question to you is in regards to the expungement of records. Have you been involved in any way, shape, or form with the expungement space?
I have had a little bit of involvement with the expungement task force. The expungement task force is really generated, the work of that is out of the office of the governor. And I know I have been in a few meetings. Back in September, the first round of petitions was sent to the VI Superior Court, and there have been some expungements already. I don't have an updated number as to, you know, whether it's 30%, 60% of those that were submitted. And then on our website, there is expungement resources. Persons who think that they qualify for auto expungement can go and download the petition themselves. You can submit the petition yourself. You just need to go to the court and VIPD and get your records to submit with it. Or you can use some legal services and have them do it on your behalf. But it's on the website at the bottom. There's a link for expungement resources that tells you how to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your discussion here this afternoon. Again, public education is extremely important on this particular issue. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is back in session. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, Executive Director Carty. I apologize, Executive Director Moorhead. You see, it's been here such a short time, I still have Ms. Carty in my mind. But thank you very much for your excellent presentation here today. I wanted to ask you, Edie Moorhead, the Cannabis Use Act required full implementation by 2025. Yet your testimony indicates that software integration for licensing is still ongoing and could take another year. What specific delays have caused this setback? And is there a backup plan to ensure that businesses can be licensed without further delay?
I think we're in evening. Good evening, President Potter. Thank you for the question. I suppose this requires some clarification. I believe that we can fulfill the mandate to have licensed businesses by 2025. Okay. By the end of 2025. The software integration that I spoke of in the testimony was specifically related to the application process for licensing. We have already the software to manage the patient portal, patient registrations, and that portion of registrations, I should say, it's not really licensing. And we would like to be able to utilize the same one portal. So potentially, I could have a medical patient registration and also a business license, right? And you could just do it all in one place using the same account. You go in the same place. That being able to integrate the business licensing into that existing software is going to take about a year's worth of development work and implementation. But that's not going to stop us from issuing licenses. Excellent. We have an intermediary solution in the meantime. That's not going to cost us a year and additional contractual obligations.
Thank you for that. Public safety concerns around cannabis impaired driving and workplace regulations remain somewhat unclear. How does OCR plan to regulate and enforce safe cannabis consumption, particularly for public health and workplace standards?
This is what I'm saying. I wish I could split myself into many people, clone myself, to use cannabis lingo. The workplace regulations is going to still fall under the purview of Department of Labor and Division of Personnel for government-related workplace safety issues. The OCR, though, is very concerned about general public safety. Me, myself, personally, am concerned about people thinking that the decriminalization of cannabis here in the territory means you can do whatever you want, wherever you want, however you want to do it. And I will be, and we are working on this outreach and education campaign that will touch on that. You know, it's similar to, again, I talked about it in my testimony, and I'm aging myself, when seatbelts were not always required by law, right? And when they changed, it required a lot of shifting of mindset and educating of the public, not only as to why you should wear a seatbelt, but you know, when and how, and just driving home that message. And it's similar to me for that here in the territory with cannabis. It's going to require a little bit of a mind shift in our public's minds as to how to use it safely and responsibly.
And that, you know, that shifts me now to an educational campaign. I know there was some. At one point before your time, there was a short window where there was nothing, then there was something for a short period of time, and now we're not hearing anything right now. I know we don't have a, you know, thriving industry right now, but this is exactly the time when we need to have a robust educational campaign. What is the plan? What is the timeline for us having that type of creative, engaging educational campaign?
I am working really hard to get something out by the end of April. We know that St. Thomas Carnival is the end of April, and there's lots of people who come on vacation, and they're looking for all kinds of things. And so I would like to be able to get something out in social media on the airwaves by the end of April to start that campaign, but we're working with all the other agencies. And now that we have enforcement on board, I think that that helps also to lend credence to what we're saying. Rather than me just telling people you should or you shouldn't do this, we now also have enforcement who will be sort of following that messaging up.
Excellent. Now, the testimony noted that only 13 medical cannabis patients and a handful of Sacramento users are currently registered. Why has there been such a low enrollment in the medical cannabis program, in your opinion?
I mean, the easy answer to that is there are no dispensaries. And so even though they might have a medical need, there isn't anywhere for them to purchase what they're looking for. I have had several medical patients who are looking for particular cannabis products that they use for their therapeutic medicine, and it's just not available in the territory without the dispensaries. And so they're very upset that we're taking this long, but that I think once we get closer to seeing open dispensary doors, you'll see a huge spike in medical patient registration.
So the fact that you have 13 medical cannabis patients, they're just medical patients in name only. From a practical standpoint, there's no way, there's no mechanism or no system for them to actually acquire the medicine that they need.
Correct. But also remember that the law allows for medical patients to grow at home for their medical personal use. So we do have some folks in the territory who are availing themselves of that that ability. So, they have what they need. Unfortunately, we just are not able to give all the medical patients what they're looking for when they're looking for something specific.
I'm still surprised it's that low. If they have the ability to grow their own, 13 seems a little low, and I was wondering if that education campaign might be a factor in the low numbers. But I don't know if my time was called. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Can I just finalize my question?
Yes, you may.
Just one more.
Quickly.
Okay. Sacramento cannabis. It has been enshrined in law, yet only a few Sacramento users are registered. How has OCR engaged religious organizations and Sacramento users to ensure accessibility?
Oh, that's such a great question. But we don't actually have any registered Sacramento users or organizations. I have personally reached out to a lot of folks. I have spent hours, I've gone to meetings with them, and interestingly, I do think when I have time to sit with them and engage with them in person, there is usually a lack of deep knowledge of what the law allows. Like they heard it, but they didn't really know what was there for them. And so they always seem like, oh, that's a great idea, and they look like they're going to apply, but we haven't yet gotten anybody to actually hit the submit button. I have been asking, because I have the same question that you do, what is stopping you from sort of actually making that push? So we're working with it. Some of it is just a reluctance to be part of the system, right? And some of it might be that we need to look at how we made provisions for Sacramento users and they don't feel that it's sufficient, or they don't feel like it covers their Sacramento use appropriately. So I'm still working on trying to see what exactly it is that is causing them to not want to actually submit for those permits or registrations.
Appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the flexibility. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator Carla Joseph for her 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good evening to everyone. A special good evening to Ms. Moorhead for your comprehensive testimony. I really appreciate hearing and receiving this update. I wanted to briefly touch, hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
It's getting late. Yes, thank you. I wanted to just ask you a question regarding the funding and where the monies are deposited for the licenses for the cannabis industry. Where are the monies being deposited?
So by statute, all of the money generated by the OCR is to be deposited into the cannabis fund, which at the moment, the only monies generated per se have been for those individual registrations, practitioner certifications, and things like that. So
And is this fund already set up? And established by the Department of Finance, to your knowledge?
I believe that they had, because we have had conversations about the requirement that the funds be put into the cannabis fund. I would have to confirm with Department of Finance whether that has actually been done.
Okay, because that's very important. We don't want it necessarily being commingled in a general fund.
Correct.
How the law was set up, it was to get that funding clearly separated. I also want to touch in on the conversation we had where we would have and how are we going to be able to monitor cannabis sale in the future and to make sure that the government is receiving its fair share of taxes and proceeds from the cannabis sales. How is that envisioned to happen based on your rules and regulations?
Specifically the tax collection you're asking?
The tax collection, because that's one of the main reasons that it was legalized, because the government needed an additional source of funds. And I recall vividly that $6 million was actually placed by the executive branch 1 year, one fiscal year, must have been fiscal year 2023 or so, to actually use the cannabis proceeds to balance the budget. So tell me, how would that be monitored to see that we, the government, is receiving its fair share and accounted for?
So the specific mechanism for that tax collection, I would have to defer to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, specifically how they do that. But I will say that because we have metric in place and we are tracking all the products from seed to sale, and the licensees are required to participate in and use metric as well, I do believe that it should be a fairly simple process in terms of being able to capture the data and have the ability to report on that data. Specifically how BIR is going to do it, I can't say, but that it should be fairly easy to integrate their requirements with metric.
Right, because how it's set up is that only the dispensaries are required to purchase their product from locally cultivated farms, and they would in turn report to you how much they have been selling the farmers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we could really at least see a little bit of a check and a balance in place there. Very good. Now, I also wanted to ask you, during the budget hearing for fiscal year 2025, I recall this vividly. You didn't have any type of resources. You were a one-woman show. And I want to commend you on bringing on board a much-needed administrative staff and also enforcement. And I wanted to ask you, did you get your vehicle as well?
We have, actually, Senator, we have 2 vehicles right now at property and procurement that we're waiting on, and 2 on order, so that my entire enforcement team will have vehicles to conduct their jobs.
Now, as part of the enforcement, are you going to go to those entities that are illegally distributing cannabis products?
Yes, the enforcement team will be interfacing with VIPD and DLCA, where, you know, depending on who is selling where and how, they will be interfacing with those other agencies and working together to enforce that only licensed cannabis businesses will be able to sell.
My final question, because I think I heard that my time was called, yes. And all of your enforcement officers will be graduate of the post, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they could arrest. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the time. And again, you're running a really great meeting. And also, you asked and had some very critical agency come to testify regarding economic revenue generating items for the government. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. Executive Director Moorhead, if you would like, unless any of my colleagues have a pressing question. No?
Chairman Frederick, if I may, just real quickly before we get to that, I just wanted to confirm to Senator Joseph, yes, the Cannabis Fund was established with in Department of Finance, so they set it up. Thank you.
A Cannabis Fund to deposit receipts?
Yes, the Cannabis Fund, where all the money is generated from OCR and the tax collection is supposed to go into that fund.
Okay. The chair recognizes Senator Angel Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, you mentioned that the OCR will soon issue its requests for proposals for certified testing laboratories. What is the criteria to be used in the selection of these labs, and how will you ensure that, you know, that perhaps, let me just clarify, let's say, I mean, I know it's already expensive to have a lab, but in the event that a local lab wants to compete, how do we also make sure or assure that it's a fair selection?
Well, for the request for proposal, there's no fee to submit a proposal, right? So all of the local laboratories, I personally am not.
How is that process going to be handled exactly?
How is that? I'm sorry.
How is that process going to be handled?
It'll be a regular RFP process handled through Department of Property and Procurement. So it will go through GVI BUY. They will send out the notification, and any parties who are interested in submitting a proposal are welcome to do so. Then there will be a deadline. An evaluation committee will meet and look through all of the proposals. Hopefully we will have at least a few to go through and see, at least hopefully ending with one certified testing facility on each island. There also is provisions that you can have multiple testing facilities on an island, but one certified by the OCR. And we will have, obviously, when we put out that RFP, there will be a list of requirements that they have to meet. They have to be ISO accredited, et cetera, and be able to perform a certain number of tests specific to cannabis testing to provide certificates of analysis for the businesses, as well as for, you know, pesticide testing, heavy metals, et cetera.
Okay, and you said that that is going to be going out. What's the timeline that you would prefer for those returns, meaning those RFPs?
The minimum amount of time for an RFP to be out is 15 days. I anticipate, I'm hoping that we should be able to put out the RFP maybe the first week of April, maybe second week of April, somewhere around there. I mean, we could put it out for 15 days. We could have it for 30, 45. I mean, it's really sort of up to us. And there's no requirement that in that first RFP, if we don't get any responses or if we don't get any suitable responses, we can put it out again. The lab testing ability and the facilities is a linchpin. We cannot do this without proper facilities for testing. So I rather us put it out more than once or find ways to make sure that we have the facilities in the territory rather than rush. But we should start that process by the beginning of April.
Okay, I appreciate the short timeline, and I'll wrap up real quick. Given that the OCR collaborates with many or multiple government agencies, whether it's VIPD, DLCA, BIR, DOH, DOJ, DPNR, what are the biggest, or what is the biggest interagency coordination issues that you've experienced thus far?
So the big issue as in an obstacle or issue as just in trying to sort through? The biggest obstacle right now is that we're all singing the same song, right? Every government agency doesn't have enough staff. And so the only agency whose whose job it is to think about cannabis 24/7 is ours, mine, OCR. And so it's just getting everybody up to speed on how the rollout of the industry affects their specific agencies. I work very closely with DLCA. I think just by default, we're nestled in DLCA offices anyway, and I envision that will be probably the closest partnership. There's a lot of overlap, and the enforcement will probably be working hand in hand most of the time, as well as VIPD and Department of Health, I think, are probably the agencies that we will be working most closely with because there's a lot of interconnectedness there.
Okay, well, thank you for your responses, and Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bocas. I wanted to give the Executive Director an opportunity to wrap up. If you would, Director Moorhead, can you take a minute to summarize what you'd like to say to the public on record?
Sure, Senator Frederick. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come before your committee this evening to talk about the status of the OCR and the implementation of Act 8680. I fully recognize that for many people, it feels like it is taking forever, but we are really working hard. There are a lot of moving pieces, and ultimately being able to roll out licensing and have an industry that is safe for the public is our paramount importance to us. And so we're working really hard on that. And I welcome anybody to call the office, send us an email if you have questions, you need clarification. We'll be doing information sessions, especially as we start to open the application process. I know it's not the easiest of processes, so we'll be having lots of opportunities for folks to spend time, ask questions, get answers that they need. And I thank you and your committee for the time this evening, and also extend the opportunity to any of you to reach out to us for clarification and information.
Thank you very much. Before we adjourn, I wanted to take a moment to sincerely thank everyone who made today's hearing possible. To our testifiers, thank you for sharing your expertise for the work you do each and every day to move these Virgin Islands forward. Your insights to have a deep understanding of the opportunities and obstacles we face, and your dedication to public service. that goes unnoticed. Thank you so much. To all my colleagues, I appreciate your thoughtful questions and unwavering commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands, to the people we serve, and to the public. Just thank you so much for your engagement. Your attention and involvement are vital to the success of this government, so we could remain accountable, transparent, and responsive. I also want to take a moment to express gratitude to my staff, my clerk, Ariana Modest, my chief of staff, Julian Bishop, Krista Edwards, Carisha Schuster, Elton Narcissus, and the whole central staff that made this so fun and supportive. The media, journal, and everyone else who was involved, thank you so much. Thank you for your professionalism and everything you did to help make this hearing go smoothly. I want to give a shout out to my family who's been so supportive. Thank you so much, and my friends and supporters. We open this session reflecting on a value purpose. As we close, I wanted to leave those words of Maya Angelou. Do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. May we honor the legacy of those who have paved the way by striving to do better for our people, our culture, and the beautiful islands we call home. Thank you again. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby adjourned.